Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by 𝗵𝗃 on Wattpad. Now let's start. Name: Izuku Midoriya. Name: Izuku Midoriya. 9 birthday: July 15th. 1 height: 5 feet 7 inches. Quirks: 6'1" for all. What he can do is stockpile enough energy in his body to deliver powerful blows and go at incredible speeds. Black 𝗵𝗃 grants the user the ability to produce energy tendrils from any part of their body and command them at will. Float allows the user to suspend and levitate themselves in midair. With added enhances due to merging with 1 for all, it can now allow the user to fly at high speeds. Danger sense allows the user to detect any possible threats in the surrounding area. 2 smokescreen allows the user to generate a thick cloud of smoke from their body. 𝗵𝗃 allows the user to build up kinetic energy by repeating regular motions and store it for later use. 3 likes: his mom, Katsuki, All Might, Senketsu, Ryuko Matoi, his girlfriends, heroes, quirks, saving people, training and learning about quirks. Dislikes: villains, failing to save people, his friends getting hurt, Bakugo, bullies, Ryuko being hurt, and everyone in danger. 1 dislikes: villains, failing to save people, his friends getting hurt, Bakugo, bullies, Ryuko being hurt, and everyone in danger. 3 name: Ryuko Matoi. 5 birthday: October 23rd. 1 height: 5 feet 5 inches. Quirk: life fibers / Senketsu. Impregnating a garment with his BLD, she can transfer his will into it, an entity called Senketsu. With his help, she can modify the shape and functionalities of her suit, increasing her human capacities. 2 likes: Senketsu, Yue, training, fighting villains, Izuku, her lovers, heroes, quirks, and saving people. Dislikes: her mom, villains, bullies, Bakugo, her friends getting hurt, Izuku being hurt, people in danger, and not being able to save everybody. Their shared 𝗵𝗃. 20 Their shared 𝗵𝗃. 3 4 2 6 The gentle skies were a cool breeze in the city of 𝗵𝗃 while the sun was shining down upon. On days like these, many people would be out and about taking in the nice, simple beauty of nature. However, this isn't the case for one young man sitting on a bench at a park. 6 His name is Izuku Midoriya, a quirkless person in a world with unique powers and abilities. When he was diagnosed quirkless, his life took a turn for the worst when his former friend Katsuki Bakugo started to bully him, along with making Izuku the black sheep at school to ignore. He was crying after what Bakugo had told him this day, as he was still used to the beatings, but he didn't expect to be suicide baited by his childhood friend. 19 Izuku: I can't take it anymore. All I want is just to help people, but I'm beat up just for not having a quirk. Maybe Kaken is right. I should just kill myself and be a somehow better person in the afterlife. 14 This thought began to take over his mind as he was thinking back on every beating that he got from Bakugo. It was eventually going to be his decision until he thought about his mother and how she would be after learning that her only child is dead. He decided to ignore that thought and continue to try and be a hero that saves everyone with a smile on his face while doing it. Just as he got up to go home, something strange started flickering. Izuku looked back and saw what looked like to be a portal forming as it began glowing white. Izuku went behind a tree to brace for what was going to come out, but instead of something dangerous, a girl fell out of the portal along with a suitcase as it closed back up. 3 That was bad. My head, it hurts. Rubs her head before looking where she is. Wait, where the hell am I? 15 Izuku comes out of hiding. Hey, are you okay? You just appeared and I want to know if you are alright. I'm fine, but where am I? I don't even know this place. 3 Izuku: you are in 𝗵𝗃, Japan, at a park. From your looks, I can tell that you are not from here. Really, and how can you tell? 2 Izuku: maybe the portal that just appeared and you coming out of it. Where were you before this happened? 4 I was Honnouji Academy. What has that got to do with this? Izuku: I only know about Honnouji Park. My mom and I used to go there before we moved to our apartment. What? If Honnouji is not here, then that means my home, my friends. I can't see them again. 9. The girl started to crouch down and cried as she realized that she is now alone in a world different from hers. Izuku felt sorry for her and joined her as he patted her on the back for comfort. He then looked at her and started blushing when he saw her up close. Izuku, she looks like an angel. Wait, what am I thinking? I can't fall in love with her right now at a moment like this. She need help and I'll guide her through this world. I can help you. 16. While sniffling, what do you mean by helping me? 3. Izuku, I can guide you through this world and teach you many of the things that are different here. Only if you like that. I don't mind. Thanks for that. Izuku, no problem. It's what heroes do to help people. Welcome to my world. I'm Izuku Midoriya. Thanks for the welcome, I'm Ryuko Matoi. 6. Izuku, nice to meet you, Ryuko. I want to ask, what is in the case? Ryuko looks over and picks it up. Oh, those are the scissors blade. They are made of hardened life fibers that allow me to cut through any type of Kamui or Goku uniforms. 15. Izuku, okay, what are life fibers? Ryuko, oh, well they are. Ryuko starts to remember what happened a few moments prior. She remembers her discussion with her mother before she crushed her own heart in front of her after stopping the life fibers and the celestial cocoon seed planet issue. While this was happening, she hits her chest feeling her usual sailor outfit. 6. Ryuko, Senketsu. Izuku, who? Ryuko, Senketsu, you okay? Izuku, is there something I'm m-? Senketsu, Ryuko. Izuku, what the hell? 10. Ryuko, oh Senketsu. You really are okay? I thought it got worse after the fight. Senketsu, it did, but whatever got us here seemed to have fixed me up. And did you not realize the 2 scissor blade pieces are completely intact? Ryuko, now that you say it, Reigo broke one of them, but it seems to be completely fine. She looks at Izuku. Oh sure, sorry about the distraction. So the Izuku, did it really speak? 13. Ryuko. Izuku, your uniform was speaking. Both Ryuko and Senketsu were shocked and wonder as to how Izuku could hear Senketsu. Senketsu, he Ryuko, heard you. Izuku, how is this possible? Could it be something that makes me able to hear me? 3. Ryuko, can you at least calm down so we can explain what the hell is happening? I also want an explanation of what this world is, cause this looks like Japan, but I don't remember a city called Mizudafu. Izuku, is it alright if you can explain to me where you come from first? Ryuko, sure. Sits on the bench. Sit down, this is gonna be a long story. 3. Izuku, oh boy. He sits down, not too close as he didn't want to make her uncomfortable, but also because of how he gets nervous around her. Ryuko, DMN, you're actually respectful. Izuku, Ryuko, perverts are really common where I come from. So let's put that out of the way and let me explain to you at least what I know and understand. 5. She tells Izuku about the whole idea of life fibers and her journey up until the fight. 1. Ryuko, after she died in front of me, I remember Senketsu telling me we had to get back, but the 2 of us suddenly couldn't do much. We froze up in midair and well I woke up here. But something tells me it actually saved the 2 of us because the re-entry would have killed us. For Izuku, wow, you have gone through so much. I didn't know that many other worlds like yours could be this dangerous. 14. Ryuko, yeah, it's shocking, but it was my life there. So is it okay if you tell me what is the deal with this world? Izuku, brace yourself for this. It might be longer than your story. 3. Izuku then tells her about the history of where his world is at right now, how quirks came into the world, and his life up until he met her. 1. Izuku, I then went here to just reflect on what happened today, and what Kaken said made me want to do it. I was even thinking about how better the world would be without me, but I stopped after remembering my mom and why I want to be a hero. Then the portal opened up and here we are now. He looked over to Ryuko, who was simply in awe after hearing his story, but noticed her tear marks. She couldn't but pulled Izuku into a warm and emotional hug, to which he hugged her back. He broke the hug but saw that she didn't want to let go until she stopped crying. Ryuko, sniffling, I can't believe all that happened to you. Why you didn't deserve what happened to you. You are more of a hero than that Bakugo guy. 11. Izuku, tears up, nobody other than my mom said that to me. Thank you for saying that. 3. Ryuko, dries her eyes, no problem. But I have something to ask you. Izuku, ask away. Ryuko, is it alright if I can stay at your place? 10 Izuku, blushing why yeah you can. Ryuko, thanks, lead the way to your apartment. Izuku, well then I hope you like walking. As they both walked towards his apartment, Ryuko started to have something on her mind. A thought entered into head as she looked at Izuku while walking. This thought was telling her one thing that was on her mind after hearing his story. Ryuko, I need to be there for him. He needs to be protected at all costs. 17 The time Ryuko and Izuku spent walking was interesting to say the least. She was entranced by seeing how different this world might be from her old one as she saw different heroes taking down villains. They now arrived at the Midoriya apartment as they walked up the stairs. 5 Ryuko, this place looks so much cooler than where I'm from. 2 Senketsu, even I have to agree. 1 Izuku, well that is the benefit of living in this world. Many heroes arriving to save the day is truly something spectacular to see. Stops at his door while we're here. 3 Ryuko, I hope that she could accept me into her home along with the fact about Senketsu being alive. 9 Izuku, don't worry, she is one of the most supportive and kind-hearted people that you would meet. 13 He then opens the door to the apartment and they both walk inside. Izuku, hey mom, I'm back. 2 Inko, from the kitchen. That's good, sweetie. I'm in the kitchen making dinner. 6 Izuku, really, well then can you make an extra plate? I brought somebody here. Inko, walks into the living room, oh really, then who is I? 5 Inko was shocked to see Izuku standing next to a girl. She then began crying tears of joy which confused Izuku and Ryuko until she suddenly yelled out. Inko, crying my baby has a girlfriend. 10 Izuku, blushing wait what? Mom, she isn't my girlfriend. 7 Ryuko, blushing it's true, I barely know him. 5 Inko, if she is not your girlfriend, then why is she here? 15 Izuku, she's here because she has no other place to live. She doesn't have any family or friends here too. Inko, oh, I'm sorry for my earlier response. I just didn't expect my son to bring home a appealing girl like you. 3 Ryuko, blushing it's alright. I don't mind that actually. Wait, what am I saying? I'm not in love with him. I barely met the guy. 7 Inko, thank you for that. What is your name? 1 Ryuko, my name is Ryuko Matoi. 2 Inko, that is such an appealing name for you. Now, how did you and Izuku meet? Ryuko, Izuku and Inko sat down as she started to tell her story to Inko on where she came from and how she got there. This caused Inko to cry and hug her, which Ryuko didn't expect but ultimately gave into. Inko, sniffling, I'm so sorry for what happened to you. You can live here until you find a way to get back home. 1 Ryuko, really I can? Inko, yes you can. A friend of Izuku's is a friend of mine. Senketsu, she seems like a better mother than you know who. For Ryuko, yes she really does. Inko, who were you talking to? Ryuko, oh I was talking to Senketsu. He is my quirk. 1 Inko, oh, that is an interesting quirk. Izuku, that isn't the craziest part mom. Inko, then what is the crazy part? Izuku, only she is able to hear and talk to him. However, after she tried to find him, I somehow managed to hear him and talk to him. Inko, shocked what how? Are you sure you weren't saying that to understand her? Ryuko, it is true Mrs. Midoriya, he did hear Senketsu speak. Even Senketsu was shocked by what had happened. 1 Inko, well that is weird and call me Inko. I hope you don't mind having dinner with us. Ryuko, no I don't, it'll be my pleasure. Senketsu, looks like she might be trying to make an impression on you. 2 Ryuko, what do you mean by that? Senketsu, oh I'm not going to say it but I rather watch how everything comes into play. 3 Ryuko, okay then. After that conversation they had dinner. During the time they were eating, Inko and Senketsu had one thought in their head and that was how Ryuko and Izuku might develop some feelings for each other. Night had fallen and now it was time for the two to go to sleep. Izuku, so, I'll sleep on the floor and you can sleep on the bed if that is alright with you. Ryuko, it's fine. I don't have any clothes to wear. 6 Somebody knocked on the door and Izuku opened it to see his mother standing there. Izuku, hey mom, is there anything you need? Inko, oh no, there's no trouble at all. I'm here to give Ryuko some clothes she could sleep in. Hands Izuku Ryuko's pajamas. 6 Izuku, oh that's great. I'll tell her you got them for her. Inko, okay, good night Izuku. Izuku, night mom. She leaves and Izuku gives Ryuko her pajamas as she heads out to the bathroom to change. Izuku is now left alone as he changes into some pajama shorts. Izuku, okay, don't freak out, she is just a girl that is living in your house and sleeping in your room. It's nothing crazy to think about, she will sleep in the bed alone. Although I don't mind lying down next to her. Wait, what? Get that thought out of your head, man. 11 Meanwhile in the bathroom Ryuko put Senketsu aside as she changed into her pajamas that fit surprisingly comfortably. As she was changing, Senketsu decided to strike up a conversation with her. Senketsu, he seems like a nice guy, doesn't he? 1 Ryuko, he is alright, I just hope that he is okay after what happened today. Senketsu, yeah, he is nice, calm, helpful, down to earth. 3 Ryuko. Izuku is good to be around with, he somehow brings this spark of life that manages to calm your nerves. Senketsu, that is true, plus he might seem like some good husband material for you right there. 7 Ryuko, yeah, he does. Wait, what? What do you mean good husband material? For Senketsu, I might be a piece of clothing, but even I can see that you are infatuated with him. Plus you want to protect him after what he told you at the park. 3 Ryuko, no. I only want to protect him so he doesn't get hurt by that Bakugo guy. I'm not in love with him, alright. For Senketsu, tell yourself that, but when the time comes that when you accept these feelings, it might be too late. For Ryuko, come on, it's just a thought. It doesn't mean I like him or anything. She put on her shirt and grabbed Senketsu as they headed back to Izuku's room. After knocking on the door, Izuku opened it and Ryuko did not expect what she was about to see. What she saw was Izuku in shorts and wearing no shirt, as instead she was focused on his muscular body. 5 Ryuko, blushing, he's been hiding that under his shirt the whole time. 17 Ryuko, blushing, he's been hiding that under his shirt the whole time. 6 Izuku, Ryuko, are you okay? Senketsu, she is fine Izuku. She just didn't expect to see how you look shirtless, nor have I for that matter. Izuku, oh that. Chuckles, well, I work out after school just so that many of the beatings wouldn't hurt since the uniform doesn't do anything to show what we looked like. 1 Ryuko, I'll say. You and your clothes look average as hell, but you have the body of a Greek god. 8 Izuku, blushing, it's not that bad, besides how are the pajamas? Ryuko snaps out of her trance, oh they're fine, but the shirt is kinda small on me. Izuku looked at Ryuko and was shocked at seeing her in her pajamas. Since she was the first girl that was ever around him willingly, he began blushing and was entranced by how she looked. 5 Izuku, blushing, wow, you actually look. 6 Izuku, blushing, wow, you actually look. Ryuko, weird right? It's not bad on me, but it's what the design looks like that. Izuku, you look cute in those. 5 Ryuko, blushing, what? Izuku realizes what he said, why yeah, I'm not coming back from saying that. 2 Ryuko, let's just go to sleep. Izuku, yeah, you take the bed and I'll sleep on the floor. Ryuko, fine by me. They both went to their respective areas and tried to sleep, but after what they both saw, there was no way they couldn't think about it. Izuku, what did I just say? Now she thinks I'm some kind of pervert. I mean, it's not like I'm right, she does look adorable in those pajamas, why am I still saying that? 2 Ryuko, he called me cute. Why the hell would he call me that? I'm just okay next to other girls. But it's not like that he isn't hot, what did I just say? Just shut up Ryuko, and go to sleep. 11 These were the thoughts that were in their heads until they miraculously went to sleep. When the morning came and both got up for breakfast, Inko was teasing the two of them along with Senketsu. She also went out and bought Ryuko some new clothes and a phone just before they left for Aldra Middle School. Ryuko, well, your mom is nice. I gotta admit that she is better than my own mom. 2 Izuku, yeah, she is the best mother I could have asked for. 10 Ryuko, can I ask you something? I just don't want to offend you after it. 2 Izuku, it's okay, you can ask me anything. Ryuko, are you sure that you still want to go back there even after what those jackasses had done to you? 3 Senketsu, even I am interested in that question. These people basically walk all over you and yet you still get back up and keep having an upbeat attitude. Izuku, the reason I always go there despite everything that happens to me is because I still remember why I want to be a hero. Ryuko, and what is that reason? Izuku, I want to be a hero just to save people. When I was little, I watched a video of All Might saving people from a disaster that had happened. While he's saving them, he had a smile on his face that made me see how cool heroes can be and how they can help people. I just only want to save everyone, even villains who are less fortunate, with a smile on my face to say that I am here. 5 Ryuko had her eyes wide open as she heard the truth. She began thinking back on her journey thus far and saw a bit of herself in Izuku. She then looked at him and saw him flash that signature smile, making her heart flutter. 5 Ryuko. Ding, now that is one hell of a reason to save people. I mean, what I did was cool and all, but you have a goal some people don't even think about. 2 Izuku. Yeah, but many say it is a stupid reason as they only care about getting rich or even gaining some fame. 3 Ryuko. Hey, don't let those dumbasses get into your head. They are nothing but people who just try to step on you like Bakugo. Stay away from them and stick with me. 12 Izuku felt some sincerity in her voice and agreed to her words. As they both continued, they strikes up interesting conversations about heroes and how their worlds were different, all the while having one lingering feeling that they want to be near each other was in their heads. Eventually, they made it to Aldra and managed to pay attention in some classes until the final class of the day. 2 Teacher. Alright, now that everyone has calmed down, I want you all to think seriously about your futures. I know it might seem like a bore, but under normal circumstances I have to give you these pamphlets. But you all are going into the hero course. 3 The teacher threw the papers in the air as the class behind him started to use their quirks except for Bakugo, Ryuko, and Izuku. Izuku had brought his head down into his desk as he saw everybody showing off while Ryuko was staring at everyone in disgust. The teacher got the class to calm down, but it was broken up by Bakugo. 1 Bakugo. Listen, teach, don't try to bunch me up with this class of rejects. They'll be lucky enough to be sidekicks to some busted-up D-lister. 4. What the F, Bakugo? / you think you're better than us? / let's fight right now. 7 Ryuko. Jesus dude, I know you have an ego, but that is just too much. 2 Bakugo. I'll take you all on. Besides, I took the mock exam for UA, you'll be lucky enough to know the next #1 hero. 3 The teacher reassured everybody that Bakugo did take the mock exam to get into UA, shocking everybody. Teacher, however, he isn't the only one to get into UA. Miss Matoi, you are also trying out for UA, and I for one am interested to see how you could be a hero with your quirk. Ryuko, it might be interesting, but it is also embarrassing for me too. Teacher, alright then, and it seems like Midoriya wants to go to UA as well. That was the kicker. As soon as the teacher said that, everyone started to laugh at Midoriya, who just brought his head down all the while insults were being thrown his way. Ryuko saw this and started to get angry about what was happening as she almost brought her scissors blade out. 1. Seriously. / Midoriya. / that he face doesn't even have a quirk. 7 Bakugo, Deku. 1 Bakugo threw an explosion at Izuku's desk as he flew onto the floor. Ryuko was shocked to see him use his quirk against Izuku and was going to tell the teacher, only to see him smiling at the ordeal. This had made her and Senketsu extremely angry at what was happening. 1 Bakugo, you piece of 𝗧𝗵𝗃. It's bad enough that a random beach decided to go, but you think that you can compete with me. 21 Izuku tried to fight back but instead was beaten up as the class just laughed at him. He was about to be ready for another beatdown until he heard a loud smack. Next thing he knew was that Bakugo fell to the ground with one of his teeth knocked out as Izuku looked up to see Ryuko huffing and puffing, realizing it was her that punched Bakugo in pure rage. 1 Teacher, Matoi. Don't ever strike another student. 12 Ryuko. Oh really? Where was that attitude when Izuku was getting beaten, you pompous piece of 𝗧𝗵𝗃? 1 Teacher. Sit down or you're expelled. 1 Ryuko. Do it. I dare you. If you do, it would be a shame if I told his mother about what happens in this stupid school. Bakugo was enraged by this and tried to attack her. Luckily, Ryuko managed to dodge an explosive punch and grabbed his shirt. She then lifted him up, threw him onto his desk before knocking him out cold with a neck chop. 16 Ryuko. Everyone listen up. Don't ever make fun of Izuku or even hurt him again. Try to go through him, I'll go through you all. 7 Everyone quickly nodded as Ryuko helped Izuku up and they began to walk out of the school towards home. Izuku hugged her and cried into her shoulder, to which she comforted him and tried to cheer him up. It managed to work for the next week, as nobody had even bothered to say a word to or even try to hurt Izuku, since they were afraid of getting a beat down by Ryuko. During this, Izuku had one thought in his head. 3 Izuku, 𝗵𝗵𝗃𝗧, no, 𝗵𝗵𝗃𝗲 Bakugo afraid of me. Thank you so much, Ryuko. The past few weeks have been pretty good for Izuku and Ryuko. Nobody bothered to bully them or even beat up Izuku due to them now being scared to death of Ryuko. Even Bakugo had kept his distance away from his punching bag, as he still remembered the events of what happened that day, not wanting another but beating. 9 During this time, Ryuko and Izuku seemed to have gotten closer, as they seemed like they might be inseparable without each other. Inko and Senketsu teased them a lot on the fact of how they seemed like a couple, which only makes the two much more flustered. Right now, they are at a karaoke place having a nice conversation until Ryuko decided to dare Izuku to sing. 17 Izuku, come on, I'm not even a singer. 3 Ryuko, sucks to be you, so get up there and sing something. Izuku, oh really? And what song would you like to hear me sing? Ryuko, beats me, but maybe something kick-ass and not that cheesy to hear. 7 Izuku, alright then, let me look for one. After a while of searching, Izuku had finally found a song to perform, Bring the Light. While he seemed ready, Izuku was still nervous about his voice but knew that Ryuko would support him on that stage. He mentally prepared himself as he got up on stage and held the microphone in his hand as he opened his mouth. 3 We will bring the light, we will set the night on fire, late nights pullin' up to the scene blowin', every red light living a dream, I think I'm gonna crash, I'm losin'. My mind and life in the fast lane is a good time, whoa, oh, feels like an endless crusade, whoa, oh, I'd rather crash and burn than fade away. We will bring the light, you say, we will set the night on fire, we will bring the light, burn it high, you say, we will set the night on fire, freaks gettin' wild, all the pimps gettin' stoned, single file, mile, easy come, easy go, idle flesh, for fantasy, you know we're gonna give you what you need, boys, bring your girlfriends out to the show, we're smashing down the 5 like we own the road, I think I'm gonna crash, I'm losing my mind, and life in the fast lane is a good time, whoa, oh, feels like an endless crusade, whoa, oh yeah, I'd rather crash and burn than fade away. We will bring the light, you say, we will set the night on fire, we will bring the light, burn it high, you say, we will set the night on fire, step right up, come one, come all, dirty girls and boys actin' like animals, freak show, peep show, pyro, love, it's on, common, burn it up, we will bring the light and start a fire, yeah, we will bring the light, we gonna burn it high, yeah, we will bring the light, common, burn it up. Izuku stopped singing and the crowd was cheering on when he was singing his lungs out. Ryuko was surprised to hear how he sounded as her heart started to beat much more faster seeing him perform like that. He made it back to his table as he smiled, making her blush at the sight. For Izuku, how was that for kick-ass? 1 Senketsu, I thought that was one of the best performances I have ever seen. 2 Izuku, thanks Senketsu. Ryuko, where did you learn to sing like that? I honestly didn't expect you to sound like that. 1 Izuku, I don't even know honestly. I think it might be a cool talent that I've picked up from my dad. 7 Ryuko, cool, but it wasn't kick-ass. It was more badass in nature when it comes to sing like that. Still though, it was impressive. 1 Izuku, thanks, but do you want to go up and sing something? I'm sure that you'll sound amazing. Ryuko, oh, I'll try, but I don't think it'll be easy to top you. Blushes upon realizing what she said. 2 Senketsu, you could have phrased that a little differently. 7 Ryuko, forget what I said, but I'll see what they have. She goes up to the stage and sees a song that suits her, Bad Reputation. The whole thing was still pretty nerve-wracking to say the least, but Ryuko decided to roll with it and just have fun. With the microphone in her hand, Ryuko eyed the crowd and sees Izuku cheering her on as she began to sing. 2-5 I don't give a demon about my reputation living in the past. It's a new generation, a girl can do what she wants to do, and that's what I'm gonna do, and I don't give a demon about my bad reputation, oh no, not me, and I don't give a demon about my reputation, never said I wanted to improve my station, and I'm only doing good when I'm having fun, and I don't have to please no one, and I don't give a demon about my bad reputation, oh no, 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 not me, oh no, 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 not me, I don't give a demon about my reputation. I've never been afraid of any deviation, and I don't really care if you think I'm strange, I ain't gonna change, and I'm never gonna care about my bad reputation, oh no, not me, oh no, not me pedal, boys. And I don't give a damn about my reputation, the world's in trouble, there's no communication and everyone can say what they want to say, it never gets better anyway, so why should I care about a bad reputation anyway? Oh no, not me, oh no, not me, I don't give a damn about my bad reputation, you're living in the past, it's a new generation and I only feel good when I got no pain and that's how I'm gonna stay and I don't give a damn about my bad reputation, oh no, not me, oh no, not me, not me. Not me. The crowd started to go wild for her as she sang her heart out. While she was performing, Izuku saw how she looked on stage and thought that she was like an angel as he began blushing up a storm. She came back to the table with a sly smirk on her face. Izuku, that was awesome. I thought I was good but you were even better. Ryuko, thanks but it was just pure luck. So it was nothing special to write home about. One Senketsu, I don't think of it as just luck at all, I see it as a true talent. Izuku, exactly what he said. You sounded amazing on stage. After hanging at the karaoke bar for a while, they decided to go home. During their walk, people kept mistaking the two for a couple, making them blush at the whole idea even though they actually want that to happen. Suddenly an explosion was heard and they both ran down to see what was going on, only to see a sludge villain holding someone hostage while the heroes were trying to keep everybody back. Ryuko and Izuku were shocked at the sight that they were witnessing. The hero 𝗳𝗏𝗄𝗃 managed to land a punch onto the sludge villain's eye, making him let go of the hostage for only a moment. From there, they could see that the hostage was a familiar woman who had blonde hair and red eyes. For Izuku, Aunt Mitsuki. 5 Ryuko, is she, Izuku, Bakugo's mom? Yes, she is. Tears started swelling up in the boy's eyes as he was watching one of the only other people, besides his mother and Ryuko, that was nice to him in the hands of a villain. Everybody was scared of what was going on while different heroes were trying to defuse the situation. In that moment, something in Izuku to let him to do something, so he started to run towards the villain, not caring that he might get killed. 1 Ryuko, Izuku, you dumbass. What are you doing? 2 Izuku, I don't know but I am going to try and save her. Senketsu, Ryuko, you got to help him. He might get hurt. Because of this. Ryuko, wait for me. Ryuko also ran towards the sludge villain along with Izuku as he threw his backpack at the villain, blinding him. This was distraction for Ryuko and Izuku to use as they quickly pulled Mitsuki out of the villain's clutches. Once they got out of the way, the villain was going to try and snatch up Izuku until one thing blocked his path. Smash. A huge gust of wind came and dispersed the sludge villain, splattering him everywhere. It even put out the fires as they were reduced to nothing but smoke. Everyone began cheering when they saw that the person who defeated the sludge villain was none other than the symbol of peace, all might. 1 Izuku, please be alright, auntie. 2 Ryuko, are you okay, Mrs. Bakugo? Mitsuki, don't worry, I'm alright. Thank you 2 for saving me. For Izuku, I couldn't stand to see you in danger, auntie. Mitsuki, that's what I like about you. And who are you, his girlfriend? 1 Ryuko, blushing I'm not his girlfriend, I'm just a friend of his. My name's Ryuko Matoi. 1 Mitsuki, the pleasure is all mine, Ryuko. Kamui Woods, excuse me, you two. Izuku, Ryuko, and Mitsuki looked to see Kamui Woods, MT Lady, 𝗳𝗏𝗄𝗃, and Backdraft coming towards them. Ryuko, is there anything wrong, sir? ME Lady, no, nothing is wrong. It's just how you two almost got yourself killed. 1 𝗳𝗏𝗄𝗃, yeah, I mean I get that you two want to be heroes but there was no reason to throw yourselves into danger. 2 Izuku, sorry sir but there was something that told me to save her, especially since she is an aunt to me. Ryuko, same thing with me but I am much more concerned about this broccoli head. 2 The pros were shocked to hear how they were willing to help anyone, especially if it would kill them. This inspired some of them to become better heroes after the incident, along with the citizens cheering the two on. Little did they know a certain symbol of peace listened to their conversation. All Might, looks like I might have found my successor. That boy is going to go places no other hero would. 2 After being congratulated by the heroes for their bravery, Ryuko and Izuku decided to head home. The whole time when they were walking, Ryuko held Izuku's hand as they were blushing, with Ryuko trying to remind herself that she is doing it so he could feel safe. They were about to head down another block before they were blocked by All Might. 1 All Might, I am here to speak to you too. 5 Izuku, All Might. Senketsu, it's unexpected that he wants to talk to us. Ryuko, yeah it is. So why do you want to talk to us? All Might, what I wanted to talk to you about was what happened with the sludge villain. But it's not just that, as I want to tell you something important. Izuku, really, what could it be? Ryuko, is it something cool? Just then All Might was covered by a cloud of smoke that blocked the duo's view. Once the smoke cleared, Ryuko and Izuku were shocked to see that instead of the number 1 hero it was a skinny man. He looked very similar to All Might, but his eyes were more sunken in as his jaw was much more angular than anyone's. Izuku, who are you? What have you done to All Might? Ryuko, are you an imposter? 40 All Might, no, I can assure you too I am All Might. This what I truly look like underneath all the muscles, as I had gained an injury from a villain that took away my stomach and respiratory system. It also limited my hero work to 3 hours a day in my buff form. 3 This revelation has shocked both Ryuko and Izuku, as they couldn't believe what happened to the number 1 hero. All Might even lifted his shirt to show them the scar that had made the duo very frightened at who the villain is. However, they knew that this is something nobody should know before Senketsu would speak his mind out loud. Senketsu, this is extremely upsetting to hear, granted his amazing acts of heroism. All Might, did your outfit talk? 3 Ryuko, wait, you can hear him too. Izuku, I thought I might be the only one to hear and speak to him. 2 All Might, interesting quirk you have there, young Ryuko, Ryuko Matoi. 6 All Might, well then young Matoi, I want to ask what your quirk might be. Ryuko, oh it's not a quirk at all. All Might, not a quirk. Then what is he? 5 Ryuko proceeds to tell All Might about Senketsu and where she came from along with how she got here. The entire story brought the number 1 hero to a shock at how much she had gone through and just how strong she is. Not just that, but there was also a sense of pride that he had, as he knew that Ryuko truly does have the heart of a hero. All Might, this is a lot to take in, but I'm honestly impressed by your journey. 1 Ryuko, thank you All Might. Senketsu, it is an honor to be in your presence, All Might. 3 All Might, the pleasure is all mine, Senketsu. Now young Midoriya, what is your quirk? Izuku froze up when he was asked that question. He had many different thoughts enter his head that would happen if All Might found out he was quirkless. This was all calmed down when Ryuko grabbed his hand, reassuring that no matter what happens she will be there for him. Izuku, I'm quirkless. All Might, you're... Izuku, yes I am, but no matter what you tell me I still plan on becoming a hero even if I would die trying. After hearing Izuku's declaration, All Might started to tear up as he remembered his most fondest memory. The memory was of him asking his mentor, Nana Shimura, if he could be a hero without a quirk. All Nana could do was smile at the boy as she told him anyone could be a hero, quirk or no quirk. 7 All Might, that is an inspirational speech, young Midoriya. But for me personally, you too can be a hero. 1 Izuku, I can. All Might, yes you can. There is also a way that you can be hero too. Izuku, and what is that? 1 All Might, I want you to be the successor of my quirk. 6 This had shocked Ryuko and Izuku, as they never knew that All Might can actually have a successor for his quirk. All Might then went on to explain his quirk, 1 for all, before asking Izuku if he wanted to be the successor of the quirk. Knowing that this is his chance to finally achieve his dream of being a hero, Izuku agreed to it while Ryuko was tearing up at how he is going to make his dream become a reality. All Might, perfect. Now then, you two get some rest because we are going to train at Dagobah Beach tomorrow. Izuku, yes sir. Ryuko, we won't disappoint you. All Might then left as the two headed home on the same path where once they got back, Inko immediately bursted into tears due to how her son saved her best friend from dying. Izuku told her that he would save anyone if he doesn't have a quirk before Ryuko tells her on how they are going to train by themselves at Dagobah Beach for the UA entrance exams. After some time it was night and our young heroes were about to sleep, but Ryuko headed towards the bathroom to change until Senketsu struck up another conversation. Senketsu, you're proud of him aren't you? Ryuko, I am, I mean, he is finally going to achieve his dream of becoming a hero. What more couldn't make me proud of him? 1 Senketsu, I don't know, maybe if you get closer to Izuku then you would know. 5 Ryuko, how would I even get closer to him? I've basically been living with him for a few weeks now. 10 Senketsu, you'll see. Once she changed into her pajamas, Ryuko headed back to Izuku's room. She got into his bed and had trouble sleeping while Izuku was the same on how his life is going to change, but also another part of him wanted to know why he couldn't sleep at all. Then thought about what Senketsu had said as she began to walk towards Izuku. Ryuko, hey Izuku, are you awake? Izuku, yeah I am. Is there something wrong that you wanted to talk about? Ryuko, no there is nothing wrong at all. Izuku, then why did you want to talk to me? At that moment, Senketsu's words began to ring through Ryuko's head as she tried to understand what he meant. It was something that she had put away for a while, but it only resurfaced at that moment and know why until it clicked. Once the lost ring was done, Ryuko looked over to Izuku as her heart started to beat faster and would ask her question. Senketsu, I don't know, maybe if you get closer to Izuku then you would know. Ryuko, I wanted to ask if why you wanted to sleep with me. 8 Izuku, blushing what? 8 Ryuko, blushing I mean only if you wanted to. I'm not forcing you to do it. Izuku, it's alright, I don't mind sleeping next to you. Ryuko smiled once she heard his answer and they both made their over to his bed. As they began to lie down next to each other and slept, they started to hug each other in their sleep unconsciously. This made them feel warm inside and smile in their sleep as one thought as in their heads as they slept. While the day had ended on a more positive yet romantic note, their start to UA was only just beginning as they need to train their bodies for the exam. Plus Izuku/Ryuko, I love you Ryuko/Izuku. The events that had happened yesterday was a complete shock to say the least, but it was very welcoming. From All Might offering to train them and offering Izuku his quirk was something out of a dream, but yet, it didn't. Izuku and Ryuko were excited about the next day, but they did have a cute moment as they would sleep together. But for now, the morning has come and Midoriya finished cooking some breakfast for the duo. She just put their food on their plates but saw the time and knew that they should be awake before going to their room. Upon arriving, Inko would open the door to talk with them, unaware of the most adorable sight happening in there. Inko opens the door. Hey you two, I made breakfast and it's time for yo. What she saw was both Izuku and Ryuko sleeping in bed as they were cuddling each other while they had a smile on their faces. This made Inko gasp in joy as she dreamed that this day would come as she took a photo of the scene to cherish it forever. She then left shortly after while having a loving smile on her face at the thought of the two being together. To Inko, thank you Ryuko for making my son's life much more better. I am proud to see you as and call you my daughter. 6 After a while of sleeping, Izuku had woken up and started to feel like his chest was heavy for some odd reason. He looked down to see Ryuko atop of him sleeping on his chest while smiling, which made her look adorable. This made Izuku blush at the fact of how she was doing this, but at the same time felt at peace when she was on him. Izuku, she looks so appealing when she is asleep. Ryuko woke up and was rubbing her eyes as she let out a cute yawn that made Izuku blush more. She wondered why she felt her pillow was a bit muscular and hard as she took a look at what or who she was sleeping on. Realizing that she was sleeping on Izuku, she began to blush up a storm and got up as fast as she could. To Ryuko, blushing I'm sorry for doing that. Izuku, no it's okay. No harm has been done. Says it quietly. I honestly kinda liked it. Ryuko heard it and is blushing. I'm gonna head to the bathroom to change. Izuku, okay, I'll see you at the table. Ryuko then quickly left as she grabbed her clothes along with Senketsu to the bathroom before slamming shut. She was blushing up a storm as she was making her way there because of what Izuku said as he realized what he did. Since he was alone in his room, it gave Izuku time to think about what he said and his own feelings towards Ryuko. Izuku, she must have heard me say that. Now she just thinks I'm some sort of creep that wanted attention. No, Izuku, calm down. She just asked you to sleep with her last night. It's not like you are wanting to be there for her for the rest of her life. I have actually fallen in love with her. You know what, I'll keep it safe for now until the moment comes. 2 While this was happening, Ryuko was having her own conversation with Senketsu in the bathroom. It was something to be embarrassed about cuddling Izuku, but it was even more surprising hearing that he had liked it. Noticing her situation, Senketsu would try to offer some advice, but he didn't as Ryuko would open her mouth. "Ryuko, I'm actually in love with him." "Senketsu, I knew this would happen, but the signs were clear from the start." "Ryuko, and you didn't tell me about it. Is this why you wanted me to get close to him?" "Senketsu, yes it is. But you should learn to appreciate your time with him until you both get into UA." "Ryuko, so what do I do when we see the results for the exam? Do I confess or do I keep it hidden?" "Senketsu, life is full of mystery. The only way to know if fate would work is if you make your own choices." Ryuko thought about what Senketsu said and decided that she would wait to tell Izuku about her feelings for him. As they enjoy a nice breakfast of scrambled eggs and ham, Inko asked why they were sleeping by each other. The duo would say some things, but she wouldn't believe any of the lies as they headed out to Dagoba Beach. Ryuko, blushing, well, that was something. I've never been more embarrassed in my entire life. Izuku, blushing, let's just hope that mom actually believes us after seeing us. I just hope that she didn't take a picture of us together. 5 Senketsu, it does seem rather odd, but that should be put aside for now. It is time to go see what training All Might wants you to do. Izuku, yeah, let's see what All Might's got planned for us. As the duo continued to walk, they couldn't help but think about how warm they had felt while they cuddled. It was something that they hadn't even expected, but Izuku took one look at Ryuko and saw her true beauty. Ryuko would even look at Izuku and saw how handsome he was as they got to Dagoba Beach, where All Might saw them. "All Might, it's nice to see that you two have arrived. I was beginning to think that you were running late because of something." Senketsu, oh, it was something all right. "One All Might, what did he mean by that?" Izuku, it's nothing at all. Trust me. Ryuko, besides, I thought we were going to train on the beach. So why is it covered with trash? All Might, the reason why we've come to this beach is due to how young Midoriya needs to prepare his body for OFA. This beach has been filled with so much trash that it would take many years to clean up, so I need him to clean the beach just so he could be ready for the exams. After hearing what they needed to do, Ryuko and Izuku were shocked at the amount of garbage on the beach. There were mountains upon mountains of junk that the eye could see, as the beach only looked more like a junkyard. But it was the motivation that was needed to get Izuku and Ryuko to prepare themselves for what is to come at UA High. Izuku, don't worry, All Might. We'll get this clean in a few months. Ryuko, so much trash, but it's just the right amount for us to throw away. It could help us build up some strength when we go to UA. All Might, that's the spirit. Let's just hope that you two aren't going to pass out. Ryuko, I think we're ready for this. After what I did, I'm literally stronger than any normal person. That and how muscular Hercules is. All Might, is this true, young Midoriya? Izuku, yes, it is true. I have worked out a bit, but I don't mind cleaning this place at all. All Might, I didn't expect this for him, but I'm glad that he still wants to be a hero. Okay then, let's get to cleaning the beach and restore its natural beauty. Both, yes, All Might. Izuku and Ryuko both cleaned the beach as every single aspect of the sand began to be cleared. During this time, Ryuko would have a build similar to a martial artist's, while Izuku worked more on his muscles while the two worked out. This made All Might proud to see how far the two have come. While cleaning up, Ryuko would often sneak a peek at Izuku to see how he's doing, only to blush as she saw him without his shirt. The same would happen for Izuku as he looked at Ryuko working on her training with a loving smile as he picked up pieces of garbage. Eventually, the two managed to get the beach cleaned after 3 months of hard work as All Might prepares to give OFA to Izuku. One All Might, young Midoriya, young Matoi. You two have exceeded my expectations and managed to clean this beach in such little time. I am proud of you too. One Izuku, thank you All Might. It really means a lot to me. Ryuko, I agree. It's not every day you get to clean an entire beach while training with the #1 hero. All Might. Now then, the time has come. Young Midoriya plucks out a piece of his hair. I want to make sure to see if you are up to the challenge of being the 9th successor of OFA. This is a heavy burden for you and young Matoi, so I want you two to be ready for this. Izuku, I am ready All Might. Ryuko, I can't believe this is happening. He is going to achieve his lifelong goal. Senketsu, I'm actually interested to see how OFA would be passed down. All Might, now then I want you to do the one thing that would change your life forever. Shows Izuku his plucked out hair eat this. 7. There was silence after that as the idea of how it would be transferred was enough to baffle the duo completely. They had thought it be something very grand or even extraordinary for Izuku, but nothing like this came to mind. After a few minutes had passed, Izuku and Ryuko finally processed what was said while having only a few things to say. Izuku, what? Ryuko, what do you mean by eat this? Senketsu, I thought it would something more ceremonious and grand. All Might, I know that it seems different than you envision, but there is a reason. In order to have the complete power of OFA, you need to have the DNA of the previous holder in your body. Izuku, if you say so. Takes the hair and eats it. I can't believe I just did that. Ryuko, I can't believe I had to witness that. 13. All Might, now that you have eaten it, the power should kick in around an hour. After that, I will start out your training. Once he had eaten the hair, Izuku shuddered in disgust while Ryuko patted his back to comfort his event. That feeling of disgust was soon overtaken by the thought of how powerful One for All could be at this very moment. When the hour had passed, All Might had Izuku stand in one place while Ryuko was across from him, almost like a battle. Ryuko, so what do you need us to do? All Might, now that Izuku has OFA in his body, I need you two to spar. It's in order to see how much control over the power he has. Izuku, I see. With how much power it has, there could be severe consequences if I use all of it. Ryuko, not a bad thing to try. Although, do we try it by my skill with the scissor blade? All Might, actually, why don't we see your power? Hearing about it made me wonder what it could do. Izuku, that sounds like a good idea. Not only could we see how powerful you could be but also how you look, Ryuko. I can't wait to see it. As soon as he said his excitement, Ryuko would blush at just the thought of how she will look after the merge. Even though All Might would be embarrassed, she didn't know about Izuku and thought that he would pass out. Realizing that she was stalling time, Ryuko had enough courage to merge with Senketsu but was still blushing heavily. Ryuko, blushing? Why, yeah, that's a good thing to see. Senketsu, I know that you are nervous about it, but I'm sure Izuku wouldn't be bothered upon seeing you like that. One. All Might, what did he mean by that? Is it something that troubles you when you're wearing him, young Matoi? Ryuko, and no, it doesn't trouble me, it just, why don't I show you guys? 3. Izuku, okay, Ryuko. No matter what, you'll still look cool. Ryuko, slightly blushing, it's sweet of you, but I hope that you won't pass out. Thanks, Izuku. Ready for this, Senketsu? Senketsu, always, Ryuko. Let's do this. Getting the approval, Ryuko pulled the string on her glove as she would merge with Senketsu covering her. When it was done, Senketsu merged into a modified Viking with a skirt, high battle heels, long gloves, and shoulder pads. Ryuko would blush at how she looked while All Might turned away in embarrassment, but Izuku was in pure awe. Ryuko would blush at how she looked while All Might turned away in embarrassment, but Izuku was in pure awe for Izuku. Whoa, All Might turned away. No wonder you felt so nervous. I would be too. Ryuko, yeah, I wouldn't blame you. In order to fight, I need to merge with Senketsu. Unfortunately, it just makes me look like a 𝗬𝗲𝗏. All Might, I see. Or is it I hear? Izuku, so that's how life fibers would work. It only makes you more stronger when you're like that. Ryuko, damn it. I'm sorry for making you see me like this, Izuku. I didn't want it to be bad. Blushing it does, but we don't have to do this. We could train tomorrow. Izuku, no, it's fine. I don't mind that we train today. Ryuko, are you sure? Even when I'm like this? Izuku, yes, but I don't care about it being a problem. In fact, it'd make you much more cooler than ever. Of course, Ryuko had expected a reaction from Izuku about how she looked, but nothing like this at all. Instead of passing out while having a nosebleed, he thought that she was cool and was excited by her own power. Still confused as to what he was talking about, Ryuko would ask Izuku, but there was a tiny part of her that was happy. Ryuko, really? Izuku, yeah, I understand how Senketsu could improve your human capacities, but he can also modify and shape your suit's functionalities. Therefore, the more skin that needs to be shown, the more powerful you can be. Senketsu, I didn't expect that type of reaction for you even with the fact that you are a male. Ryuko, I agree with Senketsu, but how are you so calm seeing me like this? I thought that you pass out right now. Izuku, well, there is a hero whose whole suit is basically rated R, so I'm not bothered by how you look. 17 Ryuko, just when I thought he couldn't be any more perfect. Smiles thanks, Izuku. Now, let's get this fight started. Ryuko shook her head as she and Izuku began to spar where she would start to bring the scissor blade out. He quickly dodged out of the way of an incoming slice before landing a kick to her stomach and sent her back a bit. It was really impressive to see him fight back, but Izuku couldn't celebrate just yet as Ryuko would run towards him. She would land some punches on his arm, but he would mostly dodge every attack that she would make. Izuku would even dodge a near stab with the scissor blade that would cut his shirt and catch Ryuko off guard. As he got to see how powerful she is, Izuku would think on how Senketsu would boost her power as it gave him an idea. Izuku, Senketsu always helps Ryuko if he bonds to her whole body. I wonder if I could do that with WFA, and if so I can try it at a lower percentage like 5%. Izuku listened to his instincts and lets OFA flow through his body at 5% where red lines on his veins appeared. Green lightning would soon crackle before it spreads out and the red lines would disappear as he was left glowing. All Might was surprised to see that he had figured it out, but Ryuko was in awe at how Izuku looked when in control. All Might. He did it, he figured it out, Ryuko, so that is what OFA looks like. It's amazing, Senketsu. This looks like it'll be interesting. Izuku, this is only 5% but I feel strong, let's hope this is enough to end this fight. Taking advantage, Izuku would run towards Ryuko at high speed which she dodged before attacking him. Using the scissor blade, she tried to slash his arm but he would dodge her attack and quickly punched her in the side. The attack sent Ryuko back a bit as she dodged a kick from Izuku before the duo would spar for a few more minutes. Izuku then managed to dodge another attack from Ryuko before he fought back, throwing many punches towards her. It came as a surprise to her, but she put it aside and mustered up all she could to continue the fight. She tried to throw a right hook towards Izuku, but he dodged the attack and grabbed her before throwing her to the ground. Izuku, this feels so awesome. Ryuko, no SHT. That was incredible on how you did that. All Might, it really was. Young Midoriya, I want to ask what made you distribute OFA throughout your whole body. Izuku, I was inspired by how Senketsu helps Ryuko in battle and I thought about me being like the same as her. So with that information in mind, I decided to let it flow through my body, but I tried it at 5%, that way I could build up more energy when we train. 2 Ryuko. Blushing, Izuku thought about me for this, he admires what I do, this guy is making me love him even more. Plus both Ryuko and All Might were shocked after seeing how powerful Izuku could be at only 5% of his strength. It impressed All Might, but it made Ryuko blush when she heard how Izuku was inspired by her merging. Calming down her blush, the duo would start to train again and learn a few techniques that he could do with OFA. While training was a great ways to help them, it even made Izuku and Ryuko's bond more strong and romantic than ever. The day for the UA entrance exams have arrived and Ryuko and Izuku are both prepared for what is going to happen. During the months that they were training, Izuku managed to control 25% of OFA while Ryuko was training in martial arts along with hand-to-hand combat. The training experience also made Ryuko and Izuku grow much more closer to each other, as whenever they finished, the duo would hang out at a karaoke bar, watching movies, or even walk around the city. To Izuku, this is it, the moment we've been waiting for. Ryuko, not just the moment you waited for but also your lifelong dream. It's amazing to see how much we've gone through. Izuku, you said it, those 10 months of training helped make me understand how much I can control OFA and improved our fighting capabilities. Senketsu, not to mention it also helped improve your physiques as well. Ryuko, that's true, but it especially improved for me as I have a martial artist's body. But let's get going or we are going to be late for the exams. Izuku grabbed his school uniform along with his PE clothes while Ryuko has Senketsu on. They both made their way to the kitchen as Inko had finished making breakfast for them. Izuku, hey mom. Ryuko, hey Inko. Inko, well, good morning you three. I got to make sure that you two have a nice hearty breakfast for today, so I hope that I didn't make too much for you. 1 Izuku, it doesn't look like that much, mom. I really appreciate it. Ryuko, I can't wait to pass this exam. Thank you for the meal. Both Ryuko and Izuku started to eat while making small talk about what they were going to do today. Inko also gave some words of encouragement to Izuku that he would pass the exam to be the hero he always wanted to be, and told Ryuko to not be embarrassed about she looks when she merges with Senketsu, but to instead fully embrace it as a part of her. After getting up and cleaning up their plates, both Ryuko and Izuku headed out the door not before they gave a hug to Inko. Izuku, well mom, we're off to the exam. Ryuko, we'll try our best to become heroes that people can look up to. Inko, you got this, you two. Now go be the heroes you two are meant to be. Izuku and Ryuko smiled at her before giving her one final hug before leaving out the front door. The young heroes took the train to UA, and during their ride Ryuko couldn't help but be amazed by Mizufu. Izuku only looked at her when she was looking out the window, taking in her beauty and reflecting on their time spent together. Izuku, to think all of this would have never happened if I didn't meet you. Thank you Ryuko for everything you've done for me. After about 15 minutes, they had arrived at their destination. Staring at his dream school, Izuku was excited to begin his new future as a hero, while Ryuko was in awe on how the school actually looked. This was now their time to show people how they can be heroes and make a legacy for themselves. Bakugo, what the F are you doing here, Deku? 11 The duo sighed as they turned around and saw Katsuki Bakugo, looking rather enraged but keeping his distance from Ryuko. Ryuko began thinking about how quiet everything was, but Izuku finally had enough of what Bakugo had to say. Izuku, Bakugo, listen to me. Can you just stop? Think about it. You always keep saying that you are gonna be number one, like that's all you care about. I get that it's a good goal and whatever, but to be honest, I don't care. I just want to save people, so if you don't mind, leave me alone before your head looks like your inner self. One Ryuko, you could do that, or I'll give him a little piece of what I did to him last time. Bakugo couldn't say anything else, but instead just sulked his way into the building, pissed off that Deku stood up to him. Ryuko and Izuku began to chuckle about how Bakugo tried to look like the bigger man only to fall once again. They began walking inside the building and take some seats next to each other far away from Bakugo after taking the written portion of the exams. One Izuku, looks like we got the best seats in the house. Ryuko, you said it, I can't stand to hear another one of that jackass's rants anymore. Senketsu, it was rather hilarious seeing Izuku tell Bakugo off for what he did. Ryuko, it truly was. No to mention those spelling errors were pretty easy to fix along with the test. Izuku, yeah, I thought the test would be harder than it seemed, but it was a piece of cake. The two then began having a conversation while many students began to fill up the auditorium. They stopped talking once they saw Present Mike coming on stage. Present Mike, how's it going, little listeners? Can I get a yeah? One. Unfortunately for Mike, it was nothing but pure silence as the students were awaiting for their instructions. Izuku would have done it, but he put that aside in order to focus on the exam. Ryuko meanwhile had covered her ears after hearing Present Mike shouted into the microphone. One Ryuko, I don't think you deserve one after almost shattering my eardrums, you idiot. Present Mike, yeesh, I wasn't expecting a tough crowd. Now, you boys and girls aced the written part of the exam, so here I'll be explaining the rules of the practical test. While Present Mike was explaining the test and what to do during it, Izuku and Ryuko were paying attention to the rules and began making strategies in order to get points. It was all going good until a blue-haired kid stood up to talk about what Mike seemed to be ignoring. Sir, it says on the UA pamphlet that there are 4 robots, but you only mentioned 3 of them. If this is how the teachers of UA act, then you are besmirching this school's information. Izuku, talk about being a stick in the mud. Ryuko, he really needs to lighten up. The kid then pointed at someone that made Izuku and Ryuko flinch, but they see he wasn't pointing to them. They both looked behind and saw that he was actually pointing at Bakugo. Bakugo, what the F are you pointing at? 2. If you're just going to not take this seriously, then I suggest you leave. Bakugo, how about you get that stick out of your butt before I blast you into oblivion? 5. How dare you say that? Present Mike, hey, let's calm down and bring the tension back. Here are your designated city areas that you'll be taken to. Do your best and go beyond plus ultra. The students went on their way to the buses as Izuku and Ryuko both had city. Izuku changed out of his school uniform into a white tank top with black shorts and wearing his traditional red sneakers. Ryuko didn't change at all but was pretty nervous about what everybody is going to think of when they see her merge with Senketsu, something that Izuku saw and was prepared for. Izuku, are you nervous about Senketsu? Ryuko, normally I'm not when it comes to him, but now I'm just feeling weird about how the guys would react to me. Izuku, I wanted to give you this yesterday, but I think now is the perfect time for it. Hands Ryuko a box. Ryuko, what's in it? Something All Might related. Izuku, you're gonna have to open it to find out. Ryuko opens the box and was surprised to see what was inside. It was a black cape with a red inside that seemed to go around her body. Ryuko looked up at Izuku, who had a smile on his face, and began to put the cape on before she pulled him into a hug. 3 Ryuko, thank you for this, I really needed it. Izuku, it's no problem. Besides, this is a present to you for helping me train. Ryuko blushed and smiled as she began to merge with Senketsu, with the cape protecting her body from the other students in attendance. Her heart was a fluttering mess as she looked at Izuku smiling back at her. He then started to do some warm-ups as she stared at him before noticing a brown-haired girl that was nervous. Ryuko, hey Izuku, I think we should help someone right now. Izuku, who is it? Ryuko points to the girl. It's the girl with the short brown hair. She seems really nervous. Izuku, well, let's go tell her not to be afraid of what would happen next. Ryuko and Izuku go to the girl in order to give some words of encouragement. As they were going to reach her, the same blue-haired kid stopped them from going near her. Are you two trying to distract her from the exams and make her lose a potential spot? Izuku, no, we aren't. We were just going to give her some advice. Ryuko, yes, she seems really nervous about the exam. Oh, my sincerest apologies for this misunderstanding. Izuku, it's not that big of a deal. It isn't. Ryuko, no, it's not. I can tell that you worked really hard to get here. But you need to let loose sometimes. I see. I'm Tenya Ida and you two are. Izuku, my name is Izuku Midoriya and she is Ryuko Matoi. Ryuko, it's nice to meet you. Ida. Ida, nice to meet you too. You can go ahead and talk to her, I won't stop you this time. Izuku, thanks, I hope you make it in. Ida, I'll make sure to pass and I'll hopefully see you two later. The duo then go to the girl after having a quick chat with Ida as he looked onward at them. He could have felt some type of aura from them that was strong but puts it off for now. Izuku, hey miss, are you okay? Oh, I'm fine. Just a little nervous, that's all. Ryuko, listen, take a few deep breaths and you'll be calm after. That way you could be prepared for the exam. The girl began to do that and felt more relaxed than ever as she regained her composure. Both Izuku and Ryuko smiled as she was now more focused and ready to take the exams. The doors to the city opened and the duo runs into the city for villain points. The girl and Ida also take charge and rush into the city, much to the confusion of the other students. Present Mike, what are you all waiting for? Heroism doesn't wait for anyone. The students began to run inside to find their own villain points for the day. Izuku, being one of the first ones in the city, activated OFA 25% full cowling and began to destroy every robot that he came across with a series of punches and kicks. Ryuko used a combination of her martial arts training and the scissor blade and pulled of many moves, destroying everything in her path. Present Mike, seems like we got a lot of worthy contenders this time. Nizu, indeed we have. Does anybody have any likings for a particular student? Midnight, I see one that reminds me of how I was back then. Snipe, and who would that be? Midnight, it's the girl with black hair and that cape wielding that blade. Everyone began to see Ryuko on the screen as she was destroying many robots with the scissor blade. Nizu pulled out her file as they were impressed by what she was doing. Nizu, her name is Ryuko Matoi. Her quirk is an interesting one called Life Fibers, in which after she bonded a piece of clothing with its owner's BLD, she can transfer its will into an entity called Senketsu that only she and another person could hear and speak to. Aizawa, sounds like a rather interesting quirk. What else could she do with it? Nizu, apparently she can modify the shape and functionalities of her suit as it would increase her human capacities and fighting capabilities. The scissor blade is also tied to Senketsu, and the interesting part here is that it could also double as her hero suit. Present mic. No wonder she didn't submit what she wanted her suit to look like. Not to mention it also looks a bit too revealing. Midnight. Maybe it's like that as her quirk needs her to show more skin in order to increase her fighting capabilities. Aizawa. I think I see a problem child that could be in my class. Present mic. Shota wants a student. Looks like the world is about to end. Aizawa, shut up. Nizu, can you zoom in on that green-haired kid and pull up his file? Nizu, I'll gladly do so, Aizawa. Nizu zoomed in on the boy in question, and the staff were shocked to see how he was doing. They saw Izuku punching every single robot he encountered with such incredible strength as he sped past many other places looking for more points. Nizu, his name is Izuku Midoriya and his quirk is called Strength Enhancement. It allows him to store up energy and deliver powerful blows, but if he uses too much energy, it would result in his bones being broken. Present mic. Are we sure that this kid isn't in UA? I mean, with his skill it looks like he should be in his 3rd year already. Aizawa, Nizu, if he passes make sure that he is in my class along with Matoi. Midnight. Never thought I'd see the day when Aizawa wants some students. I can't blame you though. He's helpful, strong, cute, and has the body of Hercules. Matoi also brings me back to my first hero costume and how life was back then. Midnight looks at Ryuko with pride, seeing the girl being a tough-as-nails badass while wearing a costume that nearly has her exposed while she licked her lips seeing Izuku's muscles through his tank top. All Might. Don't think that you should go after the boy, Midnight. Just wait until he gets into UA first. Midnight. Can't complain. Nizu, I think it might be time to see how our young prodigies do against this. Nizu presses a red button and it begins to unleash the 0-pointer. He laughs maniacally as it makes the staff shiver after seeing their boss's sadistic side. 1 Izuku. Ryuko, how many points did you get? Ryuko, me and Senketsu managed to get about 204 points. What about you? Izuku, I've gotten about 216. 6 Ryuko, that should be good enough for us to get in. 1 The ground begins to shake as the 0-pointer was unveiled. Many students started running towards the exit, not wanting to get caught in the crossfire. Ryuko and Izuku were about to head to the exit until Izuku heard a voice coming from the street. Izuku, wait, Ryuko, I heard a voice. Ryuko, then who would it be? Most of the others got out. Somebody help please. The duo turned their heads and saw the same brown-haired girl from before trapped underneath some rubble with the robot coming towards her. Ryuko used her scissors blade to destroy the piece of rubble while Izuku carried the girl back to the entrance. He then saw Ida and gave a nod to Ryuko, who quickly understood what he was going to do and was all for the plan. Izuku, Ida, please watch her for me. Ida, what about you and Ryuko? Ryuko, don't worry, we got this. Let's do this, Izuku. Izuku, way ahead of you. Izuku quickly runs back to Ryuko as she hops on his back so they could get to the robot. Activating OFA 25%, the duo soared into the sky after Izuku jumped off the ground as they got in front of the robot. Ryuko quickly jumped off his back before bringing her scissors blade up above her head. Present mic. I'm getting chills all over my body. These kids have definitely gotten my full attention now. Nizu, seems like we found some students with the heart of a hero. Wouldn't you agree with me, All Might? All Might, I couldn't agree more, Principal Nizu. Young Midoriya, young Matoi. It's time to show everyone here what you are truly made of. Go beyond plus ultra. Izuku pulled his arm back with his hand in a fist as he stared down at the robot while Ryuko made it on top of its head. Many students couldn't believe what they were witnessing. With one declaration and move, Izuku and Ryuko managed to directly hit the 0-pointer. 1 Izuku, Detroit Smash. Ryuko, Life Fiber Scissor Stab. Ryuko stabbed the head of the 0-pointer while Izuku punched it back a few feet when it began to explode. Ryuko quickly jumped off the head and got on Izuku's back just in time as he began to use the debris to head towards the ground. Everyone in the area were in disbelief by what they had just accomplished. In the staff room, Aizawa was staring at the moves in shock. Present Mix's glasses fell off his face, and Midnight had a massive blush at the two kids displaying that amount of raw power. All Might had a smile on his face while a tear ran down his cheek as he looked at his two students with pride. Nizu just simply smiled while he sipped his tea. 3. When the dust settled, Izuku and Ryuko safely made it back to the ground in one piece. Ryuko and Senketsu separated as he returned to being normal clothing while Izuku deactivated OFA. They smiled at each other before heading back to entrance as everyone was impressed by their teamwork with some thoughts in their heads. Plus Izuku, now that was how you truly beat a villain. At least me and Ryuko managed to get into UA. Hopefully we might be in the same class. I don't want to be away from her. 1. Ryuko, that was the best thing I have ever done in my life. Me and Izuku better be in the same class. I want to be with him for as long as we stay near each other. 15. A week has passed since Ryuko and Izuku took the entrance exams, and during this time they have gotten even closer. Sure, they've been hanging out non-stop during or after training, but it's gotten to the point where it looks like that they're going on dates. Of course they are in love with each other, however they are nervous about how they would react to it if one of them were to confess to each other. 2. One day when they were watching Tales from the Hood, they heard the sound of a plate breaking. The duo went over to see what was going on only to see Izuku's mother, Inko Midoriya, with 2 letters in her hand. 3. Inko, Izuku, Ryuko, your letters from UA are here. Izuku rushed over to his mother and got his and Ryuko's letters before they went to his room to open them in private. As they both stared at the letters, Izuku was shaking in fear about it until Ryuko placed her hand on his shoulder. Ryuko, are you alright? Senketsu, yeah, it seems like that your BLD pressure is rising. Izuku, I'm just nervous about what's going to happen. I dreamed of this my entire life and now it's about to happen. Ryuko, don't worry. No matter what happens, I will be by your side. Not just as your friend but hopefully as your wife. 5. Izuku couldn't help but smile in reassurance before they opened their letters only to be confused when 2 halves of a disc fall out. They pieced it together and a projection starts to play. All Might, I am here as a projection. Izuku and Ryuko gasped in excitement seeing who was on the screen. It was none other than their mentor, the number 1 hero, All Might. Izuku, oh my god, it's All Might. 2. Senketsu, looks like he might be teaching at UA. Ryuko, I guess you might be right. 3. All Might, hello there young Midoriya and young Matoi, it is I, All Might. You two are probably wondering why I'm appearing. Well, I'm here to work at UA and teach potential new heroes like you. Izuku, that's so awesome. 1. Ryuko, you bet your butt it is. I can't believe that we are going to be taught by him. Wrap it up. But I have so much to say to them. It'll push everything back. Oh, alright. Izuku and Ryuko both stared with anticipation to hear what their exam results are from the number 1 hero himself. All Might, congratulations young Midoriya. You achieved a perfect score on your written test and you scored 216 points during the practical exam. And a big congratulations to you young Matoi. You also got a perfect score on your written exam and managed to score 204 points during the practical exam. Only very few have managed to score over 100 points in the history of this exam. You both passed with flying colors. Ryuko began to smile brightly along with Izuku knowing that they both aced the exams. All Might, however, there was a little secret added to the test. Observe. All Might then played a video in which a familiar face got Izuku and Ryuko's attention. Excuse me, present mic, Izuku, that's the brown-haired girl we saved. What's she doing? Ryuko, I don't know but it might be something important. All Might, apparently she came to negotiate a deal after the exams. What was it exactly? We'll just keep watching to find out. 1. The boy with the green hair and the girl with the cape who saved my life during the exams and helped me calm down. Izuku. Ryuko, what did she want with us? Senketsu, my guess is something that could have benefited you too. They risked their lives for me even though they could have used it to gain more points. I was hoping that I can share some of my points with them to make sure they would pass. Please. All Might, your actions during the exam of not just encouraging you competition but also helping them amazed many of the students there. But the entrance exam wasn't graded solely based on villain points. Present Mike, it's nice of you to do that, little listener. But even if you asked, you can't give them your points. There was also no reason to give them any little listener. All Might, how can a hero course reject people who save others and do the right thing? Do we call that lip service? Bring it on. This is a job that requires risking one's life to put that type of service into practice. These are rescue points. They're given out by a panel of judges. It's the other basic ability we at UA look at. The scoreboard shows up and displayed all the examinees' scores from top to bottom. Izuku and Ryuko saw their names at the number 1 and 2 spot. 5 tears of joy began to come out from Izuku's eyes as his dream of finally becoming a hero was now set in motion. Ryuko started to cry tears of joy as she saw that Izuku made his dream come true and began to hug him out of joy. All Might then pointed to them with his hand out. All Might, come young Midoriya and young Matoi. This is your hero academia. One Inko stood outside the door when it suddenly opened. The next thing that happened was Izuku and Ryuko hugging her as they let her know that they made it into UA. Inko cried as she hugged them, knowing that their dream of becoming heroes was only getting closer, know that they made it into their dream school. Inko, crying, I'm so proud of you too. You finally accomplished your dreams of making it into UA. Izuku, thank you mom. I couldn't be at this moment without your support and being by my side. I love you mom, you're the best mom ever. Ryuko, you are even better than my own mother was. You actually cared for me and helped support me and my struggles in this world. Thank you for being there. To Inko, be the best heroes you could be. I think this calls for a big meal to celebrate. Izuku, is it Katsudon? Inko, yes it is, but I have to go get the ingredients at the grocery store. Ryuko, it's alright Inko. Me and Izuku can look over the place while you're gone. Inko, I knew I could trust you too. I'll be back in 2 hours. Izuku, see you later mom. Ryuko, we'll be waiting for you. 3 Inko then left the apartment with her purse in hand as she goes off to the supermarket. This just leaves the 2 teens alone with Senketsu. 3 Izuku, I still can't believe that this is happening. I'm gonna be a hero. Senketsu, it is your dream for this to happen and now you finally achieved it. Ryuko, still though, I'm just so excited that we got in. How we should celebrate this for now. Izuku, we could continue watching Tales from the Hood or maybe something better. The 2 begin to brainstorm many ideas on what they could do. Some of them included watching the Saw series, preparing a little speech, or even making a cake for Inko, but they couldn't decide what to do. There was a moment of silence where they couldn't think of anything, but it was broken by Ryuko remembering what Senketsu said the first night she slept in Izuku's room. 3 Senketsu, tell yourself that but when the time comes that when you accept these feelings, it might be too late. That exact line began to ring in her head over and over again like a wind-up toy. Ryuko looked over at Izuku and started to remember all the times that they had spent training, hanging out, watching movies and sleeping together as it caused her heart to flutter and her face to blush. Now knowing what Senketsu was saying that night, Ryuko decided that it was time to reveal what she truly thought about Izuku. Izuku, I've got nothing else to come to mind at all for now. Do you have any ideas on what we should do? Ryuko, none at the moment. Blushing Izuku, do you remember the first night where we slept together? Izuku, yeah, is something wrong with it? Ryuko, no, there's nothing wrong with it at all. It's just when you were next to me, it felt like I was feeling a bit more safe. Then I think when we cuddled I started to feel warm because of how you were holding me. This causes Izuku to blush at what happened that night. He did like the warmth and love of being next to Ryuko but couldn't bring himself to say another word. Ryuko, I was remembering all the times we spent together, how much fun we had, and how I saw you stand up to Bakugo. It made me realize that I don't want to protect you just because of how small you felt back then, but it was because I love you. She then looked away, blushing at the fact of how she had just confessed to her her crush. Izuku was a blushing mess until he thought about the time he spent with Ryuko as he took a deep breath and opened his mouth. Izuku, Ryuko, to be honest I have felt this way for a long time. Ryuko's eyes widen as she heard him say that he actually felt like this. Izuku, I started falling for you back when we first met, but I didn't want it to get in the way. After you stood up for me against Bakugo and being by my side, these feelings started to grow on me and they grew even more on that night. I love you Ryuko Matoi and I want to ask you if you want to be by my side forever as my girlfriend and eventual wife. For all Ryuko could do was just stare at her crush with tears swelling up in her eyes as she couldn't find the right words. Suddenly she got up and went towards Izuku as he backed up into a wall before she lifted her leg up. She then cupped his face as he looked on in confusion until she placed her hand on his chin before pulling him in as his lips touched hers. She then cupped his face as he looked on in confusion until she placed her hand on his chin before pulling him in as his lips touched hers. 17 Izuku was shocked that she was kissing him but ultimately gave into it as he put her leg down and embraced her. He then licked her lips and she gave him access to her mouth as they started to make out. After 5 minutes, air became necessary and the two separated with a string of saliva connecting. 7 Ryuko, how was that for an answer? Izuku, the best one I could have ever asked for. This is the best day of my entire life. Ryuko, so what do you want to do? Izuku, how about a little karaoke before mom gets back? Ryuko, that sounds like a plan. Do you want to go first or should I? Izuku, I think the black-haired Tsundere beauty should go first. 3 Ryuko, blushes. Well then let me see what song to choose. The two had a great time performing a little mini concert by themselves. They couldn't keep their eyes off of each other during each of their performances. It was a little while until they reached the last song that Izuku wanted to sing, but he got an idea. Izuku, hey Ryuko, want to do something special for this one. Ryuko, what type of special? Izuku, a little duet between the two of us. Ryuko, smiles, sure, I don't mind. Izuku, Ryuko, both the club isn't the best place to find a lover, so the bar is where I go, me and my friends at the table doing shots, drinking fast, and then we talk slow and you come over and start up a conversation with just me, and trust me, I'll give it a chance. Now take my hand, stop, put Van the Man on the jukebox, and then we start to dance. And now I'm singing like, girl, you know I want your love was handmade for somebody like me, come on now, follow my lead, I may be crazy, don't mind me, say, boy, let's not talk too much, grab on my waist and put that body on me, come on now, follow my lead, come on now, follow my lead, I'm in love with the shape of you, we push and pull like a magnet do, although my heart is falling too, I'm in love with your body, and last night you were in my room and now my bedsheets smell like you, every day discovering something brand new, I'm in love with your body, 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 every day discovering something brand new, I'm in love with the shape of you. 1 week and we let the story begin, we're going out on our first date, you and me are thrifty, so go all you can eat, fill up your bag and I fill up a plate, we talk for hours and hours about the sweet and the sour and how your family is doing, okay, leave and get in a taxi, then kiss in the back seat, tell the driver make the radio play, and I'm singing like, girl, you know I want your love was handmade for somebody like me, come on now, follow my lead, I may be crazy, don't mind me, say, boy, let's not talk too much, grab on my waist and put that body on me, come on now, follow my lead, come on now, follow my lead, I'm in love with the shape of you, we push and pull like a magnet do, although my heart is falling too, I'm in love with your body, and last night you were in my room and now my bedsheets smell like you, every day discovering something brand new, I'm in love with your body, 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 every day discovering something brand new, I'm in love with the shape of you, come on, be my baby, 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 come on, I'm in love with the shape of you, we push and pull like a magnet do, although my heart is falling too, I'm in love with your body, last night you were in my room and now my bedsheets smell like you, every day discovering something brand new, I'm in love with your body, come on, be my baby, come on, be my baby, come on, I'm in love with your body, come on, be my baby, come on, be my baby, come on, I'm in love with your body, come on, be my baby, come on, be my baby, come on, I'm in love with your body, every day discovering something brand new, I'm in love with the shape of you. Ryuko and Izuku were holding each other as they begun dancing while singing to the song. When it ended, they only stared into their eyes before leaning in for another passionate kiss. It was everything that they ever wanted, as it seemed like they had the world to themselves now, until they heard someone gasping at the sight before they turned their heads and saw Inko with her hands over her mouth. Inko, you two are together. 3 Izuku, blushing, yeah, we confessed sometime after you left. 10 Inko, Ryuko, thank you for making Izuku feel better. I am honored to call you my daughter-in-law. Ryuko smiles brightly. Thank you, Inko. The three then had a great dinner to not only celebrate them getting into UA but also on how they're finally together. Of course, Inko teased them about having grand babies, which made them blush, but they couldn't help but think what they would look like. Night came and Ryuko was in her pajamas as they both got in bed to sleep. One Izuku, this might be the best day of my life. Ryuko, and how so? Izuku, I've gotten into my dream school and asked you to be my girlfriend. How else could it get better? Ryuko, you know I kind of have something to tell you about us now being a thing. Izuku, what is it? Ryuko, it's about what would happen if any other girls might be interested in you. Izuku, then I'll just say that I only have my eyes for you. But it could be upsetting for them if they actually like me. Ryuko, that's the thing, I don't mind sharing you with them. Izuku, really? You mean it? Ryuko, yes, but only 2 rules. You don't take your eyes off of me, and they're not just going to be your girlfriends, but they're also going to be mine too. 8 Izuku, how could I take my eyes off of somebody appealing like you? Ryuko, I love you, my cute little broccoli. Izuku, and I love you, my raven-haired goddess. Wanna cuddle while we sleep? Ryuko, you know it. After that little agreement, they began to cuddle the night away. They were happy being next to each other as they held one another in their arms. However, this was only the start for their new life as UA students and lovers. One Izuku/Ryuko, I love you so much. It's now the first day of UA High for our 2 lovers. Izuku was the most excited as he couldn't wait to see what his classes would be like. But that wasn't the only reason, as he was also excited that his new girlfriend is also in the same class. The same could also be said for Ryuko as she got ready for the day. It all seemed like a dream after yesterday, but it was real. Izuku and her are now a couple and they are going to be heroes together. She only decided to wear the UA school jacket over Senketsu since he looked like a school uniform before she got Izuku's attention. She only decided to wear the UA school jacket over Senketsu since he looked like a school uniform before she got Izuku's attention. Ryuko, hey Izuku, how do I look? Izuku, define Secretary 11. Ryuko, nice reply smartass. Izuku, but you love this smartass. For Ryuko, that I do. Now let's go, we got to make it there or we'll be late. Izuku, on it. Do you have your cape? Ryuko, yeah, I got it in my bag. After saying goodbye to Inko, the 2 head on to the train to take them to UA. Ryuko and Izuku held each other's hand as they looked out in astonishment before continuing the walk to UA. When they got there, they immediately ran inside to find their class and managed to find it after searching for a while. Izuku, there it is. Ryuko, why is this door so huge? Do they have giants at this school? Senketsu, it might be those who have quirks similar to MT ladies. When they got in, Ryuko and Izuku turned their heads and saw a man in a yellow sleeping bag on the floor. He noticed them and signaled them to make it to their seats. They walked to their seats next to each other while Bakugo was arguing with Ida until he noticed Izuku. One Bakugo, Deku. What the F do you think you're doing here? One Izuku, if you can't tell I'm here to be a hero, so get out of my face, you rip-off firework. 14 Before Bakugo could say anything else, he was interrupted by Ida as he came towards Izuku and Ryuko. Ida, wait 𝗵𝗃 I'm very happy to see that you 2 made it. Ryuko, nice to see you here too, Ida. Izuku, it's great to see you here, man. Ida, I hope for us to be on good terms. Besides, I heard you 2 were the ones with the highest points in the exam. But that is to be expected of people like you to find the hidden meaning. Izuku, hey, it's always a hero's duty to help those who are in distress. Ryuko, yeah, I mean, if you can't do that, then why do you want to be a hero? Ida, I couldn't have said it better myself. Although I'm still amazed at your abilities to destroy the 0-pointer and on the way you both did that. This had come as a shock to the other students who had heard about the 0-pointer being destroyed by the combined efforts of 2 kids. One Kirishima, no way. They destroyed the 0-pointer. Tokoyami, that would mean they got the highest scores in the entrance exam. The class begins to praise the couple on their accomplishment, much to the annoyance of Bakugo. He was annoyed on how Deku and some random girl surpassed him and how they are studying at UA alongside him. For Ryuko, Thanks for that, but it wasn't that much of a big deal. We didn't want that girl to be crushed. Izuku, yeah, we only did what was the right thing to do. I just hope that she's here today. Gasps, it's you too, the girl with the cape and the green-haired boy. Thank goodness you both managed to get into UA. They turned around and saw the same girl that the couple were talking about. She did make it into the same class as them. Ryuko, what do you know? Looks like we're in the same class. I know, right? My name is Achiko Uraraka, nice to meet you. Izuku, it's nice to meet you too, Uraraka, but we should probably sit down right now. The teacher is waiting for us to be quiet. The class didn't understand what they meant until a man came out from behind the teacher's desk in a sleeping bag. He immediately unzipped it and began to start the day. 7 Aizawa, now that everyone has settled down, I'm your homeroom teacher Shota Aizawa. For the next 3 years I'll be teaching you all the ins and outs to being a hero. Now put these uniforms on, we don't have time to waste. Izuku and Ryuko walked up to the desk and took a uniform before going to the locker room to change. The rest of the class soon followed afterwards. As the boys began to change and have a conversation about today, they immediately noticed Izuku's very impressive physique. This had stunned everyone as it contradicts Izuku's face. Even Bakugo was surprised at how much he changed. Izuku finally noticed them looking at him after getting into the gym shirt. Izuku, do I have something on my face? Kirishima, not at all, bro. It's just that you're so ripped. It's too manly. Shoji, honestly we were shocked on how fit you look. We didn't expect it since you have this certain aura around you. Izuku, really? I never noticed that at all. Siro, yeah, it's just how you didn't look like you lift at first. What was your workout routine? Izuku, oh, I usually work out at a gym, but I also cleaned up Dagobah Beach with Ryuko for 3 months before we trained on different fighting techniques before the entrance exams. Kaminari, that was you too. Ida, I've heard about that as well. I must say that you two did a very good job. Izuku, thanks, but it was nothing really. We just wanted to give the people something they can enjoy. Kirishima, that is manly of you to do that, but I want to know, how do you and Ryuko know each other? Izuku, oh well, me and Ryuko were friends and we trained together for the exams. When we got the results, Ryuko told me that she loved me and I felt the same way, and now we are a couple. This surprised the guys, but they all said congratulations to Izuku except for Bakugo. After some time changing, the class made their way to the testing ground. Aizawa, it took you 10 minutes to get ready. A few seconds in the hero world could have cost the lives of millions. I expect all of you to be prepared for the future. For now we'll be doing the quirk apprehension test, and you'll be tested on how you can use your quirks freely. 3 Achiko, what about the orientation or entrance ceremony? Before Aizawa could speak up, Ryuko cut him off as she turned to Achiko. Ryuko, hey, we're here to be heroes, so we won't have time to do those type of things. He is going to help us train much more faster so we could be ready for all types of hero work like saving people or natural disasters. UA's whole point is how they are unrestricted with school traditions, as the teacher could run the classes however they like. Aizawa, smirks, I couldn't even said it better myself. Now then Midoriya, what was your best softball throw? Izuku, it's about 32 meters, sir. 7 Aizawa, alright, try using your quirk this time. You can do whatever you want with it as long as your body remains in the circle. Izuku grabs the ball and makes his way to the pitching ground. Taking a deep breath, he activates OFA 25% throughout his as he reeled his arm back. The class were shocked to see these green sparks coming out of him while Ryuko was smirking at what he was going to do. Aizawa, how strong could you truly be? You and Matoi have the promises of being interesting students. Momo, that looks like a rather interesting quirk. Su, what is he going to do? Senketsu, he might be showing off a little bit. Don't you think so? Ryuko, I know so, and that's what I like. Izuku, smash. 7 He then threw the ball so hard that it broke the sound barrier 5 times and made a crater in the ground. The ball was flying out at speeds faster than any I could see. Aizawa, looks like I'll need a new ball, but you need to know your limits. Izuku, I was only using 25% of my quirk. Everyone. Ryuko, 25%. Aizawa, and it still manages to be more powerful than it looked. Aizawa then shows his phone as it read the distance of the throw as infinity while Izuku walked back to the line. Everyone, infinity. 29 Aizawa. Okay, I usually have the top students do this as an example, but this time I'll make an exception. Matoi, what was best throw? Ryuko, it was around 34 meters. Aizawa, okay, now I want to see you use your quirk. Don't hold back and remain in the circle. Ryuko looked over at Izuku as she puts her cape on, completely covering her body. Everyone was confused by what was going on, but their thoughts were interrupted by a glowing light from Ryuko. She changed into her kamui and reeled the ball back. Zero, what's going on with her? I've never seen a quirk do that before. Himiko, I want to know that too. 2 Ida, Midoriya, do you know why she wears a cape? Izuku, the reason she wears the cape is because her quirk is rather special. It allows her to use a mix of her outfit and BLD to control an entity named Senketsu. Momo, I've never heard of that type of quirk in my life, but how does it involve the cape? Izuku, she could modify the functionalities and shape of her suit that would increase her human capacities. In short terms, the more skin she shows off, the more powerful she becomes. Ryuko, life fiber punt. This brings everyone to a sense of realization now, knowing why she has a cape covering her body, as some began to blush on how she would look. Ryuko threw the ball as it began to break the sound barrier 2 times and made a small crack in the ground, much to everyone's shock. Aizawa, like problem child before you, you need to learn your limits. But overall you seem to do good, if not almost like him. Aizawa shows everyone his phone again as everyone was surprised to see that the distance read infinity. Aizawa, now's not the time to act like children, you have 3 more years to become a hero. Whoever comes in last place in all 8 tests will be expelled. Get moving. The rest of Class 1A began to realize that their homeroom teacher was not joking as they started to do the series of tests. The tests included 50-meter dash, grip test, sandbox, side steps, sit-ups, toe touch, and the long-distance run. As they were participating, the class noticed 2 things during each test. Izuku and Ryuko were never tired after completing each objective. They were part of the last 3 on the long-distance run against Momo, who created a bike to keep up with them until she was exhausted. Momo, tired? How are you 2 not tired? Izuku, my quirk allows me to enhance my speed as I go to distances that are far away. Ryuko, I basically train my own stamina to get as fast as him. You might need a break since it looks like you're going to fall. Momo, you might be right. They stopped running so they could make over to the rest of their class, who were exhausted from trying to keep up with Izuku and Ryuko, only to just fail miserably. Ryuko, anybody want a medic? 10 Mina, very funny. How can you 2 continue like that without collapsing? Izuku, it's mostly from our training. Izuku took his uniform top and tank top off to wipe the sweat off his body. This causes the girls of Class 1A to blush at his most impressive physique. 5 Ochiko. He had all that underneath. Tsu, I didn't expect that considering his face. Momo, even though this looks indecent, he does look extremely fit. 1 Kyoka, green bean is shredded. 3 Itsuka, I hope me and him have a sparring match. 3 Mina, adorable and fit. He's got everything in my book. Toru, he has the face of a cinnamon roll and the body of a god. Kami, come to mama. 8 Himiko, how can someone so cute be so muscular at the same time? 9 Ryuko saw the girls blushing at the sight and began to smirk, knowing that they have fallen in love with him. Even Aizawa was surprised to see how well built Izuku was. Eventually the class had done the ball throw and the results came in. Izuku and Ryuko were the top students on the list, not surprising anyone, but it came to the dismay of Bakugo, who was placed 5th. At the very bottom was Kami Utsumishi, who began tearing up at the fact she was going to be expelled. 10 Aizawa, and that thing about me expelling anyone, that was just a logical ruse. I just wanted you all to do your best and perform. 1 Ryuko, I don't buy it. Especially after you expelled a whole class last year because they didn't have potential. Izuku, yeah, you aren't the type to just let anyone stay in your class. If we didn't give any efforts, you would have expelled all of us without a second thought. Eraserhead. Aizawa, Smirk seems like you two have done your homework and learned all about UA. Everyone then heads back into the locker room to change before going back to class with Aizawa sleeping so they can do what they want. They were pretty nervous after the test but had gained much more confidence after Ryuko and Izuku helped save them from being expelled. The silence was broken up by Mina, who wanted to know everybody. Mina, hey, why don't we all introduce ourselves? That way we could all become much more closer and hopefully work together. For Ida, that does sound like a good idea. Let's all do that. Mina, I'm going first. My name is Mina Ishido and my quirk is acid. 2 Momo. I'm Momo Yaoyorozu and my quirk is creation. 3 Todoroki. The name is Shoto Todoroki and my quirk is half cold half hot. 4 Siro. My name is Hanta Siro and my quirk is tape. 5 Kyoka. I'm Kyoka Jairu and my quirk is earphone jack. 2 Toru. I'm Toru Hagakure and my quirk is invisibility. 2 Aoyama. My name is Yuga Aoyama and the name of my quirk is naval laser. 3 Shoji. I'm Mizo Shoji and my quirk is dupli arms. 2 Kami. I am Kami 𝗧𝗵𝗲 and my quirk is glamour. 5 Kaminari. The name is Denki Kaminari and my quirk is electrification. 3 Tokoyami. I'm 𝗵𝗃𝗃 Tokoyami and the name of my quirk is dark shadow. 5 Kirishima. Ijiro Kirishima is the name and my quirk is hardening. 2 Itsuka. I'm IzuKendo and my quirk is big fist. 8 Tsu. My name is Tsuyu Ajui but call me Tsu. My quirk is frog. 2 Bakugo. The name is Katsuki Bakugo, my quirk is explosion and I'm gonna be the next #1 hero, you extras. 10 Himiko. My name is Himiko Toga and my quirk is transform. 6 Ida. My name is Tenya Ida and the name of my quirk is engine. 3 Achiko. I'm Achiko Uraraka and my quirk is zero gravity. 3 Ryuko. Looks like we're up, buddy. Senketsu. It seems like it. Tokoyami. Who were you talking to? Ryuko. It was my quirk. My name is Ryuko Matoi and my quirk is life fibers but you all can call him Senketsu. Momo. Oh, so you have a living quirk as well. Ryuko. Yeah, but he is a mix of that and a transformation quirk since he can double as a hero suit. Kaminari. That is one of the coolest quirks I've heard in my life. Ida. That is true but we understand why you wear the cape. Most of us would also be embarrassed of how we would look in that type of outfit. Ryuko began to smile after hearing her new classmates support her. Izuku then stood up as he began to introduce himself to everyone. Izuku, like before, my name is Izuku Midoriya and my quirk is strength enhancement. It can grant me powerful amounts of strength and speed whenever I activate it. Kirishima, that quirk was way too manly when you showed it to us. Himiko, yeah, I mean just knowing that you only use 25% makes it seem much more powerful and unique. Achiko, yeah, you could be the next #1 hero if you work hard enough. This caused Izuku to smile brightly, making every girl blush at the sight. The class left after introducing themselves as the couple were heading back home. It was going to be them until Ida and Achiko caught up with them and wanted to walk home with them. Achiko, so what do you do in your spare time, Deku? Izuku, why did you call me Deku? Achiko, it was because of what Bakugo called you, so I thought that would be your nickname. Ryuko, sadly that is not the case, Achiko. Deku is an insult that means useless and of little worth. Ida, that is completely unacceptable. Why would Bakugo call you that, Midoriya? Izuku, you see, I am a late bloomer for my quirk, so I grew up quirkless for most of my life. Bakugo used it to bully me but Ryuko helped me gain some confidence so I wouldn't get hurt anymore. Achiko, I'm so sorry for calling you that. It just reminded me of the word Dekairu and how it means, you can do it. 6 Izuku, well, you can call me Dekairu since I'm trying to break away from being called Deku. 14 Ida, it's very admirable of you, Midoriya. I wish you the best during our 3 years here at UA. Ryuko went up to Izuku and kissed his cheek while holding his hand as they walked back home. The first day of school was over, but it is just the beginning for a year that they are never going to forget. The next day at school was fairly simple to say the least, as they had gone over normal school subjects. Though during their modern hero arts class with Midnight, she was blushing whenever Izuku got an answer correct. Izuku actually thought that Midnight was pretty attractive and Ryuko was in awe at seeing how the hero was dressed, as she now understood why Izuku wasn't bothered by how she looked in her Kamui form. 5. She also smirked knowing that Midnight actually has a crush on her boyfriend along with the girls in her class. The girls were also jealous on how Ryuko and Izuku were close to each other after it's been revealed that they were dating. After lunch, the class began to wonder on who would be teaching them for their next class, but it was interrupted by the sound of heavy footsteps. Izuku, seems like that's All Might coming in. Ryuko, now we know who our next teacher is. The door then flew open as All Might stood in front dressed in his Silver Age costume. All Might, I am coming through the door like a normal person. 5. Senketsu, that wasn't normal at all. Ryuko, you can say that again. Kaminari, whoa, it's really All Might. Itsuka, I heard it from the others but I still can't believe he's going to be our teacher. Shoji, to think we are going to be taught by All Might was only a dream but now it's possible. Tsu, that's a costume from the Silver Age, isn't it? Himiko, the style is so different but it's still giving me goosebumps. All Might, I am your teacher for basic hero training. It is a subject where you train and learn different aspects of heroics in order to learn the basics of becoming a hero. I ask you all to take this subject seriously as your life depends on it. It's the reason why you all came here to this school after all. All Might then reached into his pocket and pulled out a card. That read, Battle. All Might, let's get right into it. This is what we'll be doing today: combat training. Bakugo, combat Izuku, training. All Might, but of course, you can't be a pro hero without your costumes. He then pressed a button on a small remote as tall drawers slide out to reveal many suitcases in them. Each case was labeled with a number. This made Ryuko feel uncomfortable as she noticed that there wasn't a case for her due to Senketsu as Izuku noticed her looking down. All Might, these are the costumes you designed based on your quirk and have requested before school started. Everyone get dressed and gather to 𝗵𝗃𝗲 afterwards. Everyone Izuku and Ryuko, yes sir. The class then begins to leave with their suitcases as they headed to the locker rooms to change. However, Ryuko was being quiet about how they'll react to her 𝗵𝗃𝗲, which Izuku would notice when he got his case. Once the class left the room, Izuku and Ryuko were left alone as he wanted to talk to her about what she is going to do. Izuku, nervous about Senketsu. Ryuko, it's that obvious. I'm just really tense because of what they might think of me in that form and how they would treat me. Senketsu, there's nothing to feel nervous about, Ryuko. Ryuko, and how is that supposed to cheer me up? Senketsu, you see, while you and Izuku always hung out, I took the liberty of training myself to use a form to help you in battle so you wouldn't feel exposed. I managed to perfect it and now you won't have to expose more skin, as whenever I cover your body, I could redirect more BLD into your body so you can never feel tired. Izuku, you actually did that. Ryuko, you better not be bullshitting me. Senketsu, I'm not joking, so now let's go towards 𝗵𝗃𝗲 and show off how we look. This caused Ryuko to gain much more confidence as she took off her jacket and went towards the gym. After a while, the class came out in their hero costumes and Ryuko was surprised to see how they all looked. Some of them seemed to have matched their own quirks and persona, but there were those that made her question the choices. Ryuko, man, your outfits look cool. Senketsu, I wonder what they look like with Goku uniforms. 1-0, thanks Matoi. Shoji, yeah, I'm surprised they actually like my design for the suit. Ryuko, wait, Cammy. Are you sure you want that suit for you? She pointed at Cammy's outfit, which was just a black catsuit with blending patterned lines and a zipper running down the middle. She also wore white cuffs around her wrists and white-heeled knee-high boots patterned with gray lines along with a loose black collar lined with metallic plates. She also wore white cuffs around her wrists and white-heeled knee-high boots patterned with gray lines along with a loose black collar lined with metallic plates. 1 Cammy. Yeah, it's what I'm going for. A femme fatale that seems like an eye-catcher but is incredibly badass when in battle. 4 Ryuko looks over everyone with an excited look until she looked at Momo, Achiko, and Toru's costumes. While Achiko had a skin-tight suit that matched her, Ryuko was surprised at how Momo basically wore a swimsuit. Not just that, but she even noticed how Toru's suit had gloves and boots, which made her think that the suit is invisible. Ryuko, Achiko, are you sure that the suit is good? It looks a little tight. And kind of CC2. Achiko, yeah, I should have been really specific. I wanted it to hide my pressure points, but the design team made it skin tight as a result. Ryuko, oh, But Momo, is it alright to wear that? It looks like a swimsuit, but it does look good on her Momo. Well, you see, my quirk allows me to create non-living objects by fat lipids. So the more skin I expose grants me the ideas of what to make. Ryuko, I see, but maybe you could have gone with the DNA-based costume. 3 Toru, wait, what is that? Am I missing something? Ryuko, she is wearing gloves and boots? How could she? Oh my god. She is practically naked right now. Blushing, it's where they use a piece of your hair to make the costume. Himiko, yeah, I've got the same thing for my suit but also for my support gear. Ryuko turned her head around to see Himiko in a skin-tight crimson red and white outfit with a red skirt. She was wearing a bandana that had sharp teeth on it along with a pair of red-tinted goggles. On her back was a cylindrical container with many syringes coming out of it while her gloves had syringes as claws. 3 On her back was a cylindrical container with many syringes coming out of it while her gloves had syringes as claws. 10 Ryuko, really, what does your quirk do? Himiko, if I drink someone's BLD I can turn into that person and use their quirk. I had this suit made so that it can transform along with my body while my pack can turn invisible and be used as a way to collect BLD samples. Ryuko, that's really cool. With a quirk like that you can infiltrate many evil lairs and hopefully no dangerous plans. Himiko, thanks. Many people said that it is a villain quirk, but my parents knew better as they helped my BLD addiction by giving me BLD pills to take every 6 hours. 6 Momo, I never thought about that, but I don't mind that at all. Ryuko, you know what, excuse me, everyone. Everyone in the class turned their heads towards Ryuko as she began to announce what was in her mind. After seeing how everyone looked in their suits, she knew that they had to be upgraded soon if they want to be heroes. Thankfully, Ryuko knew about Izuku's hobby of analyzing quirks, as she knew that it could help them with their suits. Ryuko, I'll ask Izuku if he could do a quirk analysis on you all so you can understand which parts of your costumes that you want to change. Kaminari, wait, you can have him do that for us. Ryuko, yeah, I'm sure that he'll be glad to help you guys out. Izuku, sorry I'm almost late everyone. The students looked up to see Izuku in a green bodysuit with red line designs and a red belt, black shoulder pads, elbow pads, and dual-colored black and red gloves. He was also wearing knee pads with his red sneakers and has his hood and mask on his head. 11 Pretend the shoulder pads are black, the gloves are red and black, red lines on the suit, and he is wearing his mask and hood too. Everyone, whoa, Kirishima, that looks so manly. Midoriya. Achiko, yeah, it looks cool. Dikairu. Ida, such an interesting choice for the colors. Siro, smirking, did you include the red and black marks because of Ryuko? Izuku, blushing, yeah, she helped me out during my darkest days, so I thought about honoring her for my costume. Ryuko, I love you so much. Izuku, I love you too. Besides, Senketsu said that he achieved a new form for you. Are you gonna show it to us? Everyone, yeah, show it to us. Ryuko, alright, I'll do it. Ready, Senketsu? Senketsu, ready. Ryuko. She began to transform as lights surrounded her body, making the class shield their eyes for a while. When it calmed down, everyone saw that she now had Senketsu merged as a sports top with spiked shoulder pad, a warrior skirt, 2 elbow gloves, and knee-high battle heels with her scissor blade turned into a long sword. Izuku was shocked by how she now looks along with the class. 14 Mina, that Kami, looks Toru, so Izuku, badass. Kaminari, you actually look cool. Tsu, when we heard about Senketsu merging with you and the situation, we were prepared to accept how you look. Ida, that is one of the most interesting quirks I have ever come across in my entire life. Hearing their support made Ryuko see that they were fine with how she really looked with Senketsu. It also made her thankful that he had trained himself to make a more appropriate hero look for her brand new career. This would soon be put away as All Might would announce what the training exercise is while praising their costumes. Ryuko smiles, thank you everyone. All Might, the clothes make the hero, and I certainly think you'll be quite the impression when you all debut. What we are going to do is a battle exercise where 2 of you get to be heroes while another 2 students play the villains. The villains have a nuclear weapon in their hideout and it is your job to go and dispose of it. All teams and opponents will be determined by drawing lots. Ida, Is that really how we'll be doing this lesson? Izuku, it makes sense due to how often pros have to team up with other heroes from other agencies during emergencies. Ida, I see. All Might, now let's get this started. The students picked out their team numbers with Izuku being teamed up with Ichiko and Ryuko being paired up with Kami. The teams picked out first were Ida and Bakugo as villains while Ichiko and Izuku were heroes. As Bakugo and Ida were hiding the bomb, Ichiko and Izuku began to think of a plan to counter the two. Ichiko, so do you have a plan for this 𝗧𝗵𝗲? Izuku, Bakugo would attack first, so I'll hold him off while you try a different route to locate the bomb. If Ida manages to find you, try and dodge his moves so I could help out. Ichiko, that sounds like a plan. Let's do this. All Might, heroes may now enter. They both rushed into the building and began to walk through the corridors to find the bomb. Everything had seemed to be a little too quiet for them, which would put Izuku and Ichiko on edge about any ambush. It would only be just a few minutes later until they heard the sound of explosions coming faster. Izuku, Uraraka go. Bakugo, Deku. Izuku pushed Ichiko out of the way as Bakugo landed an explosive hit on him. She then runs to a different corridor to find the bomb while Bakugo stares down at Izuku, who dodged the blast. This was a surprise to him as he never knew how strong Izuku was until he saw the results of the quirk assessment. Kirishima, an ambush. If you're really a man, you should fight face to face. All Might, ambush is also a tactic. They are now in a real battle. Mina, Midori dodged it. For Kaminari, but Bakugo's still moving. Ryuko, don't worry. I'm sure Izuku will beat him. Bakugo, I'll only mess you up just enough not to be disqualified. One Bakugo then tries to throw a right hook punch only for Izuku to dodge it. He then grabbed Bakugo's arm before slamming him into the ground, shocking his tormentor and everyone else. Ryuko was thankful that he still remembered his analysis notes on Bakugo that would even include how he attacks. Bakugo, what the F? How did he predict my movements? 1 Izuku, Bakugo, you always start a fight with an attack from the right. Trust me, I've seen too much of it. I've been training in martial arts and boxing during the months before the exam. But now everything's different because I'm no longer that useless Deku anymore. From now on, I'll instead be known as 𝗧𝗵𝗲. One Bakugo could only grin angrily as he got back up to fight again. Ichiko was shocked at how he stood up to him while Ryuko began tearing up seeing him finally fight back against him. It was something that she knew Izuku could do and was glad that he finally found his strength to do it. Bakugo, Deku, you really pisses me off. 1 Izuku, Ichiko now. She then nods to run off and find the nuclear weapon just as Bakugo started to blast toward Izuku. He then threw a kick that Izuku managed to block before slamming into a wall nearby to put him in a confused daze. Seeing that he was down, Izuku would get the capture tape out to tie him up until Bakugo would regain his senses. Bakugo, you still have time to look around. How cocky. 2 Bakugo looked to see Izuku tying the capture tape around his leg. He then throws a right-hand explosive punch that made Izuku dodge out of the way and let go of him. This made Bakugo more angry than he already was, trying to get Izuku down only to be beaten by him until Ichiko spoke through Izuku's earpiece. Ichiko, 𝗧𝗵𝗲. Izuku, yes Uraraka. I'm a little busy. Ichiko, I've found the weapon. It's in the middle of the 5th floor. Izuku, alright. I can't go there with Bakugo following me. He'll just stop me from helping Uraraka. I got it. Izuku then begins to run only for Bakugo to chase him down the hall. He tried to throw a punch at him but Izuku caught his fist before slamming him into the wall. Bakugo got up before he stared down at his former punching bag but knew that he had one more trick to put Deku in his place. Bakugo, so you finally gave up. It doesn't even matter. Raises his gauntlet towards Izuku. My explosions come the sweat in my palms that I can detonate at will. If this gauntlet is exactly what I requested, then this arm guard will store all the sweat. 1 All Might, young Bakugo stop. That would kill him. Bakugo, not if he dodges. A huge explosion was released from the gauntlet but Izuku jumped out of the way before wall jumping behind Bakugo. Ryuko was surprised to see how strong the explosion could be but was relieved seeing Izuku safe. When the smoke cleared, everyone thought that he was dead until they saw Izuku still standing. Izuku, good tactic but never rely on building up. Bakugo was surprised to hear him but was quickly neck-chopped by Izuku, knocking him unconscious. He then tied him up using the capture tape before making it to Ochiko's position. Once there, he would see that she was trying to get towards the fake bomb while Ida was trying to get her down and out. 𝗧𝗵𝗲, he survived that. Ryuko, don't underestimate him. While he doesn't look like it, he is pretty tough and really smart when it comes to training. All Might, Bakugo has been eliminated. Izuku made his way to Ochiko as she was getting tired from dodging Ida's powerful kicks. He was about to kick her to the ground when Izuku blocked the shot. This move surprised Ida as he tried to go in for another kick only to be blocked again. Ida, I see that you know how my movements work, but it's not enough to stop you from reaching the weapon. Izuku, I beg to differ. Ida tries to continue using multiple kicks to knock down Izuku only to fail every time. He was too focused in his current objective that just as he tried to land another hit that he didn't notice Ochiko at all. It was only a matter of time until he heard the sound of a horn blaring signifying the end of the villain training exercise. All Might. Heroes have secured the bomb. The heroes have won. Ida, what? How did I lose? Izuku, a simple answer, Ida. When you're against someone in a battle, always keep an eye on your other opponents. Ida looked behind and saw Ochiko with her hand on the bomb, realizing what Izuku meant. He felt impressed by what his friend had taught him. But he could still feel a sense of shame since he lost the match, but Izuku patted him on the back. Ida, why are you doing that? Izuku, it's not your fault. You tried everything you could do to win. You failed, but you could use this as a teaching experience to learn to never let your guard down. Ida, smiles, thank you Midoriya. I will do better for the next time we go against each other. 3 After making their way back with some medical bits taking Bakugo to Recovery Girl, everyone began congratulating Izuku for his plan. It was something he didn't expect but was happy that they thought he had a good match. After many other matches take place, it was time for Ryuko and Kami to go against 𝗧𝗵𝗲 and Momo. 1 Ryuko, so what can you do with your quirk? Kami, what I could do is exhale a mist from my mouth. This mist allows me to make illusions to anyone who breathes in. Do you have a plan for this exercise? Ryuko, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 is the one who come after us first, so I think that you can distract him with your quirk while I tape him up. As I'm taping him up, you find the bomb and give me the location so I could handle Momo. All Might. Heroes may now enter. The duo makes their into a building and began looking for the bomb. As they were searching, a long strp of tape almost hit Ryuko in the face as she carefully dodged it before cutting it to pieces. Kami took this as a sign to put their plan into effect but would blush at the action that Ryuko would do to protect her. 1 𝗧𝗵𝗲, I know you two are out there. Just give up and this will all be over. He was about to shoot another piece of tape until he saw Kami sticking her leg out. 𝗧𝗵𝗲, and just what are you doing? Kami, oh sorry. Is it a crime for me to stretch my legs? 𝗧𝗵𝗲, blushing and no, but you should be careful of who you might be talking to. Kami, fair enough, but is it alright if I see the face of the cute boy who might capture me? This made 𝗧𝗵𝗲 blush up a storm before he took his helmet off. Kami walked up to him and blew a little kiss in his face, using her quirk on him. Next thing that happened, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 was in an illusion where he saw multiple Kamis begging for a kiss. When he reached towards one of them, he felt nothing until he shook his head. From there, he would see that he had touched a wall as Kami's quirk disappeared and reality would be restored. It was there that 𝗧𝗵𝗲 saw that he was tied up by Ryuko using the capture tape and was utterly confused about what happened. All Might. Young 𝗧𝗵𝗲 has been eliminated. 𝗧𝗵𝗲, what happened? Where did all the Kamis go? Ryuko, she used her quirk on you and you fell into an illusion. I was tying you up while Kami is looking for the bomb. Also don't beat yourself up, you had a good plan to win. 𝗧𝗵𝗲, smiles, thanks Matoi. Kami, Ryuko, I managed to find the bomb on the 3rd floor but Momo is trying to get me with a staff. Ryuko made her way to Kami who was barely dodging all of Momo's hits. She brought her scissor blade out and started to fight Momo as she gained the upper hand. Ryuko leg sweeps her to the ground while Kami touches the bomb. All Might. The heroes have won. Ryuko, nice moves with the staff. Momo, thank you. I must say that you had a really good plan as well. As the small group left the area, Momo would look at Ryuko for a bit as a small blush would form on her face. Ryuko and the others got back to viewing room where upon getting there, Izuku went up to Ryuko and kissed her. She was surprised by this but gave in while the other girls felt jealous and the guys were smirking at Izuku. 5 Ryuko, blushing, why did you do that? Izuku, I was just so proud of my Tsundere beauty. Ryuko, not as much as me about your battle with Bakugo. Kaminari, hey Midoriya, when we get back, are you going to analyze our quirks? After Kaminari asked that question to him, Izuku would be super confused at what he was talking about. Ryuko would realize that she had forgotten to tell him about the idea because of the battle training exercises they had. As more of Class 1A were interested in what he could say, Izuku snapped out of his confusion to ask what they mean. Izuku, wait, what do you mean analyze your quirks? Ryuko, oh that. I kind of made a promise that you can analyze their quirks when we finish the battle trials. I wanted to tell you but the training started and I couldn't do so. Izuku, but why would you do that? Ryuko, I saw some of the costumes here and I thought that you guys needed some improvements. Kirishima, what do you say about it, Midobro? Izuku, I don't mind but let's get back to class and pack up before we do this. Everyone agreed to this and were excited to have their quirks analyzed along with some ideas for their costumes. Ryuko and Izuku smiled at each other before sharing another kiss as they made their way back to class. Another day of class done and Bakugo was put in his place. The day couldn't get even better for our young couple. But they knew that they had to analyze some of the class's quirks while Ryuko knew to ask Achiko about her feelings. The school day had ended and now it was time for everyone to get their quirks analyzed by Izuku. Many of the students like Kaminari and Mina were excited about what he had to say while some like Ida and Momo are interested on what he had to say. The only ones that didn't go were Aoyama, who had some type of business to attend to at home, and Bakugo who was still pissed off that Izuku managed to beat him. 3 Izuku. Okay, so all of you want me to analyze your quirks and see if I can find some way to change your hero suit. Is that correct? Kirishima, we are speaking the truth, Midobro. Ida, I am interested to see what ideas you could think of for my hero suit to work well with my quirk. Itsuka, this might be cool to know how it can benefit us. Ryuko, so which one of you guys like to go first? It doesn't have to be hard to give it a try. Toru, I guess I'll go first since you guys know what my costume is. Izuku, okay, your quirk is invisibility but I wonder can you see yourself? Toru, yeah I can. Is that a problem? Izuku, no it isn't. I thought that it would be transparency but you could see yourself and being transparent can't allow that to happen since light would go through your eyes. What your body is doing is simply bending the light around your cells and with enough training, you could use it to do many things like refracting light into blinding flashes and to bend light in whichever way you make it go. 3 Everyone was shocked by what Izuku had thought about Toru's quirk and what its usefulness could be. Toru, wow, I never thought about why I was invisible but refracting light, that actually sounds cool. But are there going to be changes when it comes to my hero suit? Izuku, what I can suggest for you are some goggles that would prevent you from going blind. The suit itself can be made by a piece of your hair and it should be made out of some reflective lens material. This would act as a cloaking device for when you want to fully be invisible. Some stealth boots made of the same material are also necessary so you could muffle your footsteps for maximum stealth. Toru, that is actually pretty awesome to think about. But it is still a bad thing that I can't be visible to all of you. Just as she finished saying that, a blinding light began to envelop Toru. Everyone began to cover their faces before the shining light died down and what they saw was shocking to say the least. From where the invisible girl once stood was a girl with light aqua hair and eyes. This was Toru fully visible. This was Toru fully visible 6 Mina. Toru, yeah Mina. Mina, I can see you. Toru, wait what? You can see me? Izuku, not just her but all of us can. Ryuko, yeah, you actually look appealing. 1 Senketsu, I don't even words to describe how she looks. Toru looked on her phone and sure enough, she was fully visible to everybody. She began to cry tears of joy now that she can be seen by everyone else. Toru, sniffling, I can't believe it. I'm finally visible. I gotta get this costume made now. Ida, we can't get it now. The support department is closed right now. 1 Toru, Omen. I really wanted to change my costume. Ryuko felt bad about Toru's new situation but suddenly got an idea. She reached into her bag and pulled out the cape Izuku gave her before giving it to Toru. Ryuko, here. Take the cape. Toru, I can keep it. But it's yours. Ryuko, hey, you need it more than me. Toru smiled at her before she puts the cape in her bag. Izuku, now that your new evolution has been solved, anyone want to go next? 𝗵𝗃, I guess I'll go. My quirk just makes me shoot out and absorb large amounts of electricity. However, the downside is that if I overuse it, I could short-circuit my brain and turn into an idiot for some time. Izuku, that does sound like a good quirk, but have you ever tried controlling it? Since your quirk has a dangerous drawback, you should think of a way to control any type of voltage whenever you use it. Once you learn how to control this power, it can become your best friend. 𝗵𝗃, I never thought about doing that. It sounds like a really great idea, Midoriya. Are there any changes that you can make for my costume that would help? Izuku, what I can think of for you is to change the color of your jacket to yellow while your pants should be black on top with white on the bottom and to have a lightning bolt design on your pants all alongside yellow boots. You can also have an antenna comm on your visor so you could detect high amounts of electricity and to communicate with anyone. The last thing to change would be switching your shirt to a block CRP top for skin-to-skin melee attacks. 𝗵𝗃, those sound like good ideas. Thanks a lot, Midoriya. Izuku, it's no problem. Mina, can I go next? Midori. Izuku, sure. Mina, my quirk is pretty much self-explanatory. I am able to shoot acid from any part of my body, but I had to build up resistance on what type of acid I make. Izuku. Then you should still keep building up your resistance, as the more stronger the acid is, the more versatile it can be on the field. You might also want to study some chemistry with Momo to research on different types of acid. You could also make a nozzle with your fingers to increase its range. Mina, so I need to build up more resistance and work on range-based attacks. Thanks for the advice, Midori. Are there any changes to my costume that you think are necessary? Izuku, I would alter the jacket since the fur might be a little too much, but it's going to be more shorter and colored purple. Some gauntlets are needed to work well with your ranged attacks, and some spouts on the boots can create additional outlets for acid secretion. Mina goes and hugs Izuku, who reciprocates it back. This causes the girls to feel jealous on how she got close to him, while Ryuko noticed and began thinking of who should confess first, and the guys began smirking as they knew that each girl is in love with Izuku. Ryuko, I think it might be time to put that sharing Izuku thing into effect, but who should confess first? Mina, let's go of Izuku. Thanks for the ideas, Midori. It can really help me a lot. Izuku, blushing, you're welcome for that. Anybody else want a turn? 𝗧𝗪, I'll go next for you, Midoriya. Izuku, take it away, 𝗧𝗪. So my quirk is nothing special, as I'm just able to shoot cellophane tape out of my elbows and I can try swinging from place to place with them. Izuku, it can be special even though it's just tape. You have mastered swinging from place to place, but have you ever thought of using it in a fighting style? You could shoot tape onto your opponents to get them closer to you, or just wrap them up and swing them into others. You can also try moving heavy objects with them, but start small and work up to the big leagues. 𝗫𝗪, thanks Midoriya. I'll make sure to try that when I have time to train. Any design choices for the costume? Izuku, not that much for it, but the base color can be all black with white lines for stealth, while the shoulder pads and boots have an orange color. The same could be said for some gloves that you need for parkour and swinging. The final addition I can make is to add some lights for situations in which you might have to rescue people in the dark. 𝗧𝗪, might as well try and build up some muscles for my arms. Thanks for this whole thing, Midoriya. Izuku, anytime. 𝗧𝗪. Todoroki, would you mind going next? Todoroki, fine. My quirk generates ice on my right side while fire generates on my right side. I'm trying to be a hero without using my left side since it is his fire. For Ryuko, must be some parental issues, and judging by the scar, he had a pretty hard life. Izuku, I think an idea you could try with your ice is making large walls to freeze enemies and block their attacks, while your fire could be used as a defensive and offensive attack. Another attack you could do is cooling the air around others until you switch it to fire as a superheated blast. You can also concentrate your fire on your fist so when it comes into contact with an opponent, an explosion of flame could burst out and burn them. I could also help you train your fire side if you ever change your mind. Todoroki, I'll take it into consideration Midoriya. What would you also change on my costume? Izuku, well for starters, the jumpsuit can be all black with thermoregulators underneath a blue parka which those need to be flame resistant. Some retractable ice spikes are also needed for your boots and the buttons to activate can be on the gloves. The final change is to add a respirator to prevent inhaling freezing or scalding air. Todoroki, I'll make it work but it won't stop me from not using his fire. Thank you Midoriya. Izuku, I hope he tells me why he won't use it. Who else wants to go? Shoji, I might as well try. My quirk allows me to grow individual body organs on my tentacles. 5 Izuku, it sounds like an interesting quirk but you could try making a bigger structure of the same body structure. The same could be said with different parts like an ear with a different ear canal and eardrum that could pick up sounds no normal person could hear. You can read up on human anatomy to figure out how different body systems work and alter what you can recreate. For Shoji, sounds like a good idea Midoriya. Any changes necessary for my costume? Izuku, surprisingly, there are no changes at all. The costume is already perfect as it is. Shoji, thanks Midoriya. It really means a lot. Izuku, no problem Shoji. Ida, do you want to turn? Ida, I would be humbled to accept your request. My quirk is a mutation type since it allows me to have super speed and superhuman kicks via jet engines in my legs. Izuku, to further your quirk usage, I suggest that you consistently up the time you can spend in top gear. The longer you can maintain maximum speed and output, the further you'll push your quirk. As for your costume, I'd look for an efficient cooling system. Ida, thank you for your analysis Midoriya. I shall look into implementing your ideas in the near future. Izuku, you're welcome Ida. Sue, I can go next for you Midoriya. My quirk is frog and I have many abilities like enhanced swimming and jumping, sticking to and climbing up walls, and a long tongue. Izuku, it does sound good but I don't think you're based on a single type of frog but instead every known kind in the world. A cold environment might be your weakness, so I think you could increase your resistance in such places or even support items that helps you warm up. I also recommend doing some research about frog species and find some things you can replicate. 5 Tsu. Wow, I'm starting to like you more Midoriya. 1 Tsu bluntly surprised the other girls at her straightforward action. Izuku couldn't help but blush while Ryuko was impressed by her actions. 1 Ryuko, color me impressed but I might have to talk to Tsu later. Izuku, blushing and no problem Tsu. Tokoyami, I'll go before Kirishima if it's alright with you. Izuku, take it away. Tokoyami, Dark Shadow has an effective range of about 30 meters but could just reach over 40. His size and shape are semi-malleable but mostly retains the same overall form. He can also become less controllable the darker it gets with his strength growing proportionally. For Izuku, it's interesting but you only use him for mid to range long combat. If you want to handle Dark Shadow better, you'll need to overcome him in full darkness. Since you said he is semi-malleable, let him cover your whole body as it can increase your defense and strength while doing your melee attacks. Tokoyami, you make a good point Midoriya. Would there be any changes for my costume? Izuku, I suggest to keep what is underneath the cloak but modify the cloak for increased mobility. When it is unfurled, the cloak can offer maximum coverage for Dark Shadow when necessary. The last thing to add on is some armor to protect your arms. Tokoyami, thank you for the opportunity Midoriya. Kirishima, yo Midoriya, think I can get an analysis now. Izuku, of course Kirishima. Your hardening seems to take on a rock-like structure but you seem to have built up from a moderate increase in sturdiness. As of right now you're much more closer to advancing your quirk to its full potential. All you have to do is just push that limit. 5 Kirishima takes the advice on what he was told and starts to break his limit as his body begins to harden. Once he saw that, he realized he needs to do it but to spread it throughout his whole body while feeling a strong resistance. Kirishima forced his quirk past the resistance until he felt something crack until it vanished while he felt heavy but much more stronger. Mina, holy sht Kiri. Kirishima opened his eyes as he noticed everyone looking in shock. He looked down at his arms only to see that they're jagged and his hands looking like claws. He saw his whole body looking like jagged dense rock. 𝗂𝗵𝗲, dude. What happened? You look crazy tough. Kirishima, I just thought about what Midoriya said and pushed past my limit. Izuku, congratulations Kirishima. Your quirk has advanced. 12 Kirishima was proud of himself until he deactivated his quirk. Kirishima, that took a lot of energy. I might have to build up my stamina for this. So Midoriya, are there any customizations for the costume? Izuku, what I can think of is for a sleeveless shirt and your pants to be made by a piece of your hair to help with your hardening. The jaw armor should cover your jaw fully and provide additional armor. The pauldrons should be modified so it won't restrict movement. And finally, some flexible arm bands to hold armor in place and stretch to accommodate your quirk. Kirishima, I'll make sure to get my costume updated for this. Kyoka, I'll go next if you want Midoriya. Izuku, alright then. Kyoka, my earphone jacks allow me to plug into anything and be able to transfer the sound of my heartbeat if I speak or hear more precisely. The sad thing is I can't control the volume or frequency of it at all. Izuku, okay, what I can think is some changes for your hero suit. The jacket should have additional amps so it wouldn't be localized in the boots only. This could connect to a pitch shifter gauntlet on your arm to allow the pitch to be adjusted to a higher or lower setting. The boots would be bass boosted to allow more powerful low pitches. Kyoka, those sound like good ideas for my suit and now I can control the sound frequencies. Thanks for the analysis Midoriya. Izuku, I'll help you anytime 𝗎𝗪. Kyoka, blushing you can call me Kyoka if you want. Izuku, so every girl here is in love with me. I don't mind it at all Kyoka. Yaoyorozu, do you want to go next? 5 Momo, well for my quirk, I can create non-organic things with the lipids in my body but only if I know the molecular structure. It is also the reason as to why my suit is revealing since I need to expose my skin to create many objects. Izuku, what I could think of for you is that while you can make stuff at a fast rate, you still need more experience for fighting. I suggest taking some martial arts lessons to help out with that. Momo, interesting suggestion for me but I'll do it. Since there is the DNA-based costume idea, do you have any ideas for my suit? Izuku, the suit can be a red CRP top with red athletic shorts but they have a mesh made from your hair that allows creations to phase through. A visor is also necessary to allow easy access to schematics instead of a book. I would also put in some armor made from a strong pliable material based only on your arms, shoulders, and ankles. 2 Momo, so I can still keep creating things while I don't show off that much. Thank you Ryuko for this opportunity. 1 Ryuko, come on, it's not that much of a big deal. I knew that he wanted to know your quirks and how you can improve them. Izuku, it's nice that I have you with me. Kisses her cheek Ryuko, I'll never leave your side for as long as I live. Cammy, wanna have a turn? Cammy, sure thing. My quirk allows me to make illusions from a mist that comes out of my mouth at will. 1 Izuku, it sounds like a good idea for a quirk but have you thought of distributing in your suit? With the collar on your neck and the cuffs on your hands, you can add in a spray that can trap your opponents in their own illusions. You can also look up different fighting styles like karate to knock them out. 1 Cammy, not a bad idea to use for my costume at all. I'll make sure tell the support department about it. 1 Itsuka, I'll go next for you Midoriya. Izuku, show us what you got Kendo. Itsuka, my quirk allows me to enlarge my fists. Due to this, I learned many martial arts techniques to try and improve my quirk and fighting styles whenever I use it. Izuku, sounds like a good quirk to take out multiple people at once. There's nothing at all that could make it better as what you're doing right now is perfect. The suit can still have the same colored 𝗬𝗵𝗲 but with wrist-length sleeves and gold-colored outline while you could have some athletic pants in case of any wardrobe malfunctions. 2 Itsuka, I can work with those ideas but overall, thanks for the analysis. Himiko, my turn Midoriya. Izuku, okay then, I heard from Ryuko that yours might be interesting. Himiko, well my quirk can have me transform into somebody else and use their quirk if I drink their BLD. I also got a DNA-based costume so it can turn into what that person is wearing. My pack helps me collect BLD samples but can also turn invisible when I use my quirk. 1 Izuku. Now that is one of the greatest quirks I've ever heard of. I think a way to improve that is by finding out what you could do with larger samples like a bottle of BLD. I'd also recommend everyone here to donate some of their BLD for you. The fighting style is overall pretty good for you too. Himiko. Thank you Midoriya. I needed to hear that. Achiko. Looks like I'm the very last one. What I could do is make any object weightless by touching them with the pads of my fingertips. The drawback to it is that if I overuse it, I get severe nausea. Izuku. Okay then, what I could think of is to try and increase the weight limit of your quirk. You could also get some motion sickness pills to help with your nausea. You can also look up Gunhead's martial arts videos and learn some new moves. 14 Achiko. Those sound like really amazing ideas 𝗧𝗵𝗃. I'm even thinking of getting a grappling gun-like item to improve my mobility. 2 Izuku. Then add that to the list of updates for your suit. The suit itself can be changed to a more puffier design where it's not too tight and helps mask your weak points. The final addition would be some thruster boots to move at such hover speeds while you're weightless. Achiko. Thank you for the suggestions 𝗧𝗵𝗃. It would help me a lot. Izuku. No problem. I hope all of you take notes on what I said about your quirks and the costume ideas. Big things might come your way if you practiced on your quirks. Everyone agreed to the arrangement and soon they went home. Before they left, Ryuko wanted to talk to Achiko and 𝗬𝗪 about their feelings for Izuku. 6 Achiko. So what did you want to talk about? 𝗬𝗪. Yeah, it might be something big that might have made you want a conversation with us. Ryuko. Yeah, it's just that you two know that me and Izuku are dating. Achiko. Yeah, is there a problem with it? We don't want to make you uncomfortable. 𝗬𝗪. Yeah, he is a good guy and a nice person. There must be a reason as to why you're telling us this. Ryuko. I want you two to be honest with me. Do you like Izuku as a friend or something more? Both girls began to blush deep red as 𝗬𝗪 kept her stoic face while Achiko was a mess. Ryuko knew that it was true and wanted to hear why they liked him. 𝗬𝗪. Blushing, I do like Izuku. It's just how kind he is and that he is willing to help us with our quirks and find ways to improve it. Achiko. Blushing, I did fall in love with him after the exams. He is the reason as to why I'm in UA and I couldn't thank him enough. 7 Ryuko. That's what I wanted to hear. Achiko. Why did you ask us if you and Izuku are dating? Ryuko. The thing is that I don't mind sharing him. But it's not just you two since all the girl in our class fell in love with him. Even Midnight likes him. So, I'm offering you two the chances of being in a relationship with me and Izuku. Both girls were shocked at her suggestion but ultimately agreed with it. They went to Izuku who was just waiting by the gates for Ryuko. Izuku. Hey guys. Ryuko, what did you talk to them about? Ryuko. I want to say it but I'll let them say what they want to you. Achiko was a blushing mess but mustered up the courage as she stood in front of Izuku. Achiko. 𝗧𝗵𝗃, when you saved me from the 0-pointer at the exams, I felt like my heart started beating faster. After today's class and seeing how much you can help, these feelings started to grow and my heart started beating faster when I'm with you. I love you I love you Izuku for everything that you've done for me. Izuku was surprised at her confession and looked at Ryuko, who nodded in approval. 𝗬𝗪 then went up to him and collected her thoughts on what she wanted to say. 𝗬𝗪. I have also fallen in love with you because of you seem like a true leader. Your plan during the battle training also attracted me due to how smart you can be in battle. I also started to feel love-struck whenever I'm near you. I love you Izuku Midoriya for everything that you are. Smart, strong and handsome. Izuku smiled at them as Ryuko gave a nod of approval. He went up to Achiko first and gave her a kiss on the lips that caught her by surprise before kissing him back. After his kiss with Achiko, Izuku placed his hands on 𝗬𝗪's cheeks before giving her a kiss that she returned with love. 1 Izuku. I love you both too. You, along with Ryuko and the rest, were the first people that wanted to be around me and I gladly accept you two as my girlfriends. 1 Ryuko. Now that you guys are done with that, I suppose that means I have to tell you guys something. You two aren't just Izuku's girlfriends. 𝗬𝗪. What do you mean? 𝗬𝗪 was cut off by Ryuko kissing her, which not only surprised her but also Akino and Izuku. She then went up to Achiko and gave her a kiss that made her blush. Izuku was blushing madly seeing her like that, but also had another thought in mind. 1 Izuku, that was actually kinda hot to see. 10 Ryuko, you two are also my girlfriends as well and promise that we give each other the same amount of love that we have for Izuku. Tsu and Achiko, we promise. Izuku, you know since it's the weekend, do you girls want to go on a date on Saturday? Achiko, that sounds fun. Tsu, I don't mind going on one. Ryuko, sounds like a plan. Plus they began to walk home and as they crossed where Achiko and Tsu lived, they both gave a kiss to Izuku and Ryuko. After doing their homework and enjoying a nice dinner, Izuku and Ryuko cuddled to sleep in bed as they await for tomorrow's date. It was now Saturday and Izuku is now getting ready for his date with Ryuko, Achiko, and Tsu. He decided to wear a gray and green hoodie with a red shirt, some blue sweatpants and his traditional red sneakers. Ryuko was dressed up in a choker necklace, a gray t-shirt with a lemon design, some jean shorts, and sneakers while holding a navy blue jacket. Ryuko was dressed up in a choker necklace, a gray t-shirt with a lemon design, some jean shorts, and sneakers while holding a navy blue jacket. To Ryuko, how do you even manage to look so cute yet so CC at the same time? To Ryuko, how do you even manage to look so cute yet so CC at the same time? Izuku, believe me, I ask that question every time when I'm with you. Are you sure that you're going to be fine here, Senketsu? Senketsu, yes, I'm sure. Besides, it might give me enough time to train myself on covering Ryuko's whole body as hero suit. Now go off and have a good date, you two. 7 Ryuko, thanks for that. I'll see you later, Senketsu. Izuku, see ya. The two headed out the door and went to a nice little cafe to meet up with Achiko and Tsu. Once they got there, they both headed towards a booth to wait for them. 1 Achiko, hey guys. Tsu, it's nice to see you guys. Izuku and Ryuko turned their heads and saw Achiko and Tsu who had just arrived. Izuku, hey Achiko. Kisses her. How do you feel today? Achiko, I'm doing good but I was really excited for this date. Tsu, kisses Izuku. Me too. I was excited to go out with the person I had a crush on. 1 Ryuko, well then ladies, this will be the best date of your lives. Kisses Achiko and Tsu's cheeks. Why don't we order something for us now that we're all here? They all decided to order a few drinks like tea or water while talking about many things that interested them. Eventually it got to when they first used their quirks, like when Tsu got her tongue stuck on a door and when Achiko almost made some kid float away. Ryuko, laughing so that kid almost went to the sky. Achiko, yeah, it was scary but looking back it was pretty funny seeing that. I still chuckle whenever I think of that. Izuku, those sure sound like fun times. I wish that I could have had that when I was growing up. Tsu, what do you mean by that? I thought that you might have some fun memories. Izuku, I didn't since I was a late bloomer and my quirk didn't show up until I was training for the exams. I was bullied by many people at school because of how I was quirkless at the time. Tsu, I'm so sorry to hear about that. But was there a fun memory that you have before you unlocked your quirk? Izuku, the best one I could think of is when I first met Ryuko. If we hadn't met, then I wouldn't be here today at all. This caused Ryuko to tear up and hug him while Izuku just patted her back and kissed her forehead. Tsu came in to group hug along with Tsu as they comforted her. Ryuko, tears in eyes please, don't even think about that. I don't want to imagine what would have happened. Izuku, dries her eyes. Don't worry, I'm not gonna leave you or this world anytime soon. Kisses her forehead. I love you. Ryuko, I love you too. Izuku. Achiko, it's still sad to know that happened to you. It hurts even more now knowing that Bakugo picked on you. Tsu, he picked on him. Ryuko, yeah, he did, and the reason he called Izuku Deku was due to how he saw him as worthless. After calming down, the group left the restaurant and went to a movie theater that was playing a movie about the space hero, 13. This made Achiko kiss Izuku a bunch of times as many people thought that they looked cute together. They all enjoyed the movie as Achiko was holding onto his hand when they began leaving the theater. 3 Izuku, so what did you all think of the movie? Achiko, it was the best movie I've seen. 13 is my favorite hero. Kisses Izuku. I love you so much. Dekuwhatif. Izuku, I love you too. Achiko. Tsu, it was a good movie. I wouldn't mind seeing again. Ryuko, It's still cool knowing how powerful 13 could be. Izuku then surprised 𝗬𝗵 by taking her to aquarium. The group enjoyed seeing the many fish and shark exhibitions they had while 𝗬𝗵 had stars in her eyes. Somehow, Izuku managed to convince the workers to let her swim in a tank which she enjoyed before they left. One 𝗬𝗵, this is the best day of my whole. Kisses Izuku's cheek. Thank you Izuku. Izuku, hey, I'll do anything for the girls I love. Speaking of which, I want to go to one store to get something for you Ryuko, but I might get something else for my 2 new girlfriends. Ryuko, oh, and what is it? Izuku, I can't tell you since it would ruin the surprise. Achiko, now this is getting me all excited. Izuku, I promise to you 3 that it is going to be one of the best days of your lives. Izuku headed towards the store he wanted to go to while the girls just waited outside for him. He then left with a bag of items, but he wanted to take them to a park that seems really important. Once they got there, Ryuko noticed one thing about the park and realized what it was. Achiko, what are we doing here? Is this park really important to you? 𝗬𝗵, I guess it is since Ryuko seems a little shocked by it. Izuku, it actually is. Ryuko, this was where me and Izuku had first met many months ago. Why did you bring me out here? Izuku, Ryuko Matoi, ever since we've met my life has taken a better turn. You helped me gain confidence, stand up against Bakugo, and have helped me get into UA. I couldn't have done many of these things without you. You are also kind, smart, appealing, and all-around badass. Which is why I wanted to ask you. He reaches into the bag as he got down on his knee with a ring in his hand. Ryuko began to cry tears of joy as she held her hand over her mouth while Achiko and 𝗬𝗵 were crying for their friend's present situation. Izuku, if you wanted to be with me not as Ryuko Matoi, but instead as Ryuko Midoriya and marry me. 19 Ryuko tackled Izuku to the ground and began to kiss him passionately. She looked at him with tears in her eyes while nodding her head as he slipped the ring on her finger. Ryuko, tears in eyes, I love you so much Izuku Midoriya. I will always love you no matter what. Kisses Izuku. Izuku, smiles, I love you too Ryuko Matoi. Achiko and 𝗬𝗵, I know we've only met a week now and have gotten together yesterday, but I can't see you two not in our lives. If you want, will you marry me and Ryuko? Achiko, are you proposing to us? Because if so, tears swell up, then I'll gladly be with you for the rest of my life. The most heroic person I could have for a husband. 7 𝗬𝗵, smiles brightly, I don't mind being engaged to the most heroic and thoughtful person on the whole planet. 6 They both gave a kiss to Izuku as he puts the rings on their fingers, signifying their bond forever. Eventually it was time to go home for them, so they dropped off Achiko and 𝗬𝗵 at their respective homes, but before giving them a kiss. Ryuko was looking at her ring until she suddenly felt lighter and saw Izuku carrying her bridal style. They made their way home and told 𝗵𝗃 the good news, who then immediately bursted into tears at the fact that her son is now engaged to the woman of his dreams. They did tell her about the girls falling in love with him, along with Achiko and 𝗬𝗵's dates, with 𝗵𝗃 being surprised but ultimately accepting the whole ordeal. Night came and our lovers went to sleep, but in dreamland, Ryuko was only in a dark abyss. Ryuko, hello? Anyone there? Can anyone hear me? She could only look around the dark abyss but began to hear a voice calling out. 3. Ryuko, I'm here. Ryuko, who are you? What is this place? It's me Izuku. Ryuko saw a light shining where the green hair boy was at and ran towards it. When she got close and saw that it was him, they both embraced as they looked around where they're at. Ryuko, what is this place? Why are we here? Izuku, I don't know. I never had dreams like this before. There must be a reason for this to happen. There actually is. The duo looked behind to see 7 figures in front of them. They were 4 men, 1 woman, and 2 figures who appeared in the shadows looking at them. It was a truly confusing sight for Izuku and Ryuko. It's good to meet you 9th. Izuku, who are you people? I've never seen you before in my life. Ryuko, neither have I. Are you all important to him? Well, to a sense, we are. We are the previous users of OFA. This came as a surprise to Ryuko and Izuku as they are now communicating with the previous users. Izuku snapped out of his shock and began to ask a question. Izuku, why did you bring us here? What is the purpose of meeting you? Ryuko, and who exactly are you? Might as well introduce ourselves. I am the first user of 𝗬𝗂𝗍𝗂𝗍 Shigaraki. I am the second user, but I won't tell you who I am yet. 6 Ryuko, why? It is a personal reason for him. I am the third user, but I won't tell you my name until you're ready. 3 Izuku, I understand. I won't trouble you on this topic. I am the fourth user of 𝗬𝗂𝗍𝗂𝗍. The name's 𝗬𝗂𝗍 and I'm the fifth user. 1. You can just call me N and I am the sixth user. 1. My name is Nana Shimura and I am the seventh user. I'm also Toshinori's mentor. Izuku, you're All Might's mentor. I can't believe that I'm actually talking to you. Nana, it truly is surprising, but we want to tell you about one thing. Ryuko, what is it? Nana, well, first of all, hugs Ryuko and Izuku, congratulations on your engagement. 5 Daigoro, congrats. Izuku, thank you, but what is that reason for? Yoichi, you see, you've gotten used to the power of OFA. Toshinori has taught you well, but we also have many things to teach you. Ryuko, and what are those things exactly? Nana, as of right now, Izuku can now manage 35% of OFA, but that isn't important now. What we wanted to do is give you our quirks. There was nothing but silence as the couple were processing what Nana just said. After some time, that silence was broken. Izuku, what do you mean giving me your quirks? Ryuko, I thought OFA was the only quirk to be transferred. Nana, listen, it is true that OFA is the only quirk that could be transferred, but there's more to it. When we were given OFA, our quirks managed to merge along with it. After we died, our quirk stayed with OFA and made it more powerful. Izuku, but why do you want to give me your quirks? I know that it would benefit me, but why do you want to do that? Daigoro, we're doing it because of your bond with your lovers, especially Ryuko. Ryuko, so you're saying that due to me and Izuku's love for each other, you are going to give him your quirks in order to make him much more stronger. 10 Yoichi, that is correct. We are giving him our quirks because of how much he cares for you and everyone else. Izuku, so whose quirk do I receive right now? Daigoro, that would actually be me. My quirk is called Black WHP, and what it does is it allows you to produce energy tendrils from any part of your body and command them at will. Izuku, that truly sounds powerful, but are you sure that I'm ready for it? I don't want to be a bad successor for your quirk. Daigoro, you are ready for it. What matters is how you choose to use this quirk, not just how you are as its successor. Ryuko gave Izuku a kiss on his cheek in order to help calm him down. Izuku gained his courage and nodded his head, now ready to become the new owner of Black WHP. Daigoro placed his hand on Izuku and transferred the quirk to him just in time for the lovers to wake up. Izuku, that was something to see. Ryuko, yeah, but why was I there? For all I know, you are the successor of OFA, so there is no reason for me to be there at all. Izuku, my guess is due to how important you are to me. You were the one that helped me achieve my dream. I honestly couldn't ask for a better person to help me. Ryuko, smiles, I could say the same thing about you. Kisses Izuku's cheek. Now let's get going, we have to talk to All Might about this. Izuku, on it, but first kisses Ryuko. 1 kiss for my appealing fiancé. Ryuko, I love you way too much. Izuku. Izuku, not as much as I do about you. The lovers had breakfast and headed out towards the beach after calling All Might about the dream last night. He waved to them once they had arrived. All Might, so what is it that you two wanted to talk about from the dream? Izuku, well, this might sound crazy, but it is true. We met the previous users of OFA. This caused All Might to stare at the two in shock as he couldn't believe what he heard. All Might, you two met the previous users? Ryuko, we have. I wish that I was joking, but it isn't something to kid around. All Might, did you know what they wanted you two for? Izuku, they said that they wanted to give me their quirks and I can now control 35% of OFA. All Might, which quirk have you gotten? Izuku, I have the 5th user, 𝗬𝗂𝗍𝗂𝗍's quirk right now. He gave me the rundown of what I could do with it. Nana, but he didn't tell you how to use it. Izuku, Nana. All Might, Nana. Nana, it's nice to see you again. Toshinori. Don't let your 3-hour limit live you down. Just keep on smiling no matter what. 5 All Might, I will, yes sir. Ryuko, so how does he use black WHP? Is it like an emitter type or what? Nana. It is an emitter quirk since he can produce it from anywhere on his body. But if he is not fully in control of his emotions, he could lose control of it. Izuku, so I have to keep my emotions stable in order to control this power. Should I try and train this quirk right now? To Nana, for now, yes, as I have a bad feeling about tomorrow. You might have to look at the swinging techniques of your teacher and learn many different ways you could use them. Izuku, I'll try to get the hang of it. Although it might be tough as hell, I'll gladly use it to help people. Nana, that's what I like to hear, kid. To Ryuko, take good care of home, Ryuko. Ryuko, I will. All Might, it's great to see you again. I miss you. Nana, smiles keep on smiling Toshinori. All Might, now that you know what to do, I still have one question to ask you. Izuku, what is it, All Might? All Might, was there a specific reason as to why you now have black WHP? I mean, there needs to be a cause as to why this happened. Izuku was nervous to tell All Might about the reason why he obtained it, but he looked at Ryuko for permission. She nodded in approval, knowing that it was time to tell him about their relationship and their new lovers. Izuku looked at All Might as he collected his thoughts. Izuku, the reason as to why I now have black WHP is due to me and Ryuko being in a romantic relationship ever since we got the results from our exam. After the battle training, she allowed 2 other girls from our class to join our relationship since every girl in our class have a crush on me. All Might, I see. They gave you this quirk as a way to protect them due to how you truly love her. It is nice to know that you two are in a relationship right now. Ryuko, it's not just that. We went on a date yesterday and during the end of it, Izuku proposed to me and now we're engaged. He also proposed to Achiko Uraraka and Tsuyu Azui since they see him as more than just a hero in training. This caused All Might's eyes to widen until he eventually smiled at the two. He knew how much they love each other and are willing to help one another in battle. He patted Izuku on the shoulder as he looked up at him. 3 All Might, young Midoriya, I'm proud of how much you truly love her. I can tell how much you two mean for each other and how you depend on each other. Keep up that bond with your classmates and maybe your other potential lovers. Izuku, smiles, thank you All Might. Ryuko, smiles, thank you for this talk. All Might, smiles, you two deserved it, but young Midoriya, learn to control black WHP. Also congratulations on your engagement. Izuku and Ryuko, thank you. Izuku and Ryuko left the beach as All Might looked at the two with a smile on his face. The lovers headed out to a forest to try many swinging techniques and different ways to use black WHP like grapple or slingshot. At the end of the day, the two were watching a movie as Izuku was cuddling Ryuko under his arm before they went to sleep. 3 Today was now Monday and our newly engaged lovers are back at UA. Ryuko was smiling the whole way through knowing that she and Izuku are now engaged along with Achiko and Tsu. When they arrived in class, Achiko and Tsu came up to them and gave both a kiss on the cheek that surprised the whole class. Ida, Midoriya, are you cheating on Matoi with Uraraka and Azui? Kirishima, yeah, if you are, that is not manly, bro. Ryuko, he's not cheating on me with them. I knew that some girls were going to fall in love with him, so I don't mind sharing Izuku at all. This caused the class to have their eyes widen in shock, with some like Kaminari and Shiro smirking at the arrangement while Bakugo was fuming in anger. The girls weren't much better as they were surprised at it but also blushed at the idea of being in Ryuko and Izuku's relationship. It was silent until Aoyama eventually noticed the ring on Ryuko's finger. For Aoyama, say Matoi, do my eyes deceive me or is that a ring on your finger? The class looked at her finger and were surprised to see it as Ryuko began to smile. Ryuko, yes it is. We went on a date with Achiko and Tsu yesterday and by the end, Izuku proposed to me, to which you all know the answer now. Kirishima, manly tears, that is just so manly of you to do that, Midobro. 8 Tokoyami, congratulations Midoriya and Matoi. Achiko, she's not the only one engaged to him. Shoji, what do you mean by that? Tsu, he also proposed to us and we said yes. I know that it's too soon but we truly love him for who he is. The class said their congrats to the new lovers while the girls began thinking of ways to confess to Izuku. Aizawa came in and went to his desk to start the day. Izawa, so I looked over the footage of yesterday's battle training and I got to say, most of you have done well. However, Bakugo, don't let your anger and pride get the better of you. Bakugo sulks in his seat. Now then, for today's lesson, you have the most important thing to do. One, everyone. Is it another test or a pop quiz? Izawa, choose a class president. Everyone, an actual school idea. Izawa, you all have until lunch to choose your president and vice president. When you choose them, wake me up so I can dismiss you all. Falls asleep. Bakugo, all right, extras, listen up. Choose me for class president or you'll know pain. 24 Mina, no pick me. Aoyama, pick me. I promise to make this class shine. But not as much as me. 3 Momo, why don't we all just take a vote on who gets the position? Itsuka, wouldn't everybody just vote for themselves? Shoji, no, it can be a way to see whoever we trust more as a leader. Ida, that sounds like an excellent idea. Everyone, write down whoever you want as class president. Whoever gets the highest amount of votes will be class president while the runner-up gets to be vice president. Everyone began to write down their votes and put them in a box Momo had created. After all the votes were written, Ida decided that it was time to announce who was the class president and vice president. Ida, the votes are in and our new class president and vice presidents are Izuku Midoriya and Ryuko Matoi. Bakugo, who the hell voted for the two? 20 Did you really think that we would ever vote for you? Kyoka, yeah, your attitude is just too much for someone to lead us. Bakugo, shut up, phone jack. 3 Izawa, that is enough. Bakugo. Now, may the class and vice president come forth. The lovers make their way up to the front to prepare their little speech. Izuku, so this is my first time ever doing this kind of thing, but I'll do my best. I'll try to help all of you out as Class 1A's president to the best of my abilities. Ryuko, I'll be working alongside Izuku to help him out with other difficult tasks. It's pretty nice of you all to have voted for me as vice president. After that little arrangement, everyone headed towards the cafeteria for lunch. They were talking about some goals of why they wanted to be heroes until the alarm sounded off and everyone went into a panic. Izuku and Ryuko looked out to see that it was the media trying to get into UA as they calmed everyone down. Making their way back to class, Izawa told everyone to get in their hero suits as they are heading to the USJ for rescue training. On the bus ride, everyone was minding their own business until one frog girl wanted to ask a question. Izuku, I am a pretty blunt person, so I want to ask you something. Izuku, well then, you can ask me anything. Tsu, do you ever notice how your power looks similar to All Might's? Izuku and Ryuko both froze at the question that Tsu had asked. Senketsu, let's hope he keeps up that lie. It would be a disaster if everyone found out what happened. Ryuko, I truly hope he does. Izuku, yeah, but All Might's quirk doesn't hurt when he uses all of it. Kirishima, what do you mean by that? Izuku, you see, I am a late bloomer for my quirk and I can now control it at 35%. It also gave me a new enhancement for my quirk. 3 He then shows everyone only a small tendril of black 𝗬𝗲𝗄𝗧. This surprised everyone who was on the bus while Bakugo was just seething with rage. 6 That looks so cool. What do you call that? Izuku, I call it black WHP, and what I could do with it is produce tendrils from anywhere on my body. I train myself to use it by swinging, grappling, and slingshot moves. Kaminari, dude, you are too OP. I mean, you were before this, but now you are pretty much unstoppable. Bakugo, DMN nerd. How the F did he get powerful? It doesn't even matter now, I'm still much stronger than he is. 33 Everyone gets off the bus, but Izuku and Ryuko still felt a lingering sense of dread. They pulled both Ida and Momo to the side to talk to them. Momo, what seems to be the problem? Ryuko, I don't know why, but I've got a bad feeling that something is going to happen. Ida, what makes you so sure of that? Izuku, the media getting through the gates shouldn't happen since they aren't strong enough to break in. I think that someone must have caused them to get in as a distraction. This caused Momo and Ida's eyes to widen in shock. Ida, so what do you want us to do? We don't have enough proof on it. Izuku, I want you to go get the teachers if something goes wrong inside the USJ. Momo, I want to make communication devices for all of us so we could tell each other our locations. Momo, I can do that for you Midoriya. Ida, you can count on us for that. Momo and Ida quickly head back after Momo gave Izuku and Ryuko their earpieces before giving the rest to the class. Senketsu, are you still worried about it? Izuku, yeah, I'm scared about what would happen. Ryuko, hey, no matter what happens we're in this together. Kisses Izuku's cheek and there's never gonna be a 𝗵𝗵𝗃 thing that would take us away from each other. Izuku smiled at her before they went back with the others as they met their teacher, the space hero, 13. Once she explained how quirks could be dangerous when they got inside, the lights suddenly started to flicker as a portal opened up. Aizawa turned around and was shocked to see a man with hands all over his body emerge. I thought All Might was supposed to be here. What is keeping him so late, Kurogyri? Kurogyri, it seems as though he won't arrive right now. What do you want me to do, Mr. Shigaraki? Shigaraki, spread those kids out, some of these guys can just kill them. That will get All Might to come here. To Kirishima, what's going on? Is this some sort of test? Aizawa, this isn't a test. Those are real villains. Puts goggles on 13 protect the students. Aizawa heads down and starts to fight many of the villains. Everyone was shocked while Izuku and Ryuko both looked at each other to put their plan into effect as Ryuko started to merge with Senketsu. To Izuku, everyone. Put your earpieces in and turn them on. Ida, you know what to do. Ida, on it. Ida quickly sped past everyone and went out to get the teachers while Kurogyri began to use his quirk and separated many of the students away from each other. Izuku was in the flood zone as he saw a boat and quickly used black WHP to head to safety while Ryuko was in the fire zone along with Himiko and Itsuka. Quickly getting on, he found that Shiro and Tsu were also on the boat along with him. Izuku, Shiro. Tsu, are you guys okay? Tsu, we're fine Izuku. I managed to avoid an attack by just kicking him out of the way and jumping on here. Shiro, I just shot some tape on the side in order to get on here. Over intercom hello hello. Can anyone hear me? Izuku, press his earpiece yeah I can hear you. Who is this? It's me, Kyoka. I'm in the mountain zone along with Yaoyorozu and Kaminari. Ryuko, over intercom Izuku, I'm in the fire zone with Himiko and Itsuka. Guys, it's me Kirishima. I'm at the ruin zone with Shoji and Bakugo. There are too many villains here. This is Tokoyami speaking, I'm with Ishido and Hagakure inside the storm zone. It's me Uraraka, I'm here in the landslide zone alongside Todoroki and Kami. For Kaminari, what do? There's a lot of villains surrounding us. Kami, we need to do something. We can't stand here and die. Bakugo, I don't know about you extras but I'm gonna blast them all to hell. Itsuka, no stand down Bakugo. We just need to know what they don't. Izuku begins to brainstorm many ideas of what should be done to avoid death. He wasn't sure of what could be done until he noticed that Tsu is with him and Shiro at a flooded zone. This gives him the idea of how everyone can use their quirks since the villains don't know who they are up against. Izuku, that's it. I know how to beat them. Kirishima, how do we do this Midobro? Toru, yeah, tell us the plan Midoriya. Izuku, listen up. They don't even know what our quirks are or even how they work. Use those big brains of yours and use the advice I gave you on Friday to find different ways to defeat them. 7 everyone, got it. Shiro, what are we going to do here Midoriya? I can't tape them up in the water. Izuku, there is a way to defeat them. Tsu is the key to our victory against the villains. Tsu, how am I the key in this situation? Izuku, I need you to launch me and Shiro into the air. This will allow me to make an air current strong enough to create a whirlpool. Shiro, and how would a whirlpool involve me in this scenario? Izuku, when all the villains are exposed, I'll use black WHP to grab them and throw them up into the air with us. I need you to wrap them up in tape and stick them on the ceiling just in time for Tsu to wrap us up and jump off the boat. This is a surefire way to help us escape. Are you two with me? Tsu, I'm with you all the way Izuku. Shiro, I'm not dying here by a bunch of villains. I trust you with this plan. Izuku, let's do this then. Izuku activated his quirk while Tsu wrapped her long tongue around him and Shiro before launching them into the air. Using a flick of his fingers, Izuku managed to make the air current as many villains started to get sucked into the whirlpool. Activating Black W, he used it to grab the villains and throw them into the air while 𝗧𝗏 started to wrap all them up and stick them onto the ceiling. 𝗧𝗏, have a nice time hanging there. Izuku, it'll give you time to rethink on your life's choices. Tsu jumped into the air and used her tongue to grab both Izuku and 𝗧𝗏. With that mission complete, they finally escaped the flood zone with the villains still hanging on the roof. Elsewhere at the mountain zone, Kaminari tries to come up with a plan to save him, Kyoka and Momo. Kyoka, so, anyone got a plan to stop this little army? Momo, there are too many of them. It might be impossible to defeat them all considering Kaminari's drawback and me taking time to create something. You could use your earjacks to make a small earthquake, but even that wouldn't incapacitate nearly all of them. Kaminari, I don't know about that. Midoriya did say for me to try and use a smaller voltage to control my quirk. With that in mind, there can actually be a plan to use all of our quirks. Kyoka, really? What type of plan do you have in mind? Kaminari, since Yaoyorozu can create stuff, I think that she can make some flashbangs to blind them. After that happens, I want you to use your jacks to incapacitate them. Finally, I'll use a small voltage to shock them to the point of unconsciousness. 10 Momo, that actually sounds like a good plan. Do you also want me to make something to protect your eyes? Kaminari, that can be really helpful. Now let's get to work. Momo creates the sunglasses for the three of them as she makes the flashbangs and throws them to blind the villains. With them now being blind, Kyoka takes the opportunity to put her jacks into her boots to cause a small earthquake that would stun the already blinded villains. Kaminari now takes the opportunity to use a smaller voltage and starts to activate his quirk. Kyoka, the show's all yours, 𝗵𝗵𝗃. Kaminari, indiscriminate 1000 volts. Unleashing small but powerful blasts of electricity, Kaminari manages to knock out every single villain that was there. After all of the villains were unconscious, he turned off his quirk expecting to be a stupid idiot but was instead surprised by being his normal self. This surprised Kaminari and made him feel more powerful as he, Kyoka, and Momo got out of the mountain zone. Momo, seems like you're getting a better control of your quirk. Kaminari, I do feel pretty powerful now that I'm not an idiot. Thank you Midoriya for telling me this. Inside the storm zone, Tokoyami had Dark Shadow cover his whole body while attacking many villains. Mina was focused on range attacks while spraying acid from her fingers. This provided a way for Toru to activate her quirk and refract a beam of light into the last group of villains there, knocking them out. Mina, nice job Toru. Tokoyami, it was pretty effective of you to do that. Toru, thanks guy. Also Tokoyami, nice job using Dark Shadow against those guys. And it looks like you could be getting good with your range attacks Mina. Mina, it's not much but it's still good for what it's worth. Tokoyami, the storm had provided good coverage of darkness for Dark Shadow. We should get out now before these guys wake up. At the landslide zone, many balls of ice were falling from the sky knocking out many villains. Some of them were also looking like they were fighting each other until they were unconscious by the ice ball. This was due to Cammy using her quirk on the villains to trap them in an illusion while Todoroki and Hachiko used a combination of their quirks to create a hailstorm for the villains. One Hachiko, looks like that's all of them. Good job on providing all of the ice Todoroki. Todoroki, I only wanted to survive but I don't want to see others get hurt because of them. Hachiko, still though you did a good job. Cammy, nice work on distracting the villains. Cammy, not that big of a deal. You just got to know which ones are the perverts so you can wait for the perfect time to strike. 2 Todoroki, we've got to hurry and see if the others need any help. Over at the ruins zone, Bakugo was busy using his explosions against many villains to get them out of his way. Kirishima activated his unbreakable form and started punching many villains while being used as a shield for Shoji. Shoji began to form his hands into a gigantic version of themselves and while they're still heavy, he manages to use enough strength to go ahead and knock every single villain out. Kirishima, nice work on the limbs Shoji. And you too Bakugo for blowing some of them up. Bakugo, don't even talk to me, shitty hair. It's time for us to take all these F-airs out. 1 Shoji, thanks for the words Kirishima. Now let's get out before more of these guys show up. Bakugo, don't tell me what to do Octopus. Finally inside the flame zone, there was only a few villains left that were surrounding Itsuka, who only enlarged her fists in anticipation. Suddenly, some of the villains were quickly knocked by a large fist coming from behind courtesy of another Itsuka. Ryuko then appeared and manages to knock out the remaining ones with a mix of her martial arts training and her scissor blade. Ryuko, nice job on distracting and handling them, Itsuka. Itsuka, thanks, I didn't even need to break a sweat. Of course, the plan wouldn't have worked without Himiko using her quirk. Himiko, sheds disguise no problem, you just need the element of surprise to take them out. Izuku, everyone. Have some of you managed to escape the villains? Ryuko, we did. Izuku. Kaminari, me, Yaoyorozu, and Jairu used our quirks to knock them out. Also thanks for the advice on Friday Midoriya. Shoji, same thing for me too. It's a little heavy but I can make it work out. Izuku, now everyone head to the stairs. Ida will be there with the teachers shortly afterwards. Everyone begins to run to the stairs and Izuku's group was running until they saw a disturbing sight. Aizawa was getting his head pummeled into the ground by what looked like a hideous creature while Shigaraki was laughing. The other students then looked at the creature with a horrified look on their faces. In that moment, the same thought that Izuku had at the sludge villain incident came back as he went towards the creature and punched it far back. Ryuko also had that same thought as she stopped in her tracks, much to confusion of Himiko and Itsuka. Shiro and Tsu went to Izuku as he stared down at the creature. Himiko, Ryuko. What are you doing? Itsuka, you're going to die if you fight that thing. Ryuko, a hero has to save everyone and I'm not gonna let that thing kill my teacher and my fiancé. Go to the others, me and Izuku will be fine. Runs off to battle Himiko/Itsuka, Ryuko. Shiro, Midoriya, what the hell are you doing? This thing can kill you. Izuku, get Aizawa out of here. I'm going to fight that creature. Tsu, but you might die if you do that. Tears up, I don't want to lose you. Izuku, kisses her forehead, I'll be fine. This is what a hero's supposed to do. Shiro and Tsu managed to pull Aizawa up and bring him to the entrance of the USJ while Izuku and Ryuko got into a fighting stance against the creature. This action surprised the students, but it brought confusion to Shigaraki. Shigaraki, what are you two doing right now? Izuku, we're going to beat that thing you sent out. He will go down against us. Shigaraki, you can't kill him. That is the bio-engineered Nomu. He was given many different quirks just made to kill All Might himself. To Ryuko, oh, you think he can kill All Might but would he stop us? I don't think so. Shigaraki, Nomu, kill them. The Nomu began to screech and charge at the two as they quickly dodged. Izuku used black WHP to get a hold of it and pull it back a few meters. Ryuko uses this opportunity to make a perfect cut on the beast only to see it regenerating and getting a clear understanding of what it's made of. Ryuko, Izuku. That thing has regeneration quirk. The more we cut or beat it, the more that its healing can go down. Izuku, good eye, but it's got another one. Ryuko, what other quirks might it have? Senketsu, Ryuko, look out. She looks and quickly dodged the Nomu's powerful punch. Izuku, are you okay? Ryuko, I'm good, but what other quirks does it have? Izuku, it has a shock absorption quirk. We can attack it but it would absorb the shock waves. Ryuko, so it must have a limit of attacks. Senketsu, the only way to know if it's true is to try and attack it again. Ryuko, well then, let's get this BS started. The lovers in arms used this new knowledge to continue their fight in order to look for any weak spots. The class was watching the fight and they were entranced by how quick Izuku and Ryuko are with their dodges and punches. Many like Achiko and Mina had stars in their eyes. Kaminari and Momo were surprised by their coordination, while Bakugo was just fueling with rage. The Nomu tried to slam Ryuko into the ground, but Izuku managed to catch the swing with black WHP. Unfortunately, this also caused the Nomu to grab him and throw him into a wall, severely damaging his costume. This action enraged Ryuko as she ran to the creature and impaled it with her scissor blade. Ryuko, you will die for that. She attacks the Nomu with multiple kicks and punches that cause minor bruising. She pulled the scissor blade out of its torso to see it regenerating but kept attacking it. During her blind rage, The Nomu struck a blow towards her and sent her flying towards the ground just as Izuku got back up to see. Izuku, awayo. This made Izuku unleash many black 𝗬𝗵𝗃 tendrils as he attacked the beast from all different angles. In the struggle, he used one tendril to rip off its arm, causing the Nomu to scream in pain but regenerates it back. It fell towards the ground while Izuku goes to Ryuko and try to help her up. Izuku, tearing up, are you okay? Please, I don't want you to leave me. Ryuko, I'm fine. Just a bruise on my head. Shigaraki, what a sweet sight. How appealing. How pathetic. Nomu, kill them. The Nomu began to shriek loudly as it charged towards them. All the couple could do at that moment was hold each other tight while their class looked on in fear. Many of them started to look away from the sight as Shigaraki started to laugh maniacally until the Nomu screeched in pain. Shigaraki, what the hell? Who hurt it? No one hurts my friends. Izuku and Ryuko looked to see who it was and were surprised to see Kirishima in his unbreakable form. Apparently that same thought our lovers had also reached him as he couldn't stand to see his friends die. Izuku, Kirishima. What are you doing here? Ryuko, I thought that you would be with the class. Kirishima, you guys might have helped us with our quirks and taught us different ideas, but that doesn't mean anyone is going to attack the ones I consider my friends. Izuku and Ryuko couldn't help but smile about what he said. This was brought halt by the Nomu looking back at them with the intention to kill them. Izuku, Kirishima, we're proud of you, but you have to get out of here. You could get hurt and we don't want that. Don't worry about him. He's got help. Or more accurately, you have got help. The lovers looked back to see the class coming down with a determined look to end the Nomu. As things couldn't get even better for them, the doors burst open to reveal Ida, who brought the teachers. Ida, I have brought the cavalry. Izuku, good job Ida. Present Mike, get away from them little listeners. We'll take care of him. All Might, no. You get the villains scattered around. I'll handle this thing. Izuku, no, don't do that. All Might, young Midoriya, are you sure about that? Snipe, then what do you want us to do, kid? Izuku, there are many different villains in each zone. Arrest them while we handle this one. Midnight, are you sure you all can handle this? We don't want to lose any of you. Especially you, my little green beauty. Izuku, don't worry. Smirks, we know how to beat this thing. All Might, smiles, I knew that I had chosen the right successor. The teachers couldn't help but smile at Izuku's smart planning skills while Midnight held a deep blush due to his confidence and smirk. All Might smiled at the boy, knowing he had picked the right one for his quirk. Ida, seeing the scene at hand, quickly sped by to Izuku, ready for the big fight that was about to happen. The students stared down at the Nomu as it got up and prepared for the battle. Ida, so what is the plan, Midoriya? Izuku, that thing has a shock absorption and regeneration quirk. We need to make its regenerative abilities slow down and get through the limit of attacks for the shock absorption. It is also bioengineered, so that means we might have to put it out of its misery. Bakugo, at least I can beat the living SHT out of this thing. Kyoka, that sounds like a good plan. So who gets to go first? Izuku, the heavy hitters should go first and then it would be us to beat them. Bakugo should attack in the front, Kirishima from behind, finally it would be Kendo and Shoji on either side. You guys ready for this? Kirishima, like you had to ask. Itsuka, let's do this, Shoji. Bakugo, don't tell me what to do, ya DMN nerd. 3 Shoji, on it Midoriya. 2 The 4 students begin to attack from all angles with Bakugo setting off an explosive punch to its gut. Kirishima was in his unbreakable form as he started to punch the Nomu's back. Shoji and Kendo enlarged their hands before attacking the arms of the beast. Izuku and Ryuko had everyone else at different areas to act as support. Kaminari and Kyoka used their quirks to shock the beast. Siro, and Izuku used their quirks to swing heavy objects to hit the Nomu. Momo and Todoroki used their quirks to create heavy items like Ice Ball for Achiko to use her quirk on and release them on the Nomu. Himiko, Ryuko, and Kami used their techniques to provide small injuries on its legs. Ida used his speed to deliver powerful kicks on its back while Mina, Toru, and Tokoyami focused on their range attacks. Things were starting to go well until the Nomu dodged an explosion from Bakugo and grabbed Kirishima before throwing him very far. "Zero, I got you, buddy." Zero quickly used his tape and grabs Kirishima as he was being thrown. Izuku and 𝗬 quickly followed through before pulling him down safely. "𝗬, are you okay, Kirishima?" "Kirishima, I'm fine, but that thing can take a punch. How are we going to beat it?" "It's 𝗧𝗵𝗵. This thing is slowly losing its regeneration. Shoji, it's also losing much of its absorption capabilities." "Izuku, everyone fall back." The others quickly got away from the Nomu, who was still screeching in severe pain. They huddled together at the top of the stairs wondering what they would do right now. "Mina, why did you call us back here, Midori?" "Todoroki, that thing was going to be finished by all of us using our quirks." "Izuku, that's because it is regenerating slowly and it's at the limit for shock absorption. Luckily, I've got a plan for this." "Ryuko, well then, tell us the plan, Izuku." Izuku told them what he had in mind on what they should do. Everyone was skeptical, but after seeing the beast slowly regenerating, they all agreed to it nonetheless. They split up into different positions while Kami went in front of the Nomu as a distraction. "Kami's chicken face. Get me." The Nomu ran towards the girl and pulled its arm back to slam her into the ground. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case, as many long strips of tape grabbed on to the thing's arm. "Zero, and just what do you think you're doing? Trying to kill an innocent girl. How cliché." Zero uses all of his strength to pull back the Nomu as hard as he can. This allowed Ida to speed by and deliver a strong kick to the Nomu's gut. "Ida, take this, you unholy monstrosity." The kick sent the Nomu into a wall as it started to charge at Ida. However, it was soon caught by an explosion from Bakugo that manages to blow its arm off. "Bakugo, how do you like that, you ugly son of a beach?" As it still screeched in pain, the Nomu failed to recognize a quick Himiko making her way towards it. She slid underneath it while using her claws to cut the beast's legs. Himiko, mess with the cat, you get the claws. 2 With the Nomu holding its legs in pain, this allows Kyoka to plug her jacks into her boots and create a strong sound wave to blow the Nomu back. With it down on the ground, Kaminari quickly used this to shock it with 1000 volts of pure electricity. "Kyoka, try not to fall standing back up." "Kaminari, broke into the wrong goddamn training facility, didn't ya, you bstrd." For with the beast now in pure pain, Shoji provided a strong punch to its side, making it scream. Itsuka then enlarged her hand to quickly slap it far away. 5 Shoji, seems like I might be copying your quirk. Itsuka, yeah, but you just need a bit more training. The beast fell onto the ground before seeing a flashbang going off at its face, courtesy of Momo. Trying to punch anything in its path, Toru warped a beam of light by Aoyama to strike the Nomu on its chest. "Toru, good work blinding it, Momo." "Momo, it's necessary for it to be blinded since it dodged you and Aoyama attacking it." "Aoyama, let's hope that my laser could at least distract it." 6 A few seconds later, Aoyama stopped using his laser, making Tokoyami use Drac Shadow to claw at the Nomu. Mina then came to his assistance to launch her acid at the creature. "Tokoyami, let the darkness envelope you whole and take you back from whence you come." To Mina, "Hope you like the taste of acid, ugly." The Nomu began to screech, making 𝗬 notice it and wrap her tongue around Kirishima. Achiko touched him in order to make him weightless and line up the shot perfectly. "Achiko, you got this, Kirishima." "Kirishima, I was born ready for this." "𝗬, special DLVOI." 𝗬 then launched Kirishima on the path above the creature. Seeing how high he is, Achiko pressed her fingertips together and returned his gravity. Achiko, release. Kirishima, cannonball. Kirishima activated his unbreakable form as he fell on top of the Nomu, causing a lot of damage to its arm. Suddenly, it was pierced by many ice shards from Todoroki, who was firing them. "Todoroki, even though this isn't much, it'll be enough just to end you." This all finally comes to an end when it appears that the Nomu was starting to stumble. Izuku and Ryuko gave each other a nod while Shigaraki looked in fear at what was happening. "Shigaraki, what are you doing? This isn't how the game is supposed to be played." "Izuku, smirks, you lost the moment you called us a bunch of kids." 3. Izuku activated full cowling 35% and sped towards the Nomu as he reeled back his arm. Once he was close to the Nomu's face, Izuku punched it back as it flew towards Shigaraki. Izuku, Detroit Smash. The Nomu was flying while Shigaraki was too scared to move out of the way as he began trembling in fear. Ryuko quickly jumped off a rock and raised the scissor blade above her head just as she reached the Nomu. Ryuko, life fiber decapitation. 6. With just one swift motion, she had decapitated the beast as the head rolls on by to Shigaraki. Seeing the class standing in front of him with their quirks activated and the teachers standing behind, Shigaraki took this as a sign to retreat as he and Kurogyri headed back to where they came due to Kurogyri's quirk. Kaminari, we did it. Zero, we won. Himiko, we actually fought a villain. Ida, this was the most adrenaline-pumping thing I've ever done in my life. For Kirishima, and it's all thanks to Midoriya and Matoi. Without them, we wouldn't have survived. Everyone began to make their way out of the USJ while the police come and arrest the remaining villains. This whole thing was a surprise to say the least, but it helped provide Class 1A the first step they need in order to be heroes. However, Ryuko felt a bit uneasy with one person during this whole situation. Izuku, hey, is something wrong? Ryuko, I don't know, but there's something about Aoyama that I don't trust. He kept making a big spectacle about where he was when we separated, but then said it was a secret when Tsu asked where he was. For Senketsu, the boy does seem sketchy, but there's not much we could do. Besides, let's go home and rest. Izuku, I agree with you on Aoyama, but let's put it aside for now. If he starts acting more suspicious, then we'll start an investigation. Ryuko, okay then, but can you carry me? I want to be near my lovely fiancé after what happened. Izuku, kisses her cheek, anything for you, my sweet tsundere. One Izuku then carried Ryuko on his back for their way back home as they were joined by Tsu and Ochiko. Nizu also announced that school would be closed for a week as they have a meeting about one thing to implement. Tsu and Ochiko told their parents about what happened and asked to stay with Izuku and Ryuko for the night. During their sleep, Izuku was holding on to them with Ryuko on his chest while Tsu and Ochiko were on his sides. One Izuku, I'll protect you, all of you, no matter what would happen to me. I love you all. A week has since passed by after the attack on the USJ and the students have returned to UA. During their break, the parents received a call from Nizu about a new thing being implemented into UA and wanted their consent to it. The parents agreed to what it was while many of the students were wondering what it might be. At Class 1A, the students were wondering who would be their substitute teacher since Aizawa was still recovering. That question was eventually answered when a bandaged-up Aizawa came through the door to the shock of the students. Everyone, sensei. Tsu, I thought that you would actually stay in the hospital. Aizawa, my well-being isn't important right now. The old lady has been speeding up my recovery process, but it's gonna take time until these bandages come off me. Senketsu, at least he is doing fine considering how he looks right now. Ryuko, that is true, buddy. Aizawa, I also want to say that I'm proud of how you all managed to escape and fight off the Nomu. You all managed to surprise me, but the fight isn't over yet. Bakugo, the fight. One Kirishima, more villains. Zero, after we just beat them at the USJ. Aizawa, the sports festival is starting soon. Everyone, that's a regular school event. Ryuko, are you sure that we should be having this festival even after the recent attack? Aizawa, this is to show that UA won't let a simple villain attack stop us. Security will also be tightened up. This is huge for you as this could be your chance to work alongside pro heroes depending on how well you perform. It starts in 2 weeks, so take this opportunity to train hard and show why you deserve to be heroes at UA. Everyone, yes sir. Aizawa, with that being said, class dismissed. Also after your last class, I want you all to wait for me in front of UA since I have something important to show you. Izuku, seems like we might need to train our quirks if we want to win. Ryuko, then where should we train if we want to get noticed by the pros? Izuku, I thought of the gyms here, but I think that it would be more appropriate to train at Dagoba Beach. Ryuko, that sounds like a good idea. Plus it is also where we first sparred and how you got your quirk. Kirishima, wait, you guys are going to train at the beach? If you are, could I join as well? I need to improve my stamina and strength for when I go unbreakable. Zero, yeah, could I train with you guys too? Mina, me too, I need to practice on fast targets for my range attacks. And maybe then I could confess to you Izuku. One by one the class, with the exception of Bakugo, Todoroki, and Aoyama, asked Izuku and Ryuko about wanting to train with them. The lovers agreed to it but also agreed to teach them some techniques. After lunch and a couple of classes, everyone was stopped by a group of students. Bakugo, looks like they're here to scope out the class that survived the USJ attack. However, there's no point in you extras doing that, now move out of the way. 4. So this is the famous class 1A, can't say that I'm impressed. Are all of you students here this arrogant? Izuku, no we're not, he is just an explosive chihuahua with a huge ego. But why are you all here? 14. You see, not many of us were fortunate enough to get into the hero course. However, we've been given an opportunity with the sports festival. I'm 𝗵𝗃 of class 1B. Don't think you're all hot stuff just because you all fought some villains. Keep that ego up and you'll be ready to fail. And 𝗵𝗃 was then quickly knocked by a hand flying right into his face. The owner of that hand was revealed to be a girl with green curly hair and sharp teeth, as he was followed by another girl with short silver hair that covered the left side of her face. 3. I'm sorry for him. He is just going on about how 1B is superior than 1A. Izuku smiles. It's okay. He is just taking this whole competition very seriously. There was no harm coming from him. When Izuku smiled, it caused the two girls to blush at the sight. Ryuko saw it and shot a quick smirk at how her fiancé made two more girls fall in love with him. For Ryuko, seems like that smile might have pulled two more girls in Izuku. Though I couldn't blame them, that smile is just too and cute. Blushing well again, I'm so sorry for him. I'm Setsuna Tokage and I'm a part of class 1B. This is my friend Reiko Yanagi. Reiko, blushing. Nice to meet you. Izuku, well it's nice to meet you Tokage and Yanagi. I'm Izuku Midoriya, class president of 1A. Setsuna, you can call me Setsuna. But I'll see you at the festival. Reiko, you could also call me Reiko. Izuku, okay then, I'll see you two later. Now then, everyone, I just want to say this to all of you. All the students blocking the door began to listen to what Izuku has to say, while some thought that he might be trying to flaunt his class's success all over them. Izuku, we didn't actually want to get attacked. It was an attempt to bring despair to UA and what it tries to do. It was just pure luck and determination for us to survive that attack, but it was also the heart of a hero. Me and my fiancé rallied everyone in our class to take out the villains and to bring an end to what that monstrosity was. So if any of you think that we were just lucky to survive that, then there might be a reason as to why you aren't in the hero course, since you would rather act than think about your assumptions towards us. This made all the students think back on what they tried to do and made them extremely shameful of how they tried to intimidate survivors of a villain attack. The class was impressed by how Izuku managed to calm everyone down and actually respect class 1A. One by one, all the students blocking them start to leave, but Ryuko noticed the first guy looking dejected and went to talk to him. Ryuko, hey man, I want to talk to you. Why? You'll just leave me alone like the rest. Ryuko, I know that look in your eye. The one that says you were made fun of and how you try to hide it because it hurts. You understand my pain. I never took you as one to notice it. Ryuko, well, I noticed it because I know some people that are just like you. The first one is Himiko Toga, and she was ridiculed and called a villain because of her quirk. I could think that it's just like you. Yeah, I've been called a villain just because of my quirk. I only want to be a hero just to show people that even though I and many others have a quirk that seems villainous, we would just use it to become heroes. Ryuko, that's a really good goal for someone like you. You push past all the negativity that you have endured throughout your life in order to show everyone that you can be a hero. I'm the vice president of class 1A, Ryuko Matoi. My name is Hitoshi Shinszo. I'm sorry about what I said back there, and I hope that I don't cause some trouble with you guys at the festival. Ryuko, it's alright. Say, do you want to train with me in my class? Shinszo, are you serious after everything I said? Ryuko, yeah, you deserve a chance on becoming a hero. Meet us at Dagoba Beach tomorrow and we'll start training. Shinszo, I'll be there tomorrow. See ya later. Ryuko, see ya soon Shinszo. The two new friends go back to their respective classes with a new friendship beginning to form. When Ryuko arrived, Izuku quickly got to her and the class waited for Aizawa until he arrived. Aizawa, now I know some of you guys were shaken up after the attack. We here at UA want all of our students safe, but we know that some of you might be involved in a villain attack outside of school. 𝗍𝗂 decided to make a decision to ensure all of you to avoid another attack. Mina, how are you going to do that? Kaminari, yeah, I mean it's going to be tough protecting us every single day. Aizawa, exactly, which is why I want all of you to follow me. Ryuko, what do you think it is? Izuku, I don't know, but whatever it is, it could be something interesting to help us. Senketsu, maybe it's something to protect you all from being villain Chow. The class continues to follow Aizawa to the west of UA past a few trees. When they arrived at their destination, everyone was shocked to see a whole building there with many floors. When they arrived at their destination, everyone was shocked to see a whole building there with many floors to Aizawa. In order to protect you guys, the staff decided to build a dorm system for all the students. We already contacted your parents and they have given permission for all of you to live here. Your stuff is already inside, so all you need to do is just unpack and decorate your dorm room. One Toru, we're going to be living here. Zero, this is like a huge mansion. Himiko, no wonder they called our parents during our break. Aizawa, all the bathrooms are separated by gender. There's also a kitchen, laundry room, garage, bar, home cinema, gaming rooms, and man cave for all of you. Your own individual rooms have a bed, closet, desks, television, and dresser. Not to mention that all of these rooms are soundproof. 8 dorm room layout. A/N, don't include the bathroom 3A/N, don't include the bathroom 5 This is just too luxurious to be in. Kaminari, I am going to love living here. Aizawa, I also forgot to mention that there are 19 rooms for each of you instead of 20. The reason for that is due to our class representatives being engaged and how they depend on each other for support. Izuku, that explains why my mom made that smirk at me. I can't say that I didn't want that. One Ryuko, neither could I, and I gotta thank her for that. The class then goes inside to see their stuff in the main area along with a map of the dorm. They then take an elevator to their rooms while Izuku and Ryuko head to their room to see a king-size bed for them along with the furniture and closet with a whole bathroom just for them. Izuku, seems like we got the whole room just for us. Ryuko, yeah, but it's good, all we need to do is decorate it and make it look like our own. Senketsu, it does look like a nice room for you too. But please, don't even think about giving me and Inko grandbabies right now. 5 This immediately caused the two lovers to blush up a huge storm. During the time they were unpacking, Izuku kept looking at Ryuko and imagined her with a 𝗵𝗃 stomach before getting back to work. The same could almost be said for Ryuko, as when she looked at Izuku, all she saw was him holding a little version of him while a little version of her held his hand. Izuku, I can't believe that Senketsu actually said that. It's too soon for it, but that actually sounds nice for us. I can't wait for when that time comes. Ryuko, Senketsu should stop hanging around Inko. That was just way too out of left field, although me and him with little versions of us does sound like a good life. I will treasure them for a long time. Eventually the two managed to finish their room and headed to the common area where everyone was at. Some of them were talking about some ideas for moves they could perform at the festival until Ryuko decided to tell everyone about her talk with Shinszo. Ryuko, so, we're going to have someone else join in on our training at Dagoba Beach. Kami, wait, really? Who is it? Ryuko, his name is Hitoshi Shinszo and he was one of the students that were checking us out earlier. Kirishima, why would we have him train with us? Itsuka, yeah, he did try to make us nervous about the festival and how one of us might get transferred to a new class. Ryuko, I know he tried to do that, but there was something I saw in his eyes. That look told me that this could be his one chance to be a hero with a quirk that seemed villainous. Himiko, I think I know where this is going. Zero, you do. Himiko, yeah, when I got my quirk many kids just called me a villain and bullied me for what I can do. The only ones who were kind enough to help me were my parents, as they got me a prescription to take BLD pills every 6 hours, and now I'm here trying to be a hero with a quirk that seems villainous. To Izuku, so what you are saying is that he might have been bullied because of a quirk that seemed villainous to others. I got to meet this guy to understand what his quirk is and how we can help him. Momo, he does sound like an interesting person, but knowing what might have happened to him seems really upsetting that there's still quirk discrimination. Ida, we must treat him as if he is one of our own and show him that even with his quirk, he too can be a hero. Mina, say, do you guys want to do a room competition and see which one is the coolest? Kyoka, it does sound like a good idea. Mina, great. Let's go see our rooms. The students then checked out some of the rooms of their peers except for Bakugo, who didn't allow them in. Some of the rooms seemed pretty nice like Achiko and Ida's, and some were exotic like Todoroki and Sero's. When it was finally time for the lovers, the class had no idea what to expect for their room. Mina, the last stop on our competition, Midori and Ryuko's room. Sero, I can't wait to see what it looks like. Kirishima, I bet it looks manly for the two representatives. Izuku, well then, take a look around and tell us what you think. Ryuko opened the door for everyone to go inside, and they were shocked to see what was inside there. The room had a red and black king-sized bed for the two to sleep in. The desk had a laptop along with a few items like a lemon candy dispenser and a charging station for some game controllers, while a bass and electric guitar were hanging on the wall next to it. To the television was a 75-inch flat screen that had a Nintendo Switch, PlayStation 5, and a Blu-ray player connected to it. Next to the TV was a cabinet that held many different movies inside. The bathroom was also big enough for the two to have a separate shower and bathtub. The closet was also filled with one side of clothes being for Izuku while the other side was for Ryuko, and had a small hangout zone for Senketsu. 13 Ryuko, welcome to the room of Midoriya. Himiko, wow, this room is so cool. Izuku. Mina, it looks awesome. Midori. Kyoka, wait, you guys play guitar? Izuku, yeah, I play the bass while Ryuko handles the guitar. Ida, I didn't know you two had musical talent. It's quite amazing to know that much more about you. Ryuko, yeah, we only started doing that after going to a karaoke bar where we just sang some songs. So what do you guys think of our room? Kaminari, it's awesome. It really feels like a nice space to live in. Shoji, it does seem rather interesting on how it represents both of you. Also, that bed seems big enough for multiple people. Sero, smirks, I don't know about sleeping in, but I can think of something for the reps, Uraraka, and Tsu. Hee for the four people in question started to blush up a storm, with Izuku and Ryuko having steam come out of their ears. Ida, don't say that, Sero. They still have to study and become heroes before they could think about that now. 10 Izuku, thank you for saying that. Ida. Ryuko, yeah, it's a little too soon to think of that right now. Ida, it is my pleasure. But please, smirks, make sure to wear protection. 23 Izuku/Ryuko, blushing eye-eyed. The class begins to laugh at the joke Ida made, but they ultimately decided that Izuku and Ryuko's room was the winner of the competition. After a nice dinner cooked by Izuku, they decided to have some fun to commemorate living in the dorms. During the celebration, the class did many things like playing video games and watching a few movies, but now it was time for a little karaoke night to end it. Mina, so who's up for a little karaoke to end the night? Sero, I don't mind. Momo, it does sound fun to do. Kyoka, I can't wait to do this. Izuku, I guess me and Ryuko could try singing with you guys. Toru, great. Let's do it. Some of the class got to sing some different songs while Todoroki, Bakugo, and Aoyama just went to their rooms. The performances ranged from funny like for Kaminari and Sero singing It Wasn't Me, to Ida being inspirational while singing Don't Stop Me Now, and Kyoka surprising everybody when singing His Eyes. Now it was Izuku's turn to pick out a song for him to sing. Izuku, so which song do you guys want me to choose? Kaminari, I don't know, we've done some that sound funny, cool, or even motivational. Mina, how about you try a romance song? I gotta know how you sound. Ryuko, bold move there. Mina, though I guess you could be fun around him and me. Toru, yeah, I bet that it would sound really good. Plus we might get to hear how he sounds. Kyoka, it would sound much more interesting. I hope that Green Bean could accept me when I talk to him tonight. Himiko, it doesn't hurt to hear how it would play out. He did say my quirk was amazing and doesn't seem bothered by somebody like me at all. Izuku, Alrighty then, I guess I could choose Careless Whispers. It does sound slightly romantic. To Mina, fine by me. Take it away Midori. To Izuku, I feel so unsure as I take your hand and lead you to the dance floor as the music dies. Something in your eyes calls to mind a silver screen and all its sad goodbyes. I'm never gonna dance again. Guilty feet have got no rhythm, though it's easy to pretend. I know you're not a fool. I should have known better than to cheat a friend and waste the chance that I'd been given, so I'm never gonna dance again the way I danced with you. Oh, time can never mend the careless whispers of a good friend too. The heart and mind ignorance is kind. There's no comfort in the truth. Pain is all you'll find. I'm never gonna dance again. Guilty feet have got no rhythm, though it's easy to pretend. I know you're not a fool. I should have known better than to cheat a friend. Should have known better. Yeah, and waste the chance that I'd been given, so I'm never gonna dance again the way I danced with you. Oh, never without your love tonight. The music seems so loud. I wish that we could lose this crowd. Maybe it's better this way. We'd hurt each other with the things we'd want to say. We could have been so good together. We could have lived this dance forever. But now, who's gonna dance with me? Please stay. I'm never gonna dance again. Guilty feet have got no rhythm, though it's easy to pretend. I know you're not a fool. I should have known better than to cheat a friend and waste the chance that I'd been given, so I'm never gonna dance again the way I danced with you. Oh, now that you're gone, now that you're gone, now that you're gone was what I did so wrong that you had to leave me alone. When Izuku finished singing, the class was still silent as some guys like Kaminari and Shiro were impressed by his vocal abilities, while Ida and Tokoyami said that it was a good performance. The girls were a whole different story since Ryuko, Achiko, and Tsu were blushing up a storm during his act. The others like Kami, Momo, and Itsuka had a slight blush appearing on their faces, while Mina, Toru, Kyoka, and Himiko were fantasizing about a married life with Izuku. Kirishima, manly tear that was so manly. Midobro. Kaminari, I had no idea that your voice could go that high. Shiro, dude, seriously, your voice should be on albums so people could listen to it. Ida, that sounded like a nice song. Tokoyami, it sounded pretty good. Achiko, no wonder you were surprised when he first started singing. Ryuko, I told that he sounded good. Tsu, it does make him all the more adorable to be with. Izuku, thanks guys, but I think we should head to sleep now. We got to get up early to start training for the festival. Everyone, got it. Achiko, Dikairu, is it okay if I could sleep with you today? Tsu, me too, I want to be next to my handsome fiancé when I sleep. Izuku, okay, you two can sleep with me and Ryuko. Everyone then makes it back to their rooms while four girls think of their own separate plan to confess to him tonight. Tsu and Achiko came to the door and went inside to see Ryuko in her pajamas and Izuku just getting out of the bathroom without a shirt. Achiko, blushing. Dikairu, why do you sleep without a shirt on? Not that it's a problem or anything. Izuku, oh well, I always get hot and sweaty whenever I sleep with a shirt on. It also helps me cool down whenever I fall asleep. Tsu, that sounds pretty reasonable for you to do that. Ryuko, it also makes him much more easy to cuddle with. Hugs him. The two girls agreed by hugging him as they got in bed. Unaware to them, Kyoka was heading towards Izuku's door when she noticed Himiko standing there. 3 Kyoka, Himiko, what are you doing standing in front of Midoriya's dorm? Himiko, oh I was just going to my room but wait, what are you two doing here? Both Kyoka and Himiko looked behind and saw Mina and Toru together. This caused a bit of confusion until Kyoka realized why they are all there. Kyoka, is it weird to say I think I know the reason as to why you guys are here? Mina, no. It might not be weird at all. Toru, yeah, what could be weird about it? Kyoka, blushing. We were going to confess to Izuku and maybe sleep in his dorm. This caused the four girls to begin blushing as they had thought about confessing to him earlier in their dorms. Mina, blushing. Why, yeah, I wanted to confess to Izuku. I mean, he is just too cute and helpful for us. Toru, blushing. I wanted to say I love him after he helped me with my quirk. It was just too soon, but after what happened at the USJ, this might be one of my only chances to say it to him before it's too late. Himiko, blushing. He thought of me like an actual person instead of a monster or villain. It just made me like him more when he complimented my quirk and said I could be an amazing hero. Kyoka, blushing. I started to fall for him during the battle training exercise due to how smart and strong he can be. When the attack happened, I remember what he said during our fight with the Nomu and took it to heart. Mina, so we are going to confess to him. How about we all do it together? Toru, I'm down for it. Himiko, it doesn't sound like a bad idea. Kyoka, so we're all going to confess to him. Let me just knock to see if he's awake. Kyoka knocked on the door as the other girls waited impatiently for him. Ryuko then opened the door and was shocked to see them in their pajamas standing there. Ryuko, what are you guys doing here? Me, Izuku, Achiko, and Tsu were just about to go to sleep. Kyoka, we just wanted to talk to Midoriya about something. Ryuko, oh, they're planning to confess to him. Might as well let them inside. Sure, you guys can come inside. Ryuko steps aside to let the girls walk into their dorm. The girls went to the bed and saw a shirtless Izuku that made them blush as he got up to talk to them. Izuku, so what did you four want to talk about? Toru, blushing Izuku, I have fallen in love with you. I started to have these feelings after you helped me become visible during the analysis. After the USJ attack, I started to love you more after you helped us save ourselves and when we teamed up against that thing. Knowing that it would have been my last chance to ever see you, I wanted to confess to the person who helped me the most. Mina, blushing, I've had a thing for you when you showed your muscles at the apprehension test. They only grew more after the attack when I saw how much you care about us. You are also just too cute, handsome, and strong. Himiko, blushing, I started to love you after you said how cool my quirk was. Many guys just made fun of me, but you were the first person who actually treated me like an actual human. It just made me feel warm inside whenever I'm near you. Kyoka, blushing, I fell in love with you during the training exercise due to how strong and smart you can be. During the attack, I thought about how you said I could use my quirk and I took it to heart. We truly love you, Izuku Midoriya, and we want to also be your girlfriends. Izuku was shocked at how they confessed one at a time before he went up to Kyoka and gave her a kiss. This had surprised her as she retuned it back before he went and kissed Himiko, then Mina, and finally Toru. This was the answer they needed to have their feelings accepted. Izuku, I do truly love you girls. You're kind, smart, and appealing to be with. I gladly accept you all as my girlfriends. 3 Ryuko, and there's actually one thing you all still need to do. Mina, wait, there is. What could it be? Ryuko then kissed Mina, making the other girls shocked before she went and kissed Toru, Himiko, and Kyoka. Tsu and Achiko then got up to kiss them as it the girls much more flustered. 1 Achiko, we all treat each other with the same amount of love that we have for Izuku. Tsu, we aren't here just because we love Izuku. We're also here because we also love Ryuko due to how tough she can be. Kyoka, we promise. Himiko, blushing Izuku, can we sleep here tonight? Izuku, sure you all can. Soon enough Kyoka, Mina, Toru, and Himiko all got into bed with Izuku. The sleeping arrangement made was Ryuko his chest, Achiko and Tsu at his sides, Mina and Toru by his legs, and Kyoka and Himiko by his head. They all went to sleep with Izuku having one thought in his mind after the confessions. For Izuku, I promise to be the best lover any of you girls could ever ask for. The dorms were an interesting idea for UA, but it at least made everyone in Class 1A start their bond as friends. From the room contest to the karaoke night they had, it was something that also strengthened their trust in each other. Not just that, but also Kyoka, Mina, Himiko, and Toru confessed to Izuku as he and Ryuko accepted them into the HM. But for now, it is time for everyone to start training for the UA Sports Festival as Bakugo and Todoroki left early. The others were getting ready for their trip to the beach as Ryuko was waiting with Izuku as he drew in his notebook. Ryuko saw what he was doing and only smiled at her fiancé's hobby before she went to ask Izuku what he was drawing. Ryuko, so what are you drawing? Izuku, oh, I was actually drawing how the costumes for our class could change. What do you think of them? Ryuko looked at drawings and was amazed at how they looked. Ryuko, these look cool. You managed to find a way to include how their quirks would work while keeping elements of their original design. Are you thinking of changing your costume? Izuku, I am, but it's just 2 little changes. The first one is to extend the gloves up to my shoulders so I could build up more power in my punches. The second change is to switch out my shoes for some boots that can include some iron soles for more powerful kicks. Ryuko, those do sound like good ideas. Senketsu, how are you doing for your training? Senketsu, I managed to come up with a perfect form, but it might take some time for me to change it. Ryuko, well, that sounds good. Here's footsteps, sounds like they're gonna be arriving. Izuku, you could tell them to head to Dagoba Beach while we head to the support department to hand in the designs and pick up Shinszo. Ryuko, I'm fine with that. Kirishima, we are here for training Midobro. Ida, now then let's get to Dagoba Beach and start our training. Ryuko, actually you guys can go there first. Me and Izuku are going to the support department and then pick up Shinszo to train with us. Himiko, okay, I can see you guys picking up Shinszo, but why are you heading to the support department? Izuku, I made some redesigns for your costumes and mine, so I'm handing them in to get them made. Speaking of which, Yaoyorozu, Kiribro, Mina, and Toru, can you guys give me a piece of your hair so I could get the DNA-based costumes for you? Momo plucks out a strand of hair. Sure, I hope it isn't much more revealing than it was before. Kirishima, this costume better be the manliest one ever. Plucks out hair strand. Mina plucks out hair strand. This would look so cool. Thank you so much, Izuku. Toru, pluck out hair strand. I can't believe that I'm actually going to get my suit made. Toru and Mina gave their hair strands in a plastic bag to Izuku before kissing his cheeks. This was a surprise to the guys, but also Momo, Kami, and Itsuka, as they became jealous of what was going on. Only Kaminari was quick enough to understand the situation. Kaminari, oh, did Mina and Toru confess to you last night? Izuku, yeah they did, but Kyoka and Himiko confessed with them. Suro, please. You my man are gonna have a great future ahead of you. Ryuko, they're not just his lovers but they're also mine too. Tokoyami, really? Shoji, I can see that. She was Midoriya's first lover and it makes sense for her to accept it and to date him along with the other girls. Kirishima, at least you got people who will treat you well. Mina, thanks Kiri. Smiles. Ida, well, congratulations to you, but I'll take them to Dagoba Beach while you and Matoi head to the support course and pick up Shinszo. Izuku, see you guys there. They all left the dorms with Izuku and Ryuko heading towards the support department. During the walk, Izuku told Ryuko about some ways they could train everyone, with most of the ideas being interesting. They finally made it to the support department, but just before Izuku could knock on the door, an explosion blew the doors open. Ryuko, Izuku, are you okay? Power loader, 𝗵𝗃, are you alright? I told you not to overload it and now look at what happened to your gadget. Sorry, but I needed to check what would happen if the reaction time was more faster. Hey, what are you two doing here? Izuku opened his eyes to see that he was on the floor with a pink-haired girl on top of him. The first thing he noticed was the sight of her melons pressing against his body. This caused him to have a huge blush at the situation, while Ryuko had a look of shock, jealousy, and interest. Ryuko, that's one way to make a first impression. Picks Izuku up. Are you okay, Izuku? Izuku, blushing. 𝗵𝗃. Excuse me, power loader. Power loader. Yeah, kid, is there anything you want? Izuku, me and my fiancé are here to hand in some new hero costume designs for me and some of my class. We will take them in 2 weeks after the festival. Power loader, sure, I could get 𝗵𝗃 to make these for you. 𝗵𝗃, can you come over here? I got some hero costume designs for you to make. Really? What type of babies do you want to make? Senketsu, did she just say what I think I heard? Ryuko, what do you mean by making babies? Power loader, she calls her inventions her babies. I try to get her to not say it, but she'll always use it. What is wrong with me saying that? I am 𝗵𝗃, and what designs have you come up with? Izuku, I made these designs to make their quirks more useful. There are also 4 that need DNA-based costumes for their quirks to be more efficient. He then hands Mei the designs and the hair samples. When she looked at the designs, she was amazed by the details of how they look and what their new uses are for. Mei, these look amazing. I can WHP these up by next week. Izuku, really? You can do that for us? Not only do I get to make costumes, but I also get to redesign and upgrade them. This is a pretty big thing for someone like me. Izuku, well, I hope you make these costumes look cool. I'll pick them up when they're done. Smiles brightly. Once Izuku flashed that smile, something inside Mei started to go faster and flutter. She began to blush at the sight of his smile, and her heart began to beat much more faster. Upon seeing her reaction, Ryuko grew a smirk when they left the support department and headed towards the general studies dorms. 3 Ryuko, that smile might be getting you into a lot of trouble if you could call it that, Izuku. But then again, nobody could resist that cute sight. Once they got there, they immediately saw Shinszo waiting for them on the steps. He turned his head and got up once he saw them. Ryuko, hey Shinszo, are you excited for training? Shinszo, I guess I am. To Izuku, hey, I'm sorry for what I said yesterday. I hope I didn't offend you or anyone else in your class. Izuku, no, it's fine. I can see what you were going through, but let's start over. I'm Izuku Midoriya, Class 1A's president and Ryuko's fiancé. Shinszo, smiles. I'm Hitoshi Shinszo from General Studies. To be honest, I didn't know that you two were engaged. Ryuko, yeah, we are engaged, but we also have different lovers. Shinszo, did not expect that at all. But with the introductions aside, let's get to the beach. 15 Izuku, yeah, let's go. They then head to the beach after a train ride in which they had a conversation about what happened to Shinszo before UA. Izuku couldn't help but sympathize with him after learning that he was bullied, while Ryuko wondered if it would have happened to Izuku if he had a quirk people would call villainous. Once they got to the beach, they saw everyone doing some warm-ups until Kirishima noticed them and Shinszo. 10 Kirishima, hey guys. Midoburo and Matoi are here. Ida, nice to see that you guys can catch up with us. I take it that he is Shinszo, right? Izuku, yes he is. Everyone meet Hitoshi Shinszo from General Studies. Everyone then introduced themselves to him, and it made Shinszo feel like he is actually a part of something. Zero, hey Shinszo, I gotta ask, what is your quirk? Shinszo, my quirk is brainwashing. What I can do is put someone in a state where they are forced to obey my commands. I can only activate this whenever my target responds to something I say. Kaminari, that's a really cool quirk. Itsuka, with that type of quirk, you can be able to interrogate villains and force them to reveal their location. 2 Izuku, it does sound good, but it might not be enough if he wants to be a hero. Don't get me wrong, he can be a hero, but he might need to focus on combat along with training his quirk. Shinszo, so I'm here to focus on quirk and combat training. That might sound like a good idea. Izuku, it does, and I think I got an idea of what your hero suit could look like if you transfer. Shinszo, really just from that description alone. Izuku, yep, and what I could think of is for the suit to be simple, comfy, more sporty, while underneath the looser parts could be a full skin-tight bulletproof bodysuit. Some combat elbow pads are necessary, along with a belt that has pouches for first aid equipment and some fingerless gloves with hardened knuckles for close combat attacks. The gadgets I could think of are a voice changer to disguise your voice as someone else's, and Aizawa's capture scarf for swinging and to pull in enemies for combat or to throw them into others. One Shinszo was surprised by what was needed for his potential hero costume. From that description alone, he could tell that with the right amount of training he would become a hero in no time. Shinszo, that is pretty cool to see how it would look like. Izuku, thanks, I'll make sure to give this to 𝗵𝗃𝗃 tomorrow. But for now, what I and Ryuko will be doing is to train not just your quirks but also your fighting styles. Ryuko, the point of the sports festival is to not just show off our quirks just to in turn with some pros. The main point is to prove how capable we are with our quirks and using it in different types of fighting styles. Shoji, so which one should we start with first? Ida, I would like to know as well. There has to be at least a plan since we're training. Izuku, there actually is. What we are focusing on until Saturday are going to be training our combat and stamina. After that, we will train our quirks to become much more instead of something weak or flashy. Now let's get started on training. They started training by teaching them some martial arts movements like karate and kickboxing. On the second day, Izuku submitted the design for Shinszo's costume but also asked for a spare capture scarf for Shinszo to practice. He got to understand the basics of the scarf and got better using it along with his combat abilities with the rest of Class 1A like Achiko, Zero, Kami, Ida, Kaminari, Kyoka, and Itsuka. On the last day of their physical workouts, it was decided that they should have a little sparring match to see how far they progressed. Some like Ida, Zero, Kami, and Shinszo have gotten better at combat, while Ryuko decided to teach Momo on techniques with a longsword. Right now, Momo got beaten by Ryuko during a match, but her opponent could see that she was pressured by something bugging her. Ryuko, hey, is there something going on with you? Momo, no there isn't. Why would you ask that? Ryuko, I could see that you might be under pressure. Is there something you want to talk about? All Momo could do was simply look at her before tearing up and hugging her. Ryuko was surprised by her sudden movements but hugged her back and comforted her. Momo separated from the hug while she wiped her tears before facing Ryuko. Momo, I am nervous about how I will do at the festival. My quirk is useful, but I don't think it will be enough to have me get noticed by pro heroes for an internship. I don't even know if I'll be a good hero in the future. Ryuko, listen, you are a good person but don't be nervous. So what if you don't win the festival? All that matters is you having the heart of a hero and are willing to step up to the heavy task and protecting the innocent. Momo, thank you, I needed to hear that. But I still can't shake up the feeling of being nervous during the festival. Ryuko, just try and imagine something that makes you feel calm or even feel like you are in heaven. Momo then closed her eyes as she imagined the one thing that could calm her down. What she saw in her mind was that she was at a cafe waiting for somebody before hearing the door open. She looked and saw a boy with green hair and freckles as he greeted her with a smile. This person was none other than Izuku Midoriya. Too, when she opened her eyes, Momo had a small but noticeable blush on her face while looking back on it. Ryuko saw this and immediately knew what she might have been thinking about. Ryuko, so what did you think about? Momo, slightly blushing at something appealing. It almost felt real to me. Ryuko, smirking, was it about Izuku? Momo, blushing, no. I mean, why would I think about him? He is only a good friend of mine and that's all I see of him. 6 Ryuko, there's no point in lying to me. I know that you are in love with Izuku. Momo, blushing, okay, I am in love with him. He is the perfect person you could ever ask for. Kind, helpful, smart, heroic, and a true leader. I know you two are engaged along with some of the other girls, but I just can't help but think about him whenever I feel alone. Ryuko, it's okay. I don't have a problem with you dating him, but you just have to know when the time is right. When you manage to find it, then you could confess to him. Momo, smiles, thank you Ryuko. I'll confess to him after the festival since right now it is too soon after the other girls. Ryuko, I respect your decision, but remember this. Promise to give the other girls, including me, the same amount of love that you have for him. Momo, I promise to do that. With that in mind, Ryuko and Momo headed back to the others. The next day arrived and it was time to train their quirks, with the first one to start being Kirishima. He decided to see how many hits he could take in his unbreakable form and saw that it is between 20 to 30 hits from everybody. 2 Kirishima, so that's how much I could take. Not bad. Izuku, you could say that, but you should push your form more when you go past that limit. Once you go past, use it as an opportunity to force yourself to keep it up for as long as you can. Kirishima, manly advice from you Midobro. I'll look up how to practice my punches when acting as a shield for everyone. For up next for the test was Itsuka. She decided to find different ways on using her quirk. Izuku helped her perform many ideas by enlarging her fists and slamming down as a way to make a large tremor and provide a higher jump. She also showed off her quick reflexes due to her martial arts training. Izuku, seems like you might be doing better with your reflexes. Also, how you used your quirk was also something spectacular to see. Itsuka, it was pretty cool to do it, but it doesn't compare to how my fists can help me now. With these new moves, I can incapacitate villains and use it as a way to jump higher. Izuku, still it seems like an interesting way to move around. With the training and your quirk, you'll become a great hero by your 5th month. Itsuka, blushing, thanks for saying that Midoriya. The next 2 people that came up were Shoji and Tokoyami. Shoji perfected a way to create bigger versions of his hands, eyes, and ears by lifting many heavy items that were about the same weight as the appendages. Tokoyami also showed how using dark shadow in the light more can be used as a way for him to build up an immunity. Shoji, by lifting many weights that are around the same amount as my limbs, I can get used to lifting many heavier objects. This can also be used as a way to bring in more powerful punches while seeing things from far away and hearing sounds others can't hear. Izuku, it sounds really interesting for you to do that. How you manage to find the correct weight can be useful when you lift heavy objects. It can also make you strong enough to hold an entire wall from a collapsing building. Shoji, nice observation Midoriya. I truly hope to be a good hero in the future. Izuku, you will be a great hero Shoji. Now Tokoyami, using dark shadow in the light is a clever way to build up an immunity. It can also make you much more powerful whenever you have to fight a villain that can use light. Tokoyami, it does sound powerful but it is painful for him. I'm still training him like this as way to build up a stronger hold on him in the dark. Izuku, no matter what happens with him, you can be a great hero. Both in light and in the dark. Izuku quickly saw that Kaminari was struggling with something to do with his quirk. Reminding the boy of how he tried to understand OFA, Izuku went to him to think of a way to use more electricity. Izuku, Kaminari, are you okay? You seem like you might be struggling with your quirk. Kaminari, I'm trying to find a way to use a higher voltage but every time I use it, I always become an idiot. This might not help me with the festival. Izuku, don't say that. Don't beat yourself up because of something you can't control. Look at me when I got my quirk, I wasn't sure of how I could control it. Then I finally figured it out by spreading the power throughout my whole body. Just think of your quirk as like mine and you'll see the result if you do that. Kaminari took a look at his hand and clenched it before he got up and closed his eyes. Electricity started sparking from him as it looked he started to float from the ground. Reaching his hand out, Kaminari opened his eyes with electricity coming from them before shooting out a beam of pure electricity. Everyone quickly looked at him and were surprised to see him shooting an electric beam while electricity sparked around him as he was floating. He turned off his quirk as he got down on the ground and opened his eyes. Kaminari then looked at his hand as he felt much more powerful after that showcase. For Kirishima, Kamibro, what the hell was that? Momo, you used much more voltage than at the USJ. Mina, how did you do that? Kaminari, Midoriya told me that my quirk is like his in a way. He would hurt himself if he used it all in one place while I become stupid when using a higher voltage. So I spread it throughout my body and now I can use higher voltages without becoming stupid. Ida, seems like you might be an inspiration to all of us Midoriya. Izuku, yeah it looks like it. Kaminari, can you activate your quirk again and use it while running? Kaminari, sure, I can do that. Kaminari activated his quirk again and sees that he is much more faster while running. He quickly ran back to the others who were still surprised at how speedy he was. To Izuku, just as I thought. You can run at the speed of electrical currents. This can also apply to you being able to fly while using your quirk. One Ryuko, not to mention that whenever he uses it, his drawback no longer exists. One Kaminari, holy 𝗧𝗃, I'm much more powerful now. Thanks for everything you taught me Midoriya. Izuku, you're welcome Kaminari. Ida, Midoriya, is it okay if I show you what I've done with my quirk? I decided to take your advice and I want you to see the results of it. Izuku, not a problem at all Ida. Show me what you've got. Ida gets into a runner's stance before he fully sprinted off while using his quirk. The engines began to overheat which made him realize that it is time to show it. Leaping into the air, Ida delivers a kick that was boosted by a small explosion into the ground that caused it to make a crater. Ryuko, holy 𝗧𝗃. You've literally got a cannon in your legs. Kirishima, that was so manly Ida. Izuku, that is an amazing move Ida. You actually managed to use the drawback for an effective use and it looks to be pretty powerful. Ida, thank you for saying that Midoriya. Izuku, it's no problem. Now who's next? Hyoka, that would be me Izu. I came up with a way to cause a small tremor into the ground by just my jacks. Hyoka demonstrated the move by plugging her jacks into the ground as her heartbeat was transferred. What happened was a small tremor started as everyone began to feel uneven until she unplugged her jacks. Hyoka, it's still a work in progress but it can be pretty powerful. Izuku, still though it was an amazing move, Kyo. Kisses her cheek just keep practicing and it will be powerful enough to cause an earthquake. Hyoka, smiles thank you Izu. Izuku, you're welcome, Kyo. Turns to 𝗧𝗪, did you work on your swinging and combat techniques? 𝗧𝗪, yep, I managed to perfect the combat ability. I'm even getting as far as to use it in stealth attacks and throwing heavier stuff like oil cans and maybe even car doors. To Izuku, nice job man. To Momo Yaoyorozu, was there anything that you have practiced with your creations? Momo, there is one thing that I've perfected. Momo then creates a Russian nesting doll to the confusion of the class. What they didn't expect was her opening it to reveal a retractable bow staff that she quickly demonstrated. She also did the same thing again, but this time with a retractable sword. One Momo, it takes time for me to make bigger creations like a cannon or bike. However, if I place it into a nesting doll, it would act as a much more faster way to keep up with many battles. Izuku, that sounds like a good idea, Yaoyorozu. It could also be a surprise attack since no one would know what could be inside these things. You'll become a great hero in no time. Momo, blushing thank you for the observation Midoriya. Kami, I kind of have some moves but they might be pretty lame in comparison to yours. Ryuko, excuse me. Can we go back to the pretty lame part? I mean your quirk's not lame. For Kami, I know it's just that I don't think they might be powerful. Izuku, 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗃, who cares if your quirk is lame? It doesn't have to be powerful for you to be a great hero. What matters is how you use it to its full extent. Kami, blushing thank you for saying that so much Midoriya. What I've come up with is that I could make an illusion of anybody so I could trick many people into allowing me access to whatever plan they have. The second idea I have is that I can make an illusion of a sky aura to confuse the target on what is going on. For Izuku, those sound truly powerful 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗃. Your quirk is really useful when it comes to distractions. With those moves, you could be an amazing stealth hero in no time. Kami, blushing thanks for the kind words Midoriya. Himiko, Izu, I don't think that there is any move I could do. I tried to think of something but I just don't know which one to make to involve my quirk. Izuku, it's okay Himiko. Your quirk does require close contact but you have fast reflexes and quick way of attacking your opponents. Many people can't see your attacks coming and when they do, you're already using your quirk. Your quirk is a super move all in its own. Himiko, tears up I love you so much for saying that. You truly know how to make me feel special. Izuku, kisses her cheek that's because you are special. No matter what type of quirk you have, everyone is special no matter what. Mina, hey Izuku, is it okay if you could see what I have practiced? Izuku, sure, I can't wait to see what you came up with Mina. Mina used her acid to slide over to another part of the beach before she pointed her fingers. Acid sprayed out her fingers while she was sliding by and it almost hit Zero. She quickly sliced back to Izuku who was impressed by what she's done. 6 Mina, by using my sliding technique, I can use this as a way to build up more range attacks. Izuku, that sounds like a good idea. You could also use this as a to throw ball of acid at enemies to make them fall back. Mina, kisses his cheek thanks for the idea Izuku. Izuku, blushing no problem. To Toru, did you come up with anything for the festival? Toru, I have, let me demonstrate it. Momo, could you make some sunglasses for us? Momo, sure I can do that. Momo then creates the sunglasses for everyone as Toru took a stance. She then spread her arms out and began to glow brightly making everyone smile their eyes. That glow then flashed until it died down and Toru went back to her normal stance. 3 Toru, what I've managed to do is find a way to blind my opponents by unsung my body as a flashbang. This would allow them to dazed and confused so that I would come in and knock them out. Izuku, it seems like an amazing idea Toru. And with you turning invisible, it would just seem like a lens flare to other people. Toru, thanks Izuku. I can't wait to wear my suit when it's time to train again. Izuku, kisses her forehead and it will look appealing on you. To Tsu, did you come up with any good ideas for your quirk? Tsu, there's not that much I could think of. The only ones I was able to come up with are to camouflage my whole body and to use my body to hop at extreme sights. Izuku, they sound simple but with enough practice, you can be pretty powerful. Tsu, smiles thank you for saying that Izuku. Ryuko, I think you could also try throwing heavy objects with your tongue to take out villains who could fly or who are gigantic. Tsu, I might have to try that sometime. Thanks for the suggestion Ryuko. Ryuko, no problem. Achiko, did you come up with an idea? Izuku, Yeah, I want to know that too. Achiko, there is one but it might be too destructive to show you guys. Izuku, really? What could you do now? Achiko, what I thought of is a way to use large amounts of debris and float it over to my opponent. Then when it's above them, I release them from my control and let it fall to the ground. Ryuko, so you can create your own meteor show. It sounds pretty cool. Izuku, it does sound like an interesting idea, Oka. I think you can also team up with Tsu to create an attack with your quirks. Achiko, I was inspired by the best fiancé a girl could have ever asked for. Smiles Shinszo, so far I'm still using the capture scarf for long-range combat. Want to see how far I've gotten with this, Midoriya? Izuku, I don't mind seeing what you've done. Shinszo quickly used the scarf for his demonstration in a sparring match between him and Izuku. Once Izuku threw a punch, Shinszo wrapped the scarf around his arm and pulled Izuku towards him before delivering a punch to his shoulder. This continued for a while until he wrapped up Izuku and threw him into the air, but sees one thing that shocked everybody. Shinszo, Midoriya. Are you okay? Izuku, yeah, what happened? Zero, dude, you're floating in the air. Senketsu, seems like he might have unlocked another quirk. Ryuko, and by the looks of things, it's obvious whose it is. Surely enough, Izuku looked down and saw that he was still in the air. He began to freak out about what was going on until he heard one voice in his head. Nana, how do you like the surprise kid? You also seem to have gotten to control 40% of OFA Izuku? Nana, what do you mean by gift? And why can't I get down? Nana, what I meant by gift is that I have given you my quirk, float. What you can do now is suspend or levitate in the air, but with the added enhancements from OFA, you can now use it to fly at high speeds. Izuku, is there a specific reason as to why you gave me float? Nana, there is. We have seen how hard you've been trying to get everyone into their best shape for the festival. It reminded me of how much I used to train Toshinori. Now knowing the true reason as to why he is like this, Izuku calms down and safely lands on the ground. The class immediately bombards him with questions once he got down, but he managed to calm them down. Ida, but Midoriya, what was going on with your quirk? Kami, yeah, from what you told us, you only have that stockpile ability in black. WHP. Izuku, I guess when Shinszo threw me, my quirk seemed to have gone to a higher percentage and unlocked a new ability. Shinszo, so what are you going to call this power? Izuku, I think I'll call it float. What I can do with this other than levitate and suspend in midair is that with the enhancement of my quirk, I can now use it to fly. Kirishima, that is just so manly of you to do that, Midobro. Zero, seems like you might be one of the greatest heroes of all time in the future. Izuku, I wouldn't say that. I truly think that all of us will be the greatest heroes that the world has ever seen. This made everyone feel determined to ensure that their dreams become a reality. For the next few days, they trained hard for the festival as they understand the ins and outs for their new moves. Izuku and Ryuko felt proud of how much their class have gotten done so far, that the festival was going to be easy for them.